Chapter 774, Infamous GDK 774. Infamous, the news of Hoff's losing his right arm spread to the entire Darkness Dominion in no time. Every family clan of every city would discuss the incident that took place in Hushville City. Han Shuo and Rose had suddenly become the center of attention of the Darkness Dominion. Although it's been some time since Han Shuo and Rose thrown Hushville City into chaos, as none of the populace of Hushville City had met them before, Hushville City had no clue about the identity of the murderers even till now. However, most people suspected that the murderers originated from the House of Saint. Wallace and Andre, who knew that their House of Saint had no participation in the matter, were forced to answer and respond to the widespread rumors and accusations, distancing themselves from the Hushville City incident. With that, the identity of the mysterious assassins became more mysterious. After losing an arm, Hoffs turned unusually low profile. He paid no heeds to things happening in Hushville City, but went into seclusion to focus on healing his injuries. Without Hoffs being available to explain what actually happened, the rumors became more and more distorted from the truth. Unknowingly, the public's depiction of Han Shuo and Rose became more and more malevolent and monstrous. The City of Shadows, the Saint residence. Wallace and Andre had just handled yet another wave of questions from city lords of other cities in the Dominion. They wanted to learn from Wallace if those two attackers who had made an enormous mess in Hushville City originated from the House of Saint. "Who could it be?" mumbled Wallace in a thoughtful face. He continued, "Although Hoffs is the weakest of the 7 city lords, he is nonetheless a late-stage high god expert. But unexpectedly, he would lose an arm to an attacker in the territory of his Hushville City. How unimaginable. Why Avery and Hassling? What grudges would the attackers have with the two?" asked Andre. He too was puzzled and confused. "Well, in any case, we have everything to gain and nothing to lose in Avery and Hassling being dead. Haha, no wonder everyone would suspect that the attackers came from our family clan." Wallace laughed and exclaimed, "Although I can easily defeat Hoffs in a duel, I doubt I could easily escape from the encirclement of so many Hushville City experts and even kill so many of their divine guards. That fella is truly miraculous. Brother, could it be Brian?" A strong suspicion rose from Andre's heart. With his brows bunched, he said, "In the City of Shadows, other than our family clan, only Brian held grudges with both Avery and Hassling. In addition, Brian is an expert in concealing himself, and his skills in escaping are extraordinary. On top of all that, Brian has recently disappeared without any explanation. I doubt it is just a coincidence." "That's impossible," Wallace shook his head smilingly. He turned to look at Anne and explained, "Although that chap possessed decent strength, he is not that strong, is he? I know Hoff's strength. There's no way Brian can cut off his arm. It's impossible, definitely impossible." "Don't be so sure," Andre put on a solemn face and refuted. "We do not know of Brian's actual strength for sure. We could detect Andrina, the daughter of the goddess of destiny, was concealing her actual strength from the start. But as to Brian, if he had not struck Portlam back at the banquet hall, how would we have known that he actually possesses such great strength?" Andre took a deep breath before asking Wallace in a deep voice, "Brother, if it's actually Brian who did it, what should we do?" Wallace kept silent for a moment before he replied, "If it really is Brian, that'd be even more wonderful." "But what about Hushville City?" asked Andre. "Hoffs have been injured. Hushville City has greatly diminished in strength. I have no fear of him." Wallace coldly groaned and continued, "His Hushville City had secretly sheltered Avery. I have yet to settle scores with him on that matter. He is in no position to pressure us on anything." Then, after a short pause, Wallace laughed and said, "If it really was Brian, it wouldn't be too big of an issue. The last time that I met the Overgod of Darkness, I have mentioned about Brian. The Lord instructed that our family clan must give Brian the best treatment, hearing that the Goddess of Destiny has expressed her goodwill to Brian. Tell me, would that chap be in any sort of trouble? The Goddess of Destiny is truly influential." After thinking for a moment, Andre softly exclaimed in admiration, "This chap is really a lucky one." "He is," Wallace said in a faint smile, "but we must be overthinking. That chap likely does not have that much strength yet." The rumors had naturally also found their way to the ears of the House of Han. Sanguis, Ballins, Gilbert, and others knew that Han Shuo and Rose were the mysterious attackers without needing to think. Before Han Shuo traveled to Hushville City, he had met with the three and introduced them to Rose. He had also revealed that he was up to something big. The three offered to help Han Shuo in his mission, but Han Shuo rejected them with the excuse that they might be a burden to him. After listening to the details about the incident at Hushville City, they became absolutely certain that the two daring perpetrators who committed outrageous crimes in Hushville City must be Han Shuo and Rose. Sanguis, Ballins, and Gilbert were surprised by the realization. They could not be more admiring of Han Shuo's strength. Soon enough, other core members of the Han family such as Emily, Phoebe, Strathole, and Iremike learned about the truth from the three. Knowing that they must keep the insider information to themselves, the core members of the Han family agreed to keep it a secret and to only discuss it in private. The Divine Guards from the Fifth Corps had also previously met Rose. However, as there was plenty of white-haired lady in the Darkness Dominion, and as most people did not know Han Shuo well, other than those of the Han family, no one suspected that Han Shuo and Rose were the perpetrators. 1 month later, Han Shuo and Rose returned to the City of Shadows. Along the journey home, Han Shuo collected all sorts of precious and rare medicinal ingredients found on Elysium. He used the ingredients to produce many pelleted medicines that nourish his demonic infant. After 1 month of nursing, his demonic infant was slowly starting to recover. However, complete recovery would take a longer time. Unlike the demonic body, the demonic infant doesn't heal from injuries easily. This was why Cauldron's spirit spontaneously withdrew its energy from Han Shuo's body as soon as it detected that Han Shuo's demonic infant was injured. While using natural herbs and ingredients to nourish his demonic infant, Han Shuo assiduously practiced fusing his domains of divinity. He had discovered the knack of forming the miraculous domain and understood that the domains would amalgamate once the divine souls of his avatars become in synchrony with his consciousness. Han Shuo had yet to figure out all the miraculous powers of the amalgamated domain of divinity. However, he knew that this new and amazing domain of divinity was powerful enough to contend against that of Hoff's. From the last battle, Han Shuo discovered a novel cultivation path, the fusion of the energy of death and destruction. After 1 month of fumbling about, Han Shuo discovered that boundaries deployed within the amalgamated domain of divinity would be multiple times stronger than any released by his avatars alone. The new domain would also allow faster than usual absorption of elements from the environment. It also possessed hostile and aggressive characteristics. Learning all these had filled Han Shuo with great excitement. Before Han Shuo had time to fully familiarize with his new domain of divinity, he had arrived at the City of Shadows with Rose. To avoid unwanted attention, Han Shuo asked Rose to cover her long hair with a green headscarf, concealing her most eye-catching and distinctive feature. Han Shuo had heard a little about the widespread rumors about himself. He did not expect that he would become so infamous for his deeds in Hushville City. He felt a little odd to be the center of attention of the entire Darkness Dominion, while those around him had no idea that he was the person they were discussing. Soon, they returned to the Han residence. Seeing the refreshing decorations in his home covered with flowers and plants, Han Shuo's heart became at ease. Rose seemed very interested in the landscaping of the Han residence. The profound continent style of decoration happened to fit Rose's likings. She suddenly felt that perhaps a bustling and crowded city isn't all that dull. But what made Rose felt even more at ease was being beside Han Shuo. After having spent much time with Han Shuo, Rose gradually understood him better. Although she was technically his slave, Han Shuo had never treated her like a slave. This was especially true when they faced great dangers. Instead of having his slave bear the brunt, Han Shuo risked getting injured to keep her alive. Because of this, Rose no longer felt too worried about being bound by Han Shuo as his slave. She even felt that it wasn't all that bad. As soon as Han Shuo stepped into his Han residence, his apprentices, harem, and other members came to welcome his return. They soon went into a secret chamber for discussion. Han Shuo was informed that no major event had taken place during his absence. The only major event that will take place soon was the competition between the 7 corps. The members of the House of Han were very curious about Han Shuo's deeds in Hushville City and kept on asking for his account. Han Shuo had expected that the members of his family clan would figure out that he was responsible for the chaos in Hushville City. He did not deny it, but narrated the story once through without too many details. Emily and the others would secretly take a peek at Rose while Han Shuo told the story. They were shocked and amazed by the terrifying might of this silver-haired beauty. "From today onwards, she is a member of our House of Han," declared Han Shuo as he pointed at Rose. "Master, we have transported the materials for the 8 Desolation and Torment Formation to the residence. Should we set it up in the largest gymnasium?" asked Gilbert. The members of the House of Han, especially Strathome and the others, were greatly interested in the formation. The divine guards of the 5th Corps, Sanguis, Bollins, and Gilbert, had told the Han family members a thing or two about the formation. They could not wait to temper themselves using the formation. A great majority of the divine guards who entered the formation had obtained some improvement in strength. Inferring from his divine guard's achievements, Han Shuo was sure that his talented clansmen and clanswomen would obtain a deeper understanding of the energy they cultivated after a round of tempering inside the formation. Their strengths, too, would increase. "Very well, we will reassemble the 8 Desolation and Torment Formation in the House of Han. This time, I can increase the power of the formation to an even greater level. Sanguis, Bollins, Gilbert, if you are interested, I can let you have a taste of being attacked by High God Suz," said Han Shuo in an evil smile. He had obtained a large number of divine souls from Hushville City. He had even reaped several High God divine souls in the journey. This will allow the power of the formation to be pushed to a higher level and make the tempering process more effective. Chapter 775. Two Heads GDK 775. Two Heads Han Shuo took 5 days to reassemble the 8 Desolation and Torment Formation. It was installed underneath the largest gymnasium in the Han residence. He had also installed 6 energy towers that power the 9 layers of boundaries he deployed around the formation to conceal the intense murderous aura emanating from the formation. The formation was placed underground and very well concealed. Only the members of the Han family who knew of the secret could find their way there. Even outsiders who were permitted to travel freely in the Han residence will never be able to locate the secret entrance. After Han Shuo finished setting up the formation, his family clan members entered it impatiently. Even Sanguis, Bollins, and Gilbert went inside to further temper themselves after being encouraged by Han Shuo. The new formation was controlled by Cauldron Spirit. It split the formation into multiple segments of different power levels to personalize their training. As Han Shuo wasn't concerned about his safety in the City of Shadows, he temporarily left the Cauldron of Myriad Demon in the formation, allowing the cauldron to temper his family clan members. After Rose arrived at the Han residence, she was allocated a remote and secluded building. Rose was quiet and stayed in her building all the time. Han Shuo wasn't worried that someone might recognize her. Messengers from the House of Saint had come by every day since his return to the city, asking for Han Shuo. After having reconstructed the 8 Desolation and Torment Formation, Han Shuo went to the Saint residence. As the competition between the 7 Corps was right around the corner, Wallace did not force Carmelita to cultivate. The first thing Han Shuo did after arriving at the Saint residence was to look for Carmelita and listen to her grumbling about being bored. When Han Shuo was asked about what he had been up to in recent times, Han Shuo lied and said that he had been manning Fort Lasberg. He mentioned nothing about Hushville City to Carmelita. Naturally, Carmelita had heard all about the major incident at Hushville City. She clearly did not suspect that Han Shuo had anything to do with it. She even discussed the incident with Han Shuo excitedly and declared her admiration of the mysterious attackers who wreaked havoc in Hushville City. Han Shuo felt a little odd to have Carmelita singing praises of himself right before him. After some chit-chatting with Carmelita, Han Shuo finally went to Andre. "The competition between the 7 Corps is coming soon. Since you are participating, make sure to do the proper preparations," said Andre straightforwardly after having Han Shuo take a seat. His eyes, however, were looking deeply at Han Shuo. He tried probing, "Where have you been recently?" "I have been overseeing the daily operations at Fort Lasberg. Now that Fort Lasberg is under the control of my House of Han, it is my duty to manage it well," replied Han Xiu calmly. Han Xiu knew from Andre's inquisitive gaze that he was suspicious of him. His and Rose's actions in Hushville City had been too conspicuous, and he knew he wouldn't be able to hide it for too long. Han Xiu was still hesitating if he should reveal his deeds to Andre. "Brian, have you heard about what recently happened in Hushville City?" Andre looked at Han Xiu attentively. He suddenly put on a warm smile and said, "For some reason, I always feel that the incident in Hushville City has something to do with you. Others, including my elder brother, do not think that you are capable of such things. But I feel that you can." Han Xiu was shocked. However, the expression on his face remained as calm as always. He replied, "Lord Andre, you sure think highly of me?" Andre's irises constricted. He nodded and replied, "Yes, I definitely do. For all these years, my assessment of people has always been very accurate. However, even after having interacted with you for such a long time, I have failed to discover that you had been hiding your strength. If it wasn't for your assault on Portlam back in the banquet hall, perhaps I would remain clueless to the fact that you actually possess high god strength even till now." After a short pause, while Han Xiu bunched his brows in thought, Andre continued, "In all my life, you are the only person who managed to fool my senses. Therefore, yes, I indeed think very highly of you." Andre then kept silent for a few seconds. He looked deeply at Han Xiu and softly asked, "Brian, can you please tell me honestly, are you the one behind the Hushville City incident? If it is you, there are certain measures that our city must take to guard against the repercussions." Han Xiu looked at Andre in a daze. He could feel that Andre was sincere and could tell that he had no malice intention. The interests of Andre's House of Saint and Han Xiu's House of Han were consistent and aligned. Avery and Hasling that he murdered were both enemies of the House of Saint. Han Xiu could not see why the House of Saint would not defend him for his actions. On top of that, Han Xiu knew that it was only a matter of time before someone will figure out that he was behind the havoc in Hushville City. Han Xiu realized that there was no reason to conceal the truth from Andre. He cracked a smile but did not say a word. Then, he took out 2 glass containers from his space ring. They contained Avery and Hasling's heads. With just one look at the content of the glass containers, without needing Han Xiu to speak a word, Andre was certain that Han Xiu was behind the terrible attack on Hushville City. Although Andre had tried preparing himself mentally, when he saw the heads of Avery and Hasling took out by Han Xiu, he was nonetheless astonished. Andre took a deep breath. His voice was a little different than usual. He said, "It's you. It actually is you. Good gracious, how unbelievable." Han Xiu was actually surprised by Andre's reaction. He thought that Andre had given him that solemn speech because he had obtained evidence of his crime. But after seeing that astonished look on Andre, Han Xiu immediately realized that Andre had no proof, but merely his gut feeling. Andre stared at Han Xiu with wide-open eyes and remained shocked for a long time. But finally, after taking a deep breath, Andre managed to calm down. He hastily said, "Come, follow me. The incident at Hushville City has become a serious issue. We must discuss this with my elder brother." Soon enough, Andre, walking in brisk footsteps with Han Xiu following, found Wallace, the city lord of the City of Shadows. Without a word, Andre placed Avery and Hasling's heads on Wallace's table. He then put on a strange smile and pointed at Han Xiu. Wallace was stunned for a moment when the heads were placed before him. Shortly after, with his eyes glowing brightly, he turned to look at Han Xiu with shock. He seemed even more surprised than Andre was. He even cried out in surprise, "It was you." Han Xiu calmly admitted by nodding his head. Wallace was struck dumb. He stared foolishly at Han Xiu for ages before he finally forced a smile and nodded. He mumbled to himself, "Unbelievable, how unbelievable. Even I have not anticipated it. Turns out to be you." After a short pause, Wallace asked in amazement, "How did you do it?" Han Xiu stared blankly for a moment before he shrugged and replied, "Just like that. Brother, we need to proceed carefully. That Hoffs of Hushville City is a lunatic. He will not give up on Brian easily. We need to be prepared," said Andre in a deep voice. "Be at ease. No one would know that Brian was behind the Hushville City incident within a short period of time." Wallace smiled and said, "During the past few days, multiple family clans from various cities that have grudges with the House of Hoffley publicly claimed that they were responsible for the attacks. At least 3 major family clans were willing to suffer Hoff's wrath. After Wallace uttered those words, it became Han Shuo's turn to be astonished. He put on a grimace and asked, "What? Why would they do that?" "For the infamy," Wallace explained. "To sever Hoff's right arm, murder so many people in Hushville City and still escape in one piece, that is no ordinary feat. It's not something that anyone can do. For those family clans, claiming responsibility for the attacks meant that they will instantly become well-known in the Darkness Dominion. This would attract experts who seek reputation to join them, thereby improving their family clan's strength rapidly. Brian, you might not know it, but your deeds in Hushville City have given rise to a craze in the Darkness Dominion." Andre smiled and continued, "Some women in the Darkness Dominion even deliberately dyed their hair silver white and imitate the appearance of that woman who went with you. Isn't it interesting?" Han Shuo was at a loss of words. He did not expect that their atrocious deeds back in Hushville City would create such a trend in the entire Darkness Dominion. "That's why I say, you can be at ease for now. Those few family clans have diverted too much attention. As long as you do not go out on the streets with Avery's head and yell that you did it, no one would suspect that it was you." Wallace consoled Han Shuo. He then smilingly said, "It seems that a huge change is coming to the rankings of the 7 Divine Guard chiefs." Andre nodded and said, "For all this time, Ayabashi ranks first. But this time around, she will likely be moving down to the 2nd place." Han Shuo could cut off Hoff's right arm and bath Hushville City with blood. Ayabashi, however, did not have the strength to do so. It was to be expected that Andre and Wallace would have thought so. "Andre and I will not divulge a word of what you did in Hushville City. Ask those close to you to keep quiet about it. With that, you would be free of troubles for the time being." Wallace took a short pause before he continued, "You have killed Avery. This means that you have firmly secured your position as the chief of 5th Corps. Do your best in the battle of the 7 chiefs. Defeating Ayabashi will be greatly beneficial to your House of Han. As to the battle between Divine Guards, don't worry about the results too much. After all, your 5th Corps have been lacking people." Wallace and Andre thought that the 5th Corps Divine Guards will take the last place in the competition. Erebus and Ayabashi thought the same. "Got it," replied Han Shuo as he nodded. After a brief discussion about certain things with Andre and Wallace, Han Shuo left the Saint residence. Han Shuo was thinking about his 5th Corps Divine Guards who had been tempered by the 8 Desolation and Torment formation. He was considering how to deliver everyone a surprise. The Divine Guards of the 5th Corps had obtained great improvement in every aspect after being tempered by the formation. They had built a strong rapport with each other. In a battle between groups, these men would form the most terrifying team. Han Shuo believed that they will not disappoint him in the competition. Chapter 776, A New Direction GDK 776. A New Direction in a Gymnasium in the Han Residence. Han Shuo's avatars of death and destruction deployed their domains of divinity. His 3 souls became synchronized, and the 2 domains of divinity slowly started to fuse. Bizarre transformations gradually took place in the gymnasium. The gymnasium was shrouded by powerful boundaries supported by energy towers. The elements in the environment were kept isolated outside the gymnasium. Elemental energies could barely flow into the gymnasium through the boundaries. However, after Han Shuo's domains of divinity fused, loud popping noises started coming from the boundaries around him. It was as though the element of death outside the gymnasium felt an intense attraction and were trying to force their way into the gymnasium. The 3 Han Shuos stood shoulder to shoulder in the gymnasium. His avatars of death and destruction were using their divine souls to feel the changes taking place in their domain of divinity. Power of faith strings filled the domain and was rapidly revolving in trajectories conforming to the edict of destruction. With one thought, Han Shuo condensed the destruction divine energy in his body to form an orb of destruction. Inside the amalgamated domain of divinity, the rate at which the orb materialized had increased by multiple folds. As soon as the orb was formed, it automatically traveled in special trajectories inside the domain, similar to the power of faith strings around it. Han Shuo's avatar of destruction started condensing more orbs of destruction. The orbs glistened with a dark luster. The destruction divine energy made buzzing noises like electrical sparks inside the orbs. They were rapidly moving around in the same trajectory as the power of faith strings. The orbs of destruction automatically traveled around the hybrid domain of divinity, following unique trajectories, and Han Shuo had no direct control over their movements. It was as though his hybrid domain of divinity was doing the task for him. Han Shuo could not be more amazed. The orbs of destruction fluttered all around in the domain of divinity. They were the size of a clenched fist when they were first produced, but gradually they increased in size. The destruction divine energy they contained also grew more and more, making the orbs more and more potent in power. The orbs of destruction that had left Han Shuo's control grew much more powerful under the effect of the hybrid domain. They rapidly revolved in trajectories of the Edict of Destruction and caused Han Shuo's domain to be more and more chaotic. At this moment, a slender and curvy figure entered the gymnasium. When the person entered the gymnasium, it was as though the energy that had been building up in the amalgamated domain had found a vent and swarmed towards the person. The orbs of destruction that had been fluttering about charged towards the person in trajectories of destruction edict. A series of crackle and rattle sounded from the area. The beautiful figure hastily put up defenses against the spontaneous attack from Han Shuo's domain of divinity and quickly retreated. With one thought, the synchrony between the three souls was broken. With that, the hybrid domain of divinity vanished. The instant that the domain disappeared, Han Shuo regained full control over the orbs of destruction. They flew back towards Han Shuo and vanished into his palm. After the domain of divinity disappeared, Rose, the beautiful figure, cautiously stepped back into the gymnasium. She gazed at Han Shuo with astonished eyes and asked puzzlingly, "What was that about?" "Nothing," replied Han Shuo as he bunched his brows as though in deep thought. The competition between the 7 divine guard corps of the City of Shadows was right around the corner, and therefore Han Shuo had been staying in his Han residence. After the 8 Desolation and Torment formation was built, Han Shuo's friends and girlfriends had gone inside to cultivate. Han Shuo, meanwhile, had been nursing the injuries of his demonic infant while studying the wonderful amalgamated domain of divinity. Han Shuo was very surprised by how wonderfully the fused domains of divinity performed in the duel with Hofs. Since that battle, he started repeatedly deploy the hybrid domain to understand what other miraculous functions it had. As he had nothing to do for the moment, he asked Rose to be his sparring partner. Rose was extremely astonished by the existence of his 2 avatars and was even more surprised that their domains of divinity could fuse to form something new. Rose had never heard of such a thing. She showed great interest in it and had been very helpful to Han Shuo in unraveling the mysteries of the hybrid domain. Your domain of divinity is very hostile towards others. Other than yourself, all those who approach your domain would be attacked by it. Can you control it? Asked Rose after thinking for a moment. She seemed somewhat worried. This was indeed a major challenge for Han Shuo. After much experimentation, Han Shuo discovered that for the time being, he could not fully control the amalgamated domain of divinity. Once the 2 domains fused, any person near it, other than himself, would be attacked by the domain. Even his closest friend was no exception. This was a big headache for Han Shuo because it meant that once he deploys the hybrid domain, he must fight against his enemies alone, and no ally can fight alongside him or else. His ally would suffer the indifferent attacks from his domain. His allies, such as Emily and Lisa, whose strengths were relatively weak, could suffer serious or even fatal injuries to his hybrid domain of divinity. It was needless to say that Han Shuo was unwilling to see that happen. Han Shuo, who was in a pensive look, forced a smile and shook his head. He replied, "Sai, I don't know what's going on either. I'm still trying to find a way of controlling it. That will come soon, I hope." After a short pause, Han Shuo put on a delighted look and said, "Anyhow, the orbs of destruction could amplify in power just by traveling in special trajectories conforming to the Edict of Destruction inside the new domain. It appeared that the new domain of divinity could not only amplify the power of boundaries deployed, but it also has the same effect on regular attacks." "Really? That's wonderful," cried Rose in delighted surprise. She then exclaimed in admiration, Your two avatars are currently just mid-gods, but the new domain they form is already so terrifying. Once your avatars manage to make breakthroughs, and when you fully master your new domain, I reckon your strength will yet again rise significantly. This is so mind-blowing. Han Shuo nodded with a faint smile and said, "That's why I must learn to fully control my hybrid domain of divinity as soon as possible." Han Shuo further discussed the characteristics of the hybrid domain with Rose a little longer before leaving the gymnasium. Rose did not leave with Han Shuo. Instead, she stayed in the gymnasium and cultivated alone. The gymnasium was specially for her and Han Shuo to use. She was very happy with the arrangement. Soon after Han Shuo sat down in his home office, Sanguis, who learned that Han Shuo had come out from the gymnasium, went in and announced, "Master, your friends have come to visit you." "Who are they?" Han Shuo had many friends in the City of Shadows. Currently, every major family clans would throw olive branches at Han Shuo and would always try to improve their relationships with Han Shuo. They would come to visit Han Shuo from time to time. Han Shuo had no idea which among them Sanguis was referring to. They are not locals and are rather young. Sanguis tried recalling for a moment and said, "I think they are called Bolton and Li Wei." "Oh," Han Shuo softly exclaimed before he put on a faint smile and said, "It's them. How unexpected. Where are they?" "They arrived 7 days ago and were placed in the Eastern Guest House," replied Sanguis. Han Shuo nodded, and without another word, he headed straight for the Eastern Guest House. Before Han Shuo had reached the area, Han Shuo had located Bolton and Li Wei, though his demon generals. "What a joy to be visited by friends from afar. Haha, welcome to the Han residence," said Han Shuo laughingly as he stepped into the guest house. The visitors were Bolton, Bowen, Li Wei, and most surprisingly, Dagacy the Ancient Lizard King. Back then in the Profound Continent, Dagacy the Ancient Lizard King had provided Han Shuo assistance and valuable guidance. Dagacy left the Profound Continent soon after, and Han Shuo had not seen him again since then. Han Shuo later learned from Li Wei that Dagacy was with her family clan. Dagacy had now become a mid-stage low god of darkness. His aged appearance remained pretty much the same. Dagacy seemed very shocked to see Han Shuo again, as though he could not believe the man before him was the Han Shuo he knew. "Brian, is it really you?" Han Shuo laughed out loud and stepped forward to hug the Ancient Lizard King. He cordially replied, "Of course it is me. How unexpected, we meet again. I was told that Lady Li Wei met you in Profound Continent, but never had I expected that the Brian of the City of Shadows would be the same person. Who would have thought that you could gain a foothold in the City of Shadows in such a short time? Youngster, you truly are unbelievably amazing," exclaimed Dagacy in amazement. "Meh, there's nothing to it." He rose to heights by stepping on Sister Donna's House of Lavers and fawning on the House of Saint. He even seized Sister Donna's house. What a shame! Sister Donna treated him well when he had nothing, and yet he would cross Donna, said Li Wei after she shot a cold glance at Han Shuo. Bolton, who was standing beside them, seemed rather awkward and forced a laugh to break the tense atmosphere. He interjected, "Brian, we have come here on behalf of our family clan to discuss business cooperation with your Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Haha, although we are located in the dominions of death and darkness, we have heard much about your Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. Our elders knew that we are friends and therefore sent us here for negotiation." Han Shuo did not respond to Bolton, but looked at Li Wei in a bitter smile. After quite a while, he let out a soft sigh and said, "I can't blame you for misunderstanding the situation. But I must say that I have never forgotten about Donna and the kindness she showed me. I have no grudges with her House of Lavers, but Avery had tried to kill me again and again, leaving me with no option but to fight. I only have grudges with Avery, not Donna. You now own the Lavers residence while Sister Donna is homeless. What's the point of saying these words now?" replied Li Wei after she snorted. Although Han Shuo did it because he had no other choice, he was, after all, victorious in the conflict. People usually sympathize with the defeated, and Han Shuo could understand that Li Wei would have difficulties changing her opinion within a short time. Han Shuo shook his head helplessly and did not explain himself any further. He asked Bolton, "Your family clan wishes to buy the medicines I personally refined, right?" "Nope." Bolton shook his head and smilingly said, Our elders wish to open a Celestial Pearl Pharmacy franchise in the Destruction Dominion. Will you be interested? Han Xiu was elated by the proposal. He immediately nodded smilingly and replied, "Of course I am." Chapter 777. I am now his slave. GDK 777. I am now his slave. Crystal coins are indispensable for a family clan that wishes to rapidly expand and grow. As the House of Han grows bigger and their members grow stronger, their consumption rate of crystal coins would increase. The Celestial Pearl Pharmacy was generating enough income from the City of Shadows to sustain all expenditures of the House of Han, for the present. However, the House of Han will only increase in size. Recruiting divine guards would require a large amount of crystal coins. If the income does not grow in tandem with the growing expenses, the House of Han might one day find themselves in a situation where they were strapped for cash. In recent times, Phoebe and Emily had been discussing how they should expand Celestial Pearl to other cities of the Darkness Dominion. Han Xiu had risked his life and went through great effort to kill Hassling of Godswamp Pharmacy because he had this grand vision in mind. And now, out of nowhere, two family clans from the Death and Destruction Dominions tossed him olive branches, offering him a chance to expand the Celestial Pearl to those dominions. This could mean a substantial increase to the House of Han's income. It was needless to say that Han Xiu would not decline any opportunity for great profits. Our family elders see the tremendous growth potential in your pharmacy. They wish to cooperate with you and help Celestial Pearl increase its reach by establishing a presence in the Destruction Dominion. You will supply the medicines and pharmacists, while our family clan will be responsible for setting up the stores through the connections we have in the Destruction Dominion. We propose that the profits be evenly split, said Bolton straightforwardly, after seeing that Han Xiu was welcoming of the idea. Haha, I'm sure that this will be a fruitful joint business venture. Han Xiu said smilingly, but as to the specifics of the deal, you should discuss it with my executives. Unlike me, they are up to date to Celestial Pearl's situation and are more suited to make such negotiations. Han Xiu was no longer involved in the daily operations of Celestial Pearl and was not good at negotiating terms for business cooperation. However, Phoebe and Emily were skilled at it. Han Xiu believed that they could strike a great deal for his Celestial Pearl and House of Han. Sure, absolutely. Bolton gladly agreed and smilingly replied, I'm here just to relay the wishes of my family clan and to get your approval. I will inform my elders in a moment, and they will send others here to discuss the specifics. Bolton and Bowen were sent there by their family clan because the two had befriended Han Xiu back in Profound Continent. Their family clan knew of the miraculousness of Han Xiu's medicines and believe that they will make loads of crystal coins by forming a joint venture with Han Xiu's pharmacy. Bolton and Bowen were there to sell Han Xiu the idea and get him interested. Once Han Xiu agreed to it, the two brothers would leave the rest to professionals from their family clan to handle the intricacies. Very well, I will inform my executives about it later, replied Han Xiu as he nodded. He could not be more delighted. Once Celestial Pearl expanded its reach to the Destruction Dominion, the House of Han would have even greater financial power, allowing it to rapidly grow in strength and influence. Lady Li Wei, I believe it's now our turn to declare our position. Ancient Lizard King Dagasi softly reminded Li Wei after seeing that Bolton had reached an agreement with Han Xiu. Dagasi felt no animosity towards Han Xiu. On the contrary, he could not be more admiring of Han Xiu. Li Wei went to the City of Shadows with the same objective as Bolton and Bowen. Although she was discontented at Han Xiu, she will not abandon the task her family clan assigned her. Li Wei pouted and seemed unwilling. She let out a soft groan before she said, Our House of Chiron has the same intent. Han Xiu knew that Li Wei was still pissed at him, but he wasn't going to bicker with her for it. He smilingly replied, Sure, no problem. Like Bolton's family clan, my executives will discuss the specifics with professionals of your family clan when they are here. After pausing for a moment, Han Xiu smilingly invited, Now that you guys are at the City of Shadows, why not tour around the city and have some fun? Haha, if you want to, I can accompany you guys. No thanks, I've been here before and know where all the entertaining places are, Li Wei coldly declined right away. She continued, Besides, A noble as high-ranking as you are must be very busy. How would we dare inconvenient you to personally keep us company?" Bolton, who originally wanted to say yes, forced a laugh and said nothing. "Lady Li Wei, I have not met Brian for ages. If your ladyship doesn't mind, I wish to talk with Brian," asked ancient lizard King Dagacy, and he bowed at Li Wei. "Whatever," replied Li Wei in a sulky face. Han Xiu sighed in his mind. He knew that Li Wei had misunderstood him because of his clashing with the House of Lavers. He was currently living on the former Lavers' residence, and even Fort Lasberg now became a territory of his House of Han. It wasn't all false that Han Xiu had risen to his height by stepping on the House of Lavers. Li Wei then bitterly left. Bolton shrugged and smiled at Han Xiu before saying, "We have heard a thing or two about the friction between you and the House of Lavers. Li Wei is very close to Donna. It's normal that she couldn't see through it in such a short time. Don't take offense." Bolton took a short pause before he added, "There will always be competition between family clans. No one knew when a family clan would rise or fall. The House of Lavers left the City of Shadows, but that doesn't mean they will continue to decline. Don't brood over it." Contrary to expectations, Han Xiu was admiring of Li Wei for standing up to him and disapproved of Bolton's unsympathetic comment. Donna had been caring toward Bolton and Bowen back on Profound Continent. It was clear to Han Xiu that Bolton displayed not the slightest anger towards him, because his House of Han would be a valuable partner to Bolton's family clan. Li Wei, however, was a much more genuine person, and it showed that she was loyal to her friends. Han Xiu nodded. The faint smile on his face did not diminish. He replied, "Don't worry, I have taken no offense at all. But I still feel guilty about Donna's situation. I will make sure to explain everything to her when I see her again." The joint venture would be very profitable to both sides. Han Xiu, as the patriarch of his family clan, will never risk alienating this large gold mine. He played along and made light chat with Bolton in a seemingly cordial smile. Shortly after, Bolton and Bowen also left, leaving Dagacy with Han Xiu. Dagacy immediately started asking Han Xiu things related to Profound Continent, especially about the lizardmen who live in the underground world. "Don't worry, your people are doing well in the underground world. Come with me, there's someone I want you to meet," said Han Xiu smilingly. "Who?" asked Dagacy puzzlingly. "You'll see," replied Han Xiu smilingly. He led Dagacy to the gymnasium where Rose was. Rose was still cultivating in the gymnasium. Her eyes glistened with astonished rays when Dagacy entered. She looked up and down at Dagacy a few times before she nodded her head coldly and said, "So you are the big lizard." Dagacy stared blankly for a moment. He looked at Rose in confusion as he asked, "Who are you? Do I know you?" A giant false image appeared behind Rose. It bore her seductive and beautiful face, but had the body of a giant spider. It looked down at Dagacy from midair and sternly shouted, "Big lizard, you better not mess with my followers." Instantly, a shiver traveled from Dagacy's head to his toe. He shrieked in horror, "Spider goddess Rose?" The image abruptly vanished. Rose nodded and said, "Yes, it is me, so you do remember me telling you those words, huh?" Dagacy became even more frightened. He cried in alarm, "Why are you here? Why are you with Brian?" After a short pause, Dagacy suddenly turned to Han Xiu and asked, "Brian, did you sell out our race of lizardmen to her?" Dagacy's people and the dark elves who dwelled in the underground world had always been in conflict. He wrongly assumed the worst when he saw that Rose was with Han Xiu. Rose remained silent, but Han Xiu smilingly explained, "Of course not. I would never let the dark elves persecute your lizardmen. Rose is now a member of my House of Han, and your people are living in harmony with the dark elves." Han Xiu then turned to Rose and smilingly said, "Don't you think you owe him an apology after having locked him up for so long?" It was Spider Goddess Rose who had imprisoned ancient lizard King Dagacy. Back then, she temporarily descended upon Profound Continent by sacrificing several hundred dark elves. Once there, she easily defeated Dagacy. But as Dagacy's former master was a member of the Chiron family of the Death Dominion, Rose did not kill him but imprisoned him. Then one day, Han Xiu discovered the magical crystal or mountain Dagacy was locked in and freed Dagacy from the seal. As Dagacy knew that the dark elves worshipped Rose, he did not massacre the dark elves after he was freed. Rose seemed rather unwilling to apologize. Dagassi had massacred a large number of her dark elves before he was imprisoned. Rose had merely imprisoned him and did not kill him. From her point of view, she had done nothing wrong. But as Rose cannot go against Han Shuo's command, after much hesitation, she softly said, "Sorry for imprisoning you for so many years." Dagassi put on a startled face. He looked back and forth at Rose and Han Shuo before he puzzlingly asked, "You two, what is the relationship between the two of you?" Rose seemed embarrassed to hear Dagassi's question. After taking a quick peek at the smiling Han Shuo, Rose softly replied, I'm now his slave." "What?" Dagassi put on a flabbergasted face as he cried out in alarm, "You are his slave, but you are a high god. I learned of it after I arrived on Elysium. It was because of this that I dared not seek revenge against you. How in the world did you become his slave? It's hard to explain." Han Shuo smilingly said to Dagassi, "Look, the grudges took place long ago and Rose has apologized. You should now bury the hatchet." Dagassi had yet to wake up from the shock and continue looking at the two with astonishment. A long, long time later, he forced a smile and sighed. He said, "Oh, Brian, you really are an inconceivably amazing youngster. You have placed her into such a lowly position and even got back at her for me. Is there any room left for me to say no? Besides, I'm absolutely no match against her." "That's good. Hee, I will make sure to punish her on your behalf," said Han Shuo in a mischievous smile while looking at the seductive and beautiful Rose. Chapter 778, Ludicrous Promise, GDK 778. Ludicrous Promise, Han Shuo spent the next couple of days with Dagassi. They talked and recalled about old tales in the profound continent. Out of Han Shuo's expectation, Fire Elite Zombie's godmother, the Emperor of Flames, was acquainted with ancient lizard King Dagassi. She seemed very excited to unexpectedly meet Dagassi again. The Emperor of Flames, who had named herself Yan Yan, cultivated in the elemental energy of fire. She currently possessed mid-stage low god strength. Back then in the dark forest, she and Dagassi could be considered neighbors. Before Dagassi was sealed by Spider Goddess Rose, he had been to the place of extreme fire where she lived and started conflicts with her. In the place of extreme fire, the Emperor of Flames possessed absolute superiority and Dagassi could not touch her. They were able to injure each other and somehow ended up becoming friends. They did not expect to meet each other again on Elysium. They were therefore very excited and kept on talking about interesting past events. Dagassi used to provide Han Shuo assistance back then on the profound continent. Now that Dagassi has come to his Han residence in the City of Shadows, Han Shuo naturally would gift Dagassi something as a courtesy. Han Shuo knew that the House of Chiron had treated Dagassi decently, and he was not lacking in divine weapons or divine armors. After some consideration, Han Shuo decided to gift Dagassi with some pelleted medicines he had personally refined. Han Shuo's medicines were famous for their value. Dagassi, being very close to Han Shuo, spared him the courteous decline and gladly accepted the valuable gift. Seeing that Dagassi and Yan Yan had a lot to talk about, Han Shuo tactfully left the two to themselves. Han Shuo continued to study the hybrid domain of divinity with Rose for the next few days. But unfortunately, no matter how much he tried, he could not bring the hybrid domain of divinity under his control. The members of the House of Han assiduously tempered themselves in the 8 Desolation and Torment formation, where they had to fight through countless perils. With Cauldron's spirit controlling the formation, they were pushed to their limits, and their hidden potentials were aroused. They would get flashes of realizations from time to time. Their strengths were rapidly improving. The Han residence currently housed a library filled with divine scrolls. The collection was acquired by men sent by Han Shuo from various major divine scroll stores. There were scrolls for every realm of every type of fundamental energy. As the members of the Han family were very close and harmonious, they would share their cultivation experiences with each other without any reservation. This saved those who were trying to catch up a lot of time and vain effort. Gradually and unknowingly, every member of the Han family gained substantial improvement in strength. Seeing that the competition between the 7 core will soon begin, Han Shuo stopped exploring his hybrid domain of divinity with Rose and headed to the 5th core with Sanguis, Ballins, and Gilbert. After having been restructured, the Fifth Corps became much more orderly and quiet than before. The divine guards stationed at the entrance stood straight and tall. They wore steady and stern faces. No merrymaking noises could be heard near or in the Fifth Corps. One could sense the solemn atmosphere before even stepping into the compound. As soon as the divine guards saw Han Shuo, they saluted, "Hail Lord Brian." Han Shuo nodded in response before instructing, "Assemble everyone. I want to see if my troops are ready for the competition." "Yes, my lord. We cannot wait for the competition," replied a divine guard. When Han Shuo first took over the Fifth Corps, the divine guards had neither the will nor intention to join the competition of 7 corps. They had no fighting spirit in them and were satisfied with just getting their days by. However, after a round of tempering inside the 8 Desolation and Torment formation, having experienced horrific scenes and dangers in the demonic formation, their demeanors and mentality transformed. Not only that they were no longer afraid of such a challenge, but they also looked forward to it. They wished to have the competition and fight elite troops of other corps right then and right there. With several men passing the command, the only company of divine guards of the Fifth Corps assembled before Han Shuo in no time. The almost 100 men strong divine guards wore stern faces and stood as steady as a boulder. An invisible but strong, austere aura spread from the company. Every divine guard gave off an air of indifference towards life and the courage to stare death in the face. Their eyes were filled with unswerving determination and valor. These were qualities that cannot be gained other than living through extensive massacre and bloodshed. After scanning each and every one of their faces, Han Shuo nodded like a proud father. He was very satisfied with the demeanor they displayed. He thought, the 8 Desolation and Torment formation have indeed toughened up and transformed them. Even their bearings have completely changed. They definitely will shock everyone in the competition. As all of you should know, the competition between the 7 corps will take place very soon. I have made a great deal of effort to improve your strengths as much as possible in the shortest time. This is the chance for our 5th Corps to prove ourselves and regain respect in the City of Shadows. I hope I will not be disappointed," said Han Shuo in a deep voice as his gaze traveled across the divine guards. "Rest assured, my lord, we are no longer the 5th Corps that drinks alcohol and sleeps all day. I believe that our 5th Corps will rank among the top in the competition," exclaimed Barnard confidently. The corners of Han Shuo's lips curved to make a satisfied smile. He proudly declared, "If we are to join the competition, then we should only strive for one goal, to win the first place." Under the astonished gazes of the divine guards, Han Shuo continued smilingly, "Don't be surprised. I have faith in all of you. You can take the first place without a doubt. We are going to shake up the rankings of the 7 corps of the City of Shadows. You will take the first place in the team competition, while I will defeat Ayabashi and become the top-ranking Divine Guard Chief in the city. Our 5th Corps shall become the strongest army in the City of Shadows." Although Han Shuo's words might be ludicrous to some, to these divine guards standing before him, they sounded bold and filled with sureness. These men worshipped true experts. For some reason, when Han Shuo made the daring claim that he will defeat Ayabashi, the current top-ranking Divine Guard Chief, a fire in their heart was ignited. They could not be more enthusiastic and energized. "Rest assured, my lord, we will defeat the 2nd Corps. If your lordship has the confidence to defeat Lord Ayabashi, then we have the confidence to take the first place in the team competition. Don't worry, my lord. Our 5th Corps will emerge victorious in the competition." The Divine Guards expressed their burning excitement and confidence to Han Shuo. They could not be more ready for the upcoming competition. "Excellent," Han Shuo shouted. "We will tread on top all of them and prove that we are the strongest. We are the strongest, we are the strongest, we are the strongest," chanted the Divine Guards loudly. They were brimming with energy and desire for glory. Han Shuo did not leave the 5th Corps after that, but spent all his time with the Divine Guards in a gymnasium in the 5th Corps. Inside the gymnasium, Han Shuo coldly observed as the Divine Guards sparred with each other. He did not participate in the sparring, but he sent Sanguis, Ballins, and Gilbert to the field, allowing them to accept any challenges from the Divine Guards. Sanguis, Ballins, and Gilbert were relatively powerful to begin with, and after they were tempered in the 8 Desolation and Torment formation, they obtained substantial improvement to their strengths. Of all those divine guards who challenged the three to a spar, none could defeat the three. Although the divine guards had never witnessed Han Shuo's true might with their own eyes, from the fact that none of them could defeat Han Shuo's three apprentices, they knew that Han Shuo must be quite something. The divine guards found Han Shuo to be a person filled with mysteries and revered Han Shuo from their hearts. Time flew by. An official notice from the House of Saint was delivered to the Fifth Corps, informing that the competition will be held at Soaring Cloud Mountain Range. After receiving the notice, Han Shuo went through his checklist one last time and led the only company in his Fifth Corps away from the city and towards the mountain range. Soaring Cloud Mountain Range was north to the City of Shadows. Han Shuo had been to the mountain range multiple times to collect medicinal ingredients. He was very familiar with the terrain over there. The company of divine guards from the Fifth Corps marched behind Han Shuo majestically, naturally emanating their kick-ass valor. The civilians and members of lesser family clans they met along the way automatically evaded them. After the large God Hunters base Han Shuo discovered was sacked, the God Hunters seemed to have abruptly vanished from the City of Shadows territories. It had been a long time since the gods that dwelled and traveled in the region met any God Hunter. The mountain ranges around the City of Shadows became very safe. Han Shuo originally planned on tempering his divine guards by having them hunt and kill God Hunters. However, after searching all around using his demon general, Han Shuo discovered not a single trail of the God Hunters. He had no choice but to give up on that plan. The company traveled towards Soaring Cloud Mountain Range unhurriedly. Han Shuo asked Balins to teach the less experienced divine guards the techniques of tracking, moving stealthily, and assassination. Although Gilbert and Sanguis had been rapidly improving in strength, they were still far behind Balins when it came to the mastery of certain special skills. Following Han Shuo's command, they humbly asked Balins for guidance related to the subject, and studied it along with the divine guards. Mastering the technique of tracking and stealthily stalk someone cannot come without practical training. As God Hunters had not appeared in the territory of the City of Shadows for a long time, Han Shuo allowed his divine guards to scatter around so that they can hide from and hunt for each other using the techniques they just learned from Balins. On one day, while Han Shuo was deeply pondering about how to bring his hybrid domain of divinity under his control, he suddenly saw that Barnard was walking towards him in hasty footsteps. After saluting Han Shuo, Barnard reported, "My lord, it's been 5 days but the two still have not returned." Before allowing his divine guards to practice tracking and stalking each other, Han Shuo had explicitly stipulated that no matter the circumstances, they must return to the company once every 4 days. The two divine guards Barnard mentioned had not returned to the company for 5 days. This indicated that the two were either in deep trouble or had been in deep trouble. "Understood," replied Han Shuo as he stood up. Chapter 779, Enemy in the Dark, GDK 779. Enemy in the Dark losing 2 divine guards had sent Han Shuo into high alert mode. He immediately commanded his divine guards to stay close and to always be within 100 miles to the company. Han Shuo's demon generals could only reach the maximum of 100 miles from him. As long as his divine guards were within 100 miles, Han Shuo could use his demon generals to quickly assist them if they ran into any troubles. The divine guards also turned cautious and alerted. Han Shuo used his demon generals to probe the terrain around him while searching for the 2 divine guards who had abruptly disappeared. However, Han Shuo couldn't find a trace of them. The company kept on its course towards the Soaring Cloud Mountain Range, but started traveling even slower. Under Balin's guidance, the divine guards had improved in their tracking and stalking skills. They too had been searching for the lost divine guards, but they also found nothing. Using the far-reaching visions of his demon generals, Han Shuo saw many merchant caravans passing by as well as members of small family clans who went into the mountain range to temper themselves. He observed them for a long time, but discovered that there was nothing suspicious about them. Han Shuo was at a loss. He kept on racking his head on what could possibly happen to his 2 divine guards that went missing. He wondered if an unknown force was trying to get him, or if the 2 divine guards had provoked someone they shouldn't. Another 5 days had passed. The 2 missing divine guards still had not returned. This meant that they most likely had perished. With that, Han Shuo started considering who among his enemies could possibly kill them. Han Shuo had been on the Elysium for a long time and had made a whole lot of enemies. Among them, the most likely should be Hoffs that he had recently offended. However, with Hushville City still in disorder, Hoffs, who had yet to fully recover from his injuries, should be completely occupied on suppressing rebelling voices and his political enemies in the city. Even if he had found out that Han Shuo was behind the attack on Hushville City, he wouldn't have the time nor energy to travel all the way to the City of Shadows and mess with Han Shuo. After Hoffs, the God Hunters would be another powerful enemy of Han Shuo's. However, Han Shuo had not made himself conspicuous to the God Hunters during the attack on the God Hunters' base. Even if the God Hunters were to retaliate, they should be putting their crosshair on the house of Saint first rather than Han Shuo. After much pondering, Han Shuo could not think of any enemy who had the capacity or motive to attack him at present. As Han Shuo could not find any clues for the moment, he had no choice but to leave the matter unresolved. The company continued traveling towards Soaring Cloud Mountain Range. 300 miles from Han Shuo was an enormous waterfall. Its swift water sparkled as it splashed into an enormous, bottomless pond on its feet. Ahead of the bottomless pond were several enormous boulders that had been polished glossy and smooth by water. Several gods wearing dark faces were standing on them. The patriarch of the House of Lavers, Felder, wore a dark face as he glared at the apprehensive Deloxys. He berated, "Why did you strike without my permission?" When the House of Lavers withdrew from the City of Shadows, Deloxys too withdrew away from the city with his family clan. However, he never forgot about his grudges with Han Shuo and had carved it in his heart and bones. "Patriarch, I was just trying to reduce their strength bit by bit," replied Deloxys with his head lowered. He seemed rather nervous. "Fool, doing so will only put that cunning youngster into alert," Felder loudly chided. "I have told you many times before not to act rashly. What you did wasn't just self-defeating, you have jeopardized our mission of avenging your uncle's death." "I'm sorry, Patriarch." Deloxys hastily admitted his mistake after he was angrily berated by Felder. But after a short pause, Deloxys hesitantly asked, "Patriarch, is he really the guy who attacked Hushville City? I have met him multiple times before, but he didn't seem that terrifying. If he can't even manage to fool you, how would he have the capacity to replace our House of Lavers in the City of Shadows?" Felder coldly groaned and said, "Donna knew him much better than you do." She immediately knew that it was Brian after learning of the specifics of the incident. Back then, in that low-level material plane, Donna had seen that unique life form that appeared in Hushville City. It definitely was him. "Patriarch, why isn't elder sister Donna joining us? Given how much she knew that guy, this mission of ours would have a greater chance of success," asked Deloxys after hearing Felder's explanation. Felder let out a soft sigh before he replied, "I don't know why, but Donna just wouldn't agree to harm that youngster. In fact, I have to hide what we are doing right now from her." It appeared that Deloxys held grievances towards Donna. He thought that Donna was the main reason the House of Lavers declined. If Donna had not recommended Brian to the City of Shadows, their House of Lavers wouldn't have experienced so many ordeals. If Donna wasn't Felder's daughter, Deloxys might have proposed to oust Donna long ago. "Patriarch Felder, with your House of Lavers joining our City of Gorging Clouds, as per our agreement, we shall do all we can to eliminate that fella for you," said a short and small middle-aged man with dark skin and thick sideburns. The short man had been listening to Felder and Deloxys' conversation. He took a short pause before he continued, "But you too should know about certain unwritten rules in the Darkness Dominion. Although the City of Shadows is far below our City of Gorging Clouds in terms of strength, we do not wish to alert the House of Saint. We can only assist with this matter of yours in the dark. Lord Lachrison, our House of Felder has lived in the Darkness Dominion for many years and knows all the unwritten rules in this dominion." Felder was rather respectful towards the short man with sideburns. "I know that your lordship must not go against the House of Saint openly and risk the wrath of the Overgod. All I ask for is that youngster's life. If it wasn't for that incident in Hushville City, I wouldn't have inconvenienced Lord Lachrison to aid us in this matter." Lachrison nodded and smilingly replied, Thank you for understanding. And don't worry, Hofs of Hushville City is the weakest city lord in the Dominion. We have more than a single expert with strength greater than Hofs in the city of Gorging Clouds. Even if it is true that the youngster was behind the Hushville City incident, we would still have more than enough to finish him. Although the House of Lavers had left the City of Shadows, they had managed to preserve most of their strength. The House of Lavers possessed not just elite divine guards, but also a vast reserve of wealth. They were highly sought after by every other city in the Darkness Dominion. Before the Lavers family had withdrawn from the City of Shadows, Felder was secretly reached out by the representatives of city lords of many other cities. After considering the strengths of those city lords, Felder finally decided to lean on the strongest city in the Darkness Dominion, the City of Gorging Clouds. Felder naturally discussed some terms with the city before joining it. His family clan joining the city will make the city even stronger, while the CID will safeguard the House of Lavers' interest. Asking the City of Gorging Clouds to assist him in killing Han Shuo was an afterthought of Felder's. To the City of Gorging Clouds, gaining the House of Lavers far outweighs the possible repercussions of assassinating a promising young expert who recently made a debut. Therefore, they agreed to Felder's request without the slightest hesitation. Felder had lived in the City of Shadows for many years, and he understood the situation in the city very well. He knew that it was extremely difficult to kill Han Shuo in the city. Even if he somehow succeeded, he would face great difficulty in escaping. He knew he must wait for an opportunity to assassinate Han Shuo outside the city. The competition between the 7 corps would create the right set of circumstances for Felder. After learning that the 5th Corps of the City of Shadows will participate in the competition, Felder realized that it was the chance he had been waiting for. He utilized the remaining connection he had in the city to learn that the competition will be held on Soaring Cloud Mountain Range. Therefore, he was able to plan and prepare ahead. Thank you, Lord Lackreisen. As long as the youngster is dead, I will convince my daughter to willingly marry your esteemed son, pledged Felder in a deep voice. Lackreisen laughed heartily. He was very delighted. In a friendly voice, he replied, "We will soon be a family. Be at ease, for I will do everything I can to aid you. That youngster has nearly 100 divine guards around him. It would make killing him difficult. What do you think, Lord Lackreisen?" After a short pause, Felder added, "Based on my daughter's words, the strange life form possessed by that youngster is extremely miraculous. It seemed as though they could cloak and be his eyes and ears. His performance in Hushville City had matched the description of my daughter. This will not be easy. It's no bother. We came in a small number. I can lead you in avoiding the detection of those life forms. The divine guards will not be beside him all the time. We just have to wait for a suitable opportunity to present itself before ganging up on him. There is no way he can escape as he did in Hushville City," said Lackreisen confidently, as though he had a full grasp of the future. "Well, if Lord Lackreisen says so, I'm at ease," said Felder noddingly. He seemed to have complete faith in Lackreisen. No matter how much Han Shuo racked his brain, he wouldn't have expected that it would be the House of Lavers that left the City of Shadows long ago that was trying to get him. He continued to slowly travel towards Soaring Cloud Mountain Range with his divine guards. As Han Shuo wanted to further temper his divine guards along the journey, he had set off for the mountain range ahead of other divine guard corps. Therefore, they had not met any other divine guards during their journey. They were getting closer and closer to the mountain range unknowingly. On one day, Han Shuo and his divine guards arrived at the waterfall where Felder and the others had their meeting. The 5th Corps divine guards were not all male. The female divine guards were excited to see a clean pool and asked for permission to bathe in the water. Rose, who had been following behind Han Shuo quietly all along, also asked to stay there for a while. As Han Shuo wasn't in a hurry with the journey, he agreed to their request. Naturally, the male divine guards, including Han Shuo, must keep away from the pond where the ladies will bath. They have therefore dispersed around. For some reason, a feeling of distress suddenly rose in Han Shuo's heart. Han Shuo had full confidence in his senses. On top of that, with 2 of his divine guards having inexplicably disappeared, Han Shuo immediately put on his guard. Chapter 780, Trapped GDK 780. Trapped Han Shuo always has a few demon generals that patrol around him at all times. As soon as Han Shuo get that very uncomfortable sensation, his demon generals fluttered around him and probed everywhere. Although his demon generals discovered nothing, the uncomfortable feeling had not left Han Shuo for a moment. This made Han Shuo even more alarmed. He had the 17 flying swords on standby, ready to handle any sudden assault. At present, Sanguis, Gilbert, and some Fifth Corps Divine Guards were listening to Balin's lecture on the techniques of assassination some distance away. The nearest Divine Guard to Han Shuo was 300 meters away. Everything looked perfectly fine, but everything felt totally wrong. The inexplicable feeling of great danger continued to threaten him even as his demon generals found no abnormality in the surrounding. Han Shuo did not take it as a sign that he should relax, but rather to be more careful. His heart may be as turbulent as the sea in a thunderstorm, but he nonetheless wore the same old calm and unruffled expression on his face. He sat silently on a boulder with his head hung as though he was pondering something. All of a sudden, the space before Han Shuo seemed to have been torn as a dazzling light warped the region. The space-time started fluctuating violently. In the next instance, Han Shuo found that the space seemed to have frozen. The wind, the grass, and everything instantly turned still as though time has been stopped. Several humanoid figures made of light and shadow suddenly appeared out of the region with intense space-time fluctuation. They assembled a potent binding power in no time and sent it towards Han Shuo. The power came swiftly and suddenly. Before Han Shuo could react, he found that his body had been solidly restrained as though incorporeal chains had firmly tied his arms and legs. The figures that emerged from bright light then charged towards Han Shuo. Every one of them wore a thin mask of pale white shade. There were no openings on the mask save for 2 slender gaps that revealed their eyes. It made the attackers appear eerily terrifying. The attackers were made up of 5 high gods. The one in the front cultivated in the Edict of Destruction. He was rather low in height. He wore a dark glove made using an unknown but precious material. It was pierced with bizarre speckles and carried an astonishing aura of destruction around it. The 4 behind the short person were also high gods, but they were slightly weaker in strength. They all wore the same clothing as the short person leading the charge, but differed in height. They each wielded different weapons, and it was obvious that the weapons were all very precious and outstanding. The 5 had the same ice-gold eyes. The killing intent emanating from their bodies were swarming towards Han Shuo. It cannot be more obvious that they intend to take Han Shuo's life right on the spot. The energy binding Han Shuo's body was tremendous. His arms and legs were securely locked in place by 5 different energies. Han Shuo immediately detected that the energies originated from the 5 attacking charging at him. In an instant, Han Shuo abruptly calmed his mind. All 5 assassins possessed high god strength. The short man leading the charge was at late-stage high god realm. Just handling him alone would be as demanding as fighting Hoffs, which Han Shuo recently had the experience of. He knew that breaking free from the shackles, channeled by the 5 high gods, would be extremely difficult. Seeing that the 5 will soon reach him, with one thought, the divine souls of Han Shuo's avatars in his body turned perfectly synchronized with his consciousness. With his avatars still inside the cauldron of myriad demon, his 2 domains of divinity fused. The hybrid domain of divinity was deployed around Han Shuo's main body in an instant. The element of death all around the environment suddenly gushed and wildly converged towards Han Shuo, while the power of faith strings invisible to the naked eye rapidly revolved in destruction edict trajectories. The hybrid domain of divinity rapidly expanded from Han Shuo and aggressively purged every other element from around him. The 5 assassins who tried to kill him were immediately enveloped by Han Shuo's hybrid domain of divinity. The power of faith strings was as though countless tiny invisible hands grasping at the 5. The 5 who had been charging at Han Shuo at high speed abruptly turned sluggish in movement. It was as though they have fallen into a pool of honey. The eyes underneath, the masks revealed the emotion of shock. The 5 exchanged glances before immediately deploying their own domain of divinity. 3 divinity domain of darkness energy, 1 of death energy, and 1 of destruction energy quickly spread out from the attackers. The little space was suddenly crammed with 6 domains of divinity. 5 domains of divinity were rapidly expanding within Han Shuo's domain, exerting a crushing and overbearing amount of pressure on Han Shuo. Unlike Han Shuo, the 5 assassins had full control over their own domains of divinity. Not only that they could make their domains not conflict with each other, but they could also make their domains work with each other and focus the pressure on Han Shuo. Han Shuo immediately felt the enormous pressure on his hybrid domain of divinity through his body. He felt as though he was being squeezed by 5 enormous, inflating balloons. It was tormenting. Although his hybrid domain of divinity was aggressive, his domain could only retreat in defeat when pressured by 5 high god divinity domains at once. After all, this hybrid domain of divinity was created by 2 mid-gods, and Han Shuo had yet to fully master all the miraculousness of his hybrid domain. As Han Shuo's hybrid divinity domain gradually shrunk, the 5 attackers moved closer and closer to Han Shuo. They were laughing cruelly with their eyes as though they were certain that Han Shuo will be slaughtered in just a moment. Han Shuo's hands and legs were fettered by the 5. Not only that he couldn't use divine weapons to defend himself, but he also had no way of evading their attacks. Even his domain of divinity was being pushed back. From their point of view, Han Shuo had lost every possible way of defending himself and was as vulnerable as a chained sheep. That was why they were looking at Han Shuo like he was already a dead man, but very wrong they were. Even if Han Shuo couldn't move any of his limbs or make a sound, it doesn't make him a sitting duck. Han Shuo's formless and incorporeal consciousness remained unaffected by the binding energy projected by the 5. He was able to stay calm and think of a solution to free himself from the danger, even as the 5 attackers stared fixedly at him with their chilling and merciless eyes. Suddenly, an arm crawled out from Han Shuo's back. It was an arm of one of his avatars. It was holding a handful of the pearls of annihilation. The binding energy channeled by the 5 were aimed only at Han Shuo's main body. It did not affect Han Shuo's 2 avatars. Han Shuo's 2 avatars currently possessed just mid-god strength, and the 2 would be slaughtered in no time if they were to rashly appear before the high god assassins. Han Shuo dared not fully reveal his avatars to the high god attackers, and so he exposed just one arm of his avatar from his back, out of the assassin's sight. The avatar threw hard and sent the pearls of annihilation flying from Han Shuo's back. Simultaneously, the 17 flying swords burst out from his body and made Han Shuo look like a giant hedgehog. The piercing flying swords started chopping the incorporeal energy links that connected him to the 5 attackers. Han Shuo possessed miraculous connections with his demonic weapons. Even with his main body completely restrained, as long as Han Shuo could still think and his consciousness functions, he could use and control his demon weapons as usual. The pearls of annihilation flew outward. Han Shuo calmly maneuvered the pearls with his consciousness. When the pearls arrived behind the 5 attackers, Han Shuo ignited each and every drop of blood essences contained in those pearls. Each of the pearl of annihilation was injected with 1 drop of Han Shuo's blood essence when they were produced. It was the key that enabled Han Shuo to remotely control and maneuver the pearls. The blood essences boiled and splattered, while the pearls of annihilation that flew undetected to the back of the assassins detonated. The pearls of annihilation, made using an improved formula, erupted with an astonishing amount of explosive force. With the 5 assassins located near to each other, the force of the explosions managed to impact every one of their domains of divinity. The soul piercers inside the pearls were sent shooting towards the 5 attackers in densely packed swarms. The 5 were pricked from head to toe. Simultaneously, under the control of Han Shuo's consciousness, the 17 flying swords severed off the formless chains that bound him to the 5. Once the energy channels were broken, using Omen Invincible Body, Han Shuo instantly overcame the remaining binding energy around his body. He was finally free. I rumbles. /I the pearls of annihilation produced deafening explosions. The tremendous blunt force of the explosions compressed and stressed the attackers' domains of divinity, which caused them to lose their balance. The 5 attackers, along with their domain of divinity, were swept by the shock wave of the explosions. They were sent smashing into Han Shuo's domain of divinity, which in turn caused Han Shuo, who had just freed himself, to stumble along. But luckily for Han Shuo, he had expected this to happen. As soon as the pearls exploded, he withdrew his domain of divinity and was therefore able to get back to his feet faster than the attackers could. The 17 flying swords suddenly whistled loudly and went towards the shortest attacker. Han Shuo had also been assembling the demon generals made using high god souls located in the distance and transformed them into material state the very moment he started attacking. The demon generals fiercely pounced at the other 4 high gods, keeping them busy at all costs. The 4 assassins were overwhelmed by attacks from the demon generals and had no time to bother with Han Shuo. The rumbling explosion had alerted everyone nearby. Rose, who was bathing in the pool under the waterfall, quickly exited the water and put on an oversized robe without drying her drenched, voluptuous body. She immediately rushed to Han Shuo. Balins and other divine guards who were nearby were also rushing to Han Shuo. These divine guards, who had been tempered by the 8 Desolation and Torment formation, had no fear of danger. Wearing grave and stern faces, they boldly and rapidly flew to Han Shuo's aid. As soon as Han Shuo freed himself from the invisible shackles, he attacked the assassins with everything he had. While maneuvering the 17 flying swords against the shortest but most powerful assassin, he summoned every demon general to attack the rest of the assassins. Those demon generals refined from high god souls he reaped in Hushville City were incredibly terrifying. The 4 assassins were completely occupied with defending themselves and couldn't assist their short leader. When Rose and the divine guards arrived at the scene, they saw Han Shuo's prowess in all its glory, handling 5 masked high god assassins all by himself. The high god auras emanated by the assassins were very obvious, especially so with the shorty. He had the energy of destruction wildly overflowing from his body, a clear sign that he had reached the pinnacle realm in the cultivation of the Edict of Destruction. Han Shuo, however, was able to keep him and his 4 associates in check with just his own power. On top of that, he wasn't showing any sign of being on the back foot. The divine guards who witnessed Han Shuo's power were all dumbfounded. The divine guards had been secretly guessing Han Shuo's strength among themselves. They reckoned that Han Shuo was slightly stronger than Avery, the former chief of 5th Corps. But now, having witnessed the scene of Han Shuo fighting against 5 high gods at once, they realized that Avery wasn't even on the same level as Han Shuo. Chapter 781, Have Fun with These High Gods, GDK 781. Have fun with these high gods, the divine guards that rushed to the scene were awed by the valiant strength Han Shuo displayed. They were so dumbfounded that they momentarily forget to aid Han Shuo. Only Rose charged forward at the assassins after taking one look at the situation. She fought one of the assassins with the demon generals. "Stop watching and kill these despicable attackers," shouted Balins coldly. The longsword that Han Shuo refined for Balins shot out in a shifting and unpredictable trajectory. The flabbergasted divine guards were roused from their dazes by Balins' loud shout. In the next instance, all kinds of energies were launched towards the remaining 3 assassins. The region started bursting with bright, glorious rays. Divine weapons and divine energies filled the sky and bombarded the attackers who were already occupied with attacks from demon generals. The divine guards were aware that the masked assassins were all of high god strengths. They dared not fight the assassins hand-to-hand, but kept a distance from them and launched ranged attacks. Individually, the divine guards were no match against the assassins. But when several dozens of them jointly attacked an assassin, their combined power was more than enough to keep the assassin at bay. Things had not developed as the assassins had planned. By now, the assassins had not only failed to slaughter Han Shuo, but they also found themselves surrounded by enemies. Instead of Han Shuo, it was they who were in grave danger. With Han Shuo, Rose, nearly 100 divine guards, and the dark swarm of demon generals fighting the assassins together, even though they were 5 high gods, they were starting to collapse. The divine energy that came from the divine guards was limited in might. It was not enough to severely injure the high god assassins rapidly. However, the concentrated attacks were enough to make them more and more panic. Whenever they revealed an opening in their defense, the dense mass of demon generals would pour into it and harass them. The bizarre energy of the demon generals was incredibly tormenting to the assassins. Hee hee, "Wanna kill me? It ain't gonna be that easy." With his divine guards and Rose intervening, the pressure on Han Shuo was greatly reduced. While he maneuvered the 17 flying swords to attack the short assassin with the greatest strength, he watched the 5 with cold eyes and mocked them. The 5 were wearing masks, and Han Shuo had no idea who they were. Han Shuo was trying to make them talk in the hope that they will reveal something about their identities. The 5 assassins seemed to be aware of Han Shuo's intention, and none of them answered him. Besides, all 5 of them were rather flustered and occupied with defending themselves. They had no time to talk nonsense with Han Shuo. Needless to say, the 5 assassins must be racking their heads on how to escape the encirclement. All of a sudden, the 17 flying swords moved away from the shortest and strongest assassin and arrived at the back of the weakest assassin in an instant. Before the weakest assassin could react, he had been surrounded by the 17 flying swords. Ceaseless Pain, the first form of Avicii godslaying formation, was activated. The assassin was immediately shrouded by dense and sinister killing intent. The 17 flying swords whistled with ear-piercing loud noise as they flew through the dense killing intent. The intense, corrosive energy and frigid aura on the flying swords were rapidly consuming the assassin's divine energy. The short assassin was just too difficult to handle. Even though Han Shuo could keep him occupied using Ceaseless Pain, Han Shuo couldn't kill him within a short time. Therefore, Han Shuo changed his strategy and went after the weakest assassin instead. The assassin who cultivated in the energy of darkness rammed left and right, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not escape the bizarre space formed by Ceaseless Pain. It only made him exhaust his divine energy at an even faster rate. This assassin was just an early-stage high god. Prior to being trapped in the Avicii god-slaying sword formation, he had used a great amount of his divine energy on resisting the attacks from the divine guards and the demon generals. He quickly became fatigued by Han Shuo's sudden assault. The 17 flying swords seemed to be weaving a mesh-shaped object using the corrosive energy and frigid aura as they moved crisscrossed in the sword formation. Dark electrical sparks flickered from the object and sprinkled on the assassin like bizarre, tiny rain droplets. Frigid aura slowly filled his body and caused his divine body to turn more and more sluggish. Suddenly, the 17 flying swords changed their trajectories and shot towards his chest from 17 different directions. Sounds of bone being broken and flesh being torn were heard. Blood wildly sprayed from the assassin's chest like water from a fire hydrant. His eyes were filled with fear. His vitality dwindled as his blood drained from his body. After piercing 17 holes on the assassin, the 17 flying swords changed their target again. It turned back to that short assassin. The shorty hesitated about something for a moment when the 17 flying swords flew away from him and to his comrade. But before he could decide, he was greeted by a barrage of ranged attacks from the surrounding divine guards. It left him with no choice but to put up defenses against the divine guards. He was also swarmed by the dark cloud demon generals overhead, among which were the most powerful type of demon general produced using High God Divine Soul. These demon generals pose a great threat to him. They stopped him from leaving the battlefield. The power of the 17 flying swords turned somewhat weaker as the cauldron of myriad demon had quietly flown out from Han Shuo's body. It hid among the fluttering swarm of demon generals, stealthily collecting the divine soul of the recently perished high god. After killing a god, Han Shuo must collect their divine soul as quickly as possible, or it would likely dissipate and vanish, becoming a part of the fundamental energy that they cultivated in. Han Shuo must be even hastier in collecting divine souls with high god strengths, as they likely could escape using the fundamental energies found everywhere in the world. While controlling his 17 flying swords against the short assassin, Han Shuo quietly observed the overall situation. Rose, who had mid-stage high god strength, was fighting an assassin of the same strength. The demon generals were also assisting her, assaulting the assassin from every direction. The assassin revealed great anxiety in his eyes. He saw no escape in sight. However, the rest of the assassins seemed to be able to withstand the pressure from the divine guards and demon generals. It appeared that they knew they could escape, but dared not to. They kept on looking at the shorty trapped by Han Xiuo's 17 flying swords as though their means of escape lied on him. After a moment of observation, Han Xiuo understood that the shorty was the leader of the assassins. Han Xiuo deduced that the two assassins who could escape dared not without their leader's command. They kept looking at the shorty to wait for his command. From his observation, Han Xiuo concluded that the situation was fully under his control. The assassins had not just completely failed in their objective, they even landed themselves in a dire situation where retreat seemed impossible. However, Han Xiuo dared not relax even by one bit. He continued using all his strength against that short but powerful assassin that cultivated in the Edict of Destruction. Han Xiuo knew that he must not let go of an enemy with such powerful strength, as they eventually will bring him trouble if left alive. In addition, after killing that high god of darkness using ceaseless pain and removing his mask, Han Xiuo realized that he did not know who the person was. This made him even more determined to find out the identities of these assassins. After all, an anonymous enemy is the most terrifying enemy. As long as they remain anonymous to Han Xiuo, he would have no way of anticipating where or when they will strike. Han Xiuo actually wasn't too concerned about an attack on himself. He was concerned for his family clan members in the City of Shadows who had deep bonds with him. Han Xiuo will never allow any of them to be harmed or assassinated. The most direct way of preventing tragedy befalling his family clan members was to kill every single one of his enemies. Only then can he ensure that those close to him will be safe. After collecting the high god Divine Soul, the cauldron of Myriad Demon returned to Han Xiuo's body. With that, Han Xiuo's strength was significantly boosted. The shorty, who was securely trapped by the 17 flying swords, immediately felt the increase in pressure. It was also at that moment that he stopped wavering and made up his mind. The speckles on the gloves he wore suddenly glistened with faint lights. The space around him was warped. Waves undulated through the air and spread outward as though water ripples. Countless chaotic energies suddenly emanated from the region, as though he had opened up a pathway to another dimension. The shorty moved through the distorted field like a fish and miraculously arrived beside the assassin fighting Rose. A magnificent screen of light abruptly enveloped the region. Han Xiuo suddenly shrieked, "Rose, retreat!" Rose was shocked and immediately flew away from the screen of light as though running away from a great danger. The screen made of light quickly diminished and vanished. The two assassins inside the screen of light had also miraculously disappeared. Then, another intense undulation came from the region. A bizarre scroll appeared out of nowhere. Right when Han Xiuo caught sight of the scroll, it violently exploded. "Nuo!" shouted the two remaining assassins in a terrified and despaired voice. It was at that moment that the two assassins who had spoken not a single word all along realized that they had been abandoned by their short leader. Against Han Xiuo, Rose, and nearly 100 divine guards, these two assassins knew that the odds were heavily stacked against them. They realized that they will soon perish, and they couldn't help themselves but yell. They could not be more despaired and agonized. Han Xiuo gestured with his hand, signaling his divine guards to pause their attacks. As he stepped towards the two assassins, he put on a gentle smile and said, "Identify yourselves and state your motive. Then I might consider letting you live." The two assassins turned to look at each other. Their eyes under the masks were filled with despair. After exchanging glances, the two suddenly sprang forward, attempting to break the encirclement. It appeared that they were either not convinced with Han Xiuo's words or had no intention of compromising. Han Xiuo again gestured and smilingly said, "Kill them. They are two high gods. Have fun." The divine guards suddenly became excited again. With Han Xiuo and Rose around them, the divine guards were not worried about their safety and knew that the assassins had no means of escaping. Killing high gods would significantly increase the divine guards' confidence and morale. The divine guards were excited to do so. They put on sinister grins as they started bombarding the two high gods with ranged attacks. Chapter 782, Nobody Will Speak a Word of It. GDK 782. Nobody will speak a word of it. Han Xiuo and Rose coldly observed the battle while standing in their escape routes. Han Xiuo also placed several demon generals in concealed spots. If the two were to utilize special methods to escape, the demon generals would swarm at them and cease their actions. Han Shuo and Rose also deployed multiple barriers as they observed the battle. The two high god assassins revealed desperation in their eyes. They knew that they will not escape death, and so they tried to cause the greatest harm with their deaths. They used all the remaining energy in their bodies to push forward and get close to the divine guards, as though they were planning to severely injure the divine guards. The divine guards, knowing that the two assassins were high gods, dared not be in close proximity to them. The divine guards would immediately launch ranged attacks at the two to push them back when they tried to close the distance. The assassins' patience and divine energy were being worn down. Over time, under the bombardment of almost 100 divine guards, the two high gods were close to exhausting their divine energy. Other than Han Shuo and Rose, Balins too did not participate in the fight. He was guiding the divine guards on how to most effectively besiege a powerful expert as a team. The divine guards, who had practiced the art of fighting as a team in the 8 Desolation and Torment formation, launched densely gathered attacks that does not miss a single spot of the high god's defenses, exerting the maximum amount of pressure on the two high gods. For the two high gods, that was the most humiliating moment they had ever experienced in their whole lives. They had tried to assemble their energy to escape at the cost of severely injuring themselves or causing their realms to regress. But every time they attempted so, it would be disrupted and ceased by the demon generals. After repeating the process several times, the two finally realized that their deaths were certain. With Han Shuo and Rose deploying barriers, the two assassins could not even get close enough to the divine guards and injure them through self-implosion. Two proud high gods were reduced into puny living targets for Han Shuo's little combat training exercise. With all hope for survival lost, the two assassins finally could not bear the humiliation any longer. The two assassins dropped every defense and allowed the divine energy and divine weapons of the divine guards to land on their bodies. The energies and weapons wrecked their bodies that were nearly exhausted of divine energies without much resistance. They collapsed into a pool of blood and perished. Cauldron Spirit quickly flew out and happily collected the two divine souls. As the number of demon generals in the Cauldron of Myriad Demon increased, as more high-quality souls were added to the collection, the cauldron became more powerful. Han Shuo could sense it clearly every time he borrowed Cauldron Spirit's energy. To Han Shuo, the cauldron becoming stronger is tantamount to him getting more powerful. Therefore, Han Shuo would always do his best to help Cauldron Spirit collect as many divine souls as possible. "What? They died just like that?" shouted Barnard in an annoyed voice. It seemed that the fun ended too soon for him. Barnard's comrades also felt the same. They did not expect that the two assassins would just give up their lives right when they were enjoying it the most. They thought the fun would last much longer. After the Cauldron of Myriad Demon collected the two high god souls, Balin stepped forward and went to the bodies. He lifted their masks and carefully looked at their faces. A moment later, Balin got up, turned to Han Shuo and shook his head gravely. "Senior, I do not know these faces." Balin had served in Erebus Third Corps for many years and was very familiar with members of all large family clans in the City of Shadows. Through various covert and non-covert methods, Balin had met and seen characters that even Han Shuo had not met. High gods were the rarest and smallest class of people in every city. If the two assassins originated from the City of Shadows, it would be impossible for Balins to not recognize them. Therefore, hearing Balin's words, Han Shuo was certain that the assassins originated from another city. Han Shuo carefully thought about it. Other than Hushville City, Han Shuo had offended Portlam, who was outside of the Darkness Dominion. He wondered if either one of them could be behind the attack. Han Shuo bunched his brows as he thought about it deeply. After a while, he looked all around and instructed his divine guards, "Speak of this incident to no one until I get to the bottom of it." After a short pause, Han Shuo added, "This includes those from the House of Saint." 5 high gods had come to assassinate him and could afford 3 deaths. This likely meant that Han Shuo had offended a very formidable powerhouse. Han Shuo was currently a high-ranking official in the City of Shadows. If Wallace and Andre were to learn of the incident, the two will surely start their own investigation, which meant that he would be asked about all the details. they might inadvertently reveal Han Shuo's astonishing strength to others. Other concerns aside, Han Shuo did not want the public to learn of his true strength until the competition between the Divine Guard chiefs begins. After fighting off the High God assassins, all the Divine Guards in the Fifth Corps became fully convinced of Han Shuo. Not a single one of them had any doubt about Han Shuo's capability. Their gazes towards Han Shuo were filled only with reverence and respect. Therefore, after Han Shuo finished those words, the less than 100 Divine Guards respectfully replied affirmatively in unison. None of them had another opinion. On Elysium, cultivation and strength were all that mattered. A great majority of its inhabitants made improving their strength their top priority. This was also why everyone on Elysium worshipped the strong. They had nothing but admiration for true experts. After Han Shuo demonstrated his formidable might by killing a high god effortlessly, these unbridled Divine Guards of the Fifth Corps turned extremely compliant to Han Shuo. They genuinely approved of Han Shuo as their new Divine Guard chief. "Rest assured, my lord, nobody will speak a word of it," pledged Barnard with veneration that came from the bottom of his heart and admiration shining in his eyes. Han Shuo nodded and said, "Excellent. As long as you do exactly as I commanded, none of us will land in trouble." Han Shuo then looked around and smilingly said, "All right, I reckon that those two who escaped won't be returning. We will continue our march towards soaring Cloud Mountain Range. Senior, I think we are no longer in any danger. Can they resume practicing stalking and tracking?" asked Ballins respectfully after bowing at Han Shuo. "Yep, go ahead." Han Shuo, too, did not think that the two escaped assassins will threaten them anymore and therefore straightforwardly agreed. After Ballins led the Divine Guards away to continue with all sorts of training and exercises, Han Shuo turned to Rose and instructed, "Let no one disturb me." Rose was puzzled. She had no idea why would Han Shuo give her such a command in all of a sudden. However, Rose did not ask any questions but nodded. Although the relationship between Han Shuo and Rose had long improved, Rose was still as quiet as always. She normally does not speak unless Han Shuo asked her a question. She rarely starts a conversation with Han Shuo. After giving the instruction, Han Shuo sat cross-legged on the spot and closed his eyes. With one thought of his consciousness, a demon general refined from High God Soul flew away from Han Shuo at extreme speed. It headed north. Han Shuo had applied some demonic yuan on the demon general of the highest grade. Therefore, when Han Shuo concentrated his attention and commanded it to fly, the demon general in immaterial state flew much faster than usual. In fact, it was traveling at a speed faster than Han Shuo's art of the demonic ninth heavens boosted with cauldron spirit's energy. Demon generals were immaterial and gravity has no effect on them, and they could therefore travel ridiculously fast. This demon general, having received a boost of Han Shuo's demonic yuan, could travel at an even higher speed. Moments ago, when fighting off the assassins, Han Shuo had left a drop of his blood essence on the shorty's armor. Han Shuo had a miraculous connection with his blood essences. Even though the shorty had managed to rip a tunnel to another dimension, using a miraculous space edict, divine weapon, and escaped. As the shorty carried a drop of Han Shuo's blood essence with him, Han Shuo could get a rough approximation of his location when he completely focused his mind to sense it. Han Shuo could sense that the two escaped assassins were extremely far away and were still moving away at high speed. Han Shuo did not pursue them because he reckoned that he might not be able to overtake the two even if he went after them with all his strength. But more importantly, he had a responsibility to keep his company of Divine Guards safe. He was worried that the Divine Guards might run into another danger and couldn't handle it by themselves. Therefore, Han Shuo stayed with his Divine Guards and sent the most demon general he had, a spirit demon, to probe the situation for him. He wasn't hoping that the spirit demon could harm the two assassins, but he wanted the spirit demon to reveal the identities of this anonymous enemy of his. Once Han Shuo knew who he was up against, he would have a general idea of how to get ready for them or even eliminate the threat when the opportunity comes. To the spirit demon that had pushed its speed to the maximum, time seemed to have slowed down. Its immaterial body made minute and faint waves in the atmosphere as it streaked through the sky and towards the region Han Shuo instructed. About half an hour later, Han Shuo gave a command with his consciousness, and the ultra-fast moving spirit demon slowed down. It started approaching the region ahead cautiously. Han Shuo saw two figures that were flying at high speed. One of the figures was short and small and wore gloves dotted with starlight speckles. Without thinking, Han Shuo knew that they were the two assassins who escaped. The two were rushing ahead and had absolutely no clue that an invisible pair of eyes was following and watching them from some distance behind. The spirit demon followed them for around 10 minutes before the two assassins suddenly slowed down. They suddenly swerved and stopped before a cave mouth covered with crushed stones and branches of leaves. The shorty made a light cough. Several dark figures appeared from the cave. As they walked out of the cave, their faces grew clearer. One of them was Dolors, who had disappeared for a long time. He put on an elated expression after exiting the cave and asked, "Patriarch, is it a success?" The assassins finally removed their masks. The taller one was revealed to the Felder, the patriarch of the House of Lavers. He wore a gloomy face as he replied, "We failed. We are the only survivors." Felder then turned to Lachrisen, who had also removed his mask, and said in a heavy voice, "Lord Lachrisen, I'm sorry for losing 3 capable helpers of yours." Lachrisen was wearing a bitter and resentful face. He coldly said, "3 high gods have perished. How am I going to justify the losses to my elder brother?" Lachrisen at this moment was as though a volcano on the brink of eruption. Felder did not know how to answer him. He merely let out a helpless sigh and kept silent. Lachrisen gave a glance at Felder with cold eyes before he let out a cold groan and said, "We will return to the city of gorging clouds and settle things there," and immediately departed. Felder let out another soft sigh before taking Dolors and the others to follow behind Lachrisen. Chapter 783, Preparing for a Rainy Day GDK 783. Preparing for a rainy day of the 7 major cities in the Darkness Dominion, the city of Gorging Clouds was without a doubt the strongest. The city lord of the city of Gorging Clouds was Yaris. Lachrisen was a younger sibling of Yaris. Lachrisen cultivated in the Edict of Destruction and was a late-stage high god. Of the 7 Darkness Dominion cities, the city of Gorging Clouds had the highest number of high gods. Yaris House of Broadhurst was also the most ancient and the most powerful family clan in the Darkness Dominion. They were regarded highly by the Overgod of Darkness. The City of Shadows was only stronger than Hushville City, which ranked bottom in strength. The City of Shadows paled in comparison to the City of Gorging Clouds. The strongest person in the City of Shadows was Wallace, who possessed late-stage high god strength. Wallace was the only late-stage high god expert in the entire city. The situation in the city of Gorging Clouds, however, was very different. Practically every patriarch in the city possessed late-stage high god strength. It was said that City Lord Yaris had transcended beyond the realm of high god and reached the realm of overgod, an overgod without the quintessence. Han Shuo was utterly overwhelmed with shock when he discovered the origins of the assassins who tried to kill him. Other than Felder from the House of Lavers, all the assassins originated from the most powerful family clan in the city of Gorging Clouds, the House of Broadhurst. Having lived in the City of Shadows for so long, Han Shuo had learned a thing or two about the general situation in the Darkness Dominion. Naturally, the most conspicuous city of Gorging Clouds and the House of Broadhurst had found their ways to Han Shuo's ears. Han Shuo had a rough idea of the identities of the 3 high gods he killed right after Felder called that short man by his name. Without much thinking required, Han Shuo understood that the House of Lavers must have found their way to the city of Gorging Clouds after departing the City of Shadows. Felder must have made some kind of agreement with Lachrisen so that the House of Broadhurst would shelter his House of Lavers. The House of Lavers joining the city of Gorging Clouds would enhance the city's already tip-top strength that always overshadowed the other 6 cities of Darkness Dominion. Under the shelter of the city of Gorging Clouds, even if Felder or his House of Lavers did something harmful to the City of Shadows, Wallace would have to think twice before retaliating. The city of Gorging Clouds was unlike Hushville City. No matter in any aspect, the city's overall strength or the city lord's relationship with the darkness overgod, the City of Shadows and Wallace was no match. Wallace dared defend Hoffs of Hushville City for Han Shuo. But as to whether Wallace dared do the same when it came to the house of Broadhurst of the city of Gorging Clouds, that was hard to say. Han Shuo wore a dark face as he stood up from sitting cross-legged. The demon general that had uncovered the bombshell was on its way back as Han Shuo commanded. Demon generals, even those refined from high god souls, were limited in reach. The further away they were from Han Shuo, the weaker their connection to Han Shuo will be. If a demon general loses connection to Han Shuo without a master, the demon general will try to kill every living being it sees and will continue to do so until it was killed or regained a connection to Han Shuo. For this reason, Han Shuo did not command the demon general to follow the assassins any further. Rose saw that Han Shuo seemed bothered. After a moment of hesitation, Rose softly asked, "What's the matter? Did you run into a hurdle in your cultivation?" Rose did not know that Han Shuo had left a drop of blood essence on Lachraisin, or that Han Shuo had already discovered the identities of the assassins. She assumed that Han Shuo was just resting and recovering the energy he used in the last battle. She thought that Han Shuo most likely had met a great challenge in his cultivation. A warm feeling rose in Han Shuo's heart when Rose showed concern for him. Han Shuo temporarily cast his worries aside, turned to Rose, put on a faint smile and replied, "It's nothing. I'm just a little tired." Worrying about possible threats from the House of Broadhurst was a great burden, so much so that even Han Shuo was stressed by it. Revealing the matter to Rose will make her feel worried but not improve the situation. The stress might even affect Rose in her cultivation. Therefore, Han Shuo decided not to share the findings with anyone and to bear the burden alone. As the patriarch of his family clan, Han Shuo had a responsibility to take care of his family clan members. Having tempered his body and mind for ages, Han Shuo was not afraid of any amount of stress. He believed that the stress from having the House of Broadhurst looming over him cannot crush him. In fact, the stress might even be a motivation that propels him forward. "Oh, okay. Don't think about the assault too much. 3 of the 5 assassins are dead. The 2 that escaped did not and will not have enough power to injure you. You have nothing to worry about." Rose was observant. She could tell that from Han Shuo's expression that he did not run into a hurdle in his cultivation, but was bothered by something else. Han Shuo put on a bright smile and nodded. He used the demon generals nearby to observe his surroundings. He noticed that none of his 5th Corps divine guards left 100 miles radius, which made him feel a little more at ease. Before finding out who the anonymous enemy was, Han Shuo wasn't worried that the enemy might try to strike again. After learning that the anonymous enemy was the House of Broadhurst from the city of Gorging Clouds, he was no longer that certain. The city of Gorging Clouds was just too powerful. If the House of Broadhurst intends to go all out against him, Han Shuo reckoned that his House of Han will be crushed like a thin, dried leaf. "Oh, right. Rose, do you know any experts with formidable strength? I mean high gods that have yet to join any family clan. It doesn't matter if they are human or non-human," asked Han Shuo suddenly. Rose looked at Han Shuo with baffled gazes. She asked puzzlingly, "Why are you suddenly asking me this?" The House of Han current possessed plenty of crystal coins, while Han Shuo's influence in the City of Shadows was rapidly expanding. Once the 5th Corps obtained victory in the competition between the 7 Corps, Han Shuo believed that a large number of mid-gods will swarm to his House of Han and 5th Corps, begging to be his divine guards. Han Shuo will not be lacking gods of that class. In the House of Han, other than Han Shuo and Rose, there wasn't another high god. The most significant factor that determined the strength of a family clan was in the number of high gods in the family clan. As to raise the strength of his House of Han as quickly as possible, he must attempt to recruit high gods. Before that day, Han Shuo had no plan to improve the strength of his House of Han so hurriedly, because he knew that once his family clan becomes too powerful, they could possibly conflict with the interests of the House of Saint. The current ruler of the City of Shadows was the House of Saint. Once the House of Han grew to have enough power to threaten the House of Saint, Han Shuo was certain that his relationship with the House of Saint will not be as harmonious as it was now. However, the threat from the House of Broadhurst was just too great. Han Shuo must try to decrease the gap of strength between his family clan and the House of Broadhurst as rapidly as possible. He had no time to care about the House of Saint's feelings. You have lived on Elysium for many years. Surely, you would know plenty of high gods that live in solitude as you did, right? Tell me everyone you know, both friends and foes. I want to communicate with them. What exactly are you planning to do? Rose became even more puzzled. She couldn't tell Han Shuo's intention. The House of Han is too weak. I want to raise its strength as rapidly as possible, replied Han Shuo. After hesitating for a moment, Rose replied, I know a place where there are many experts. It is very chaotic. There are high god and even overgod experts. If you are looking for high gods who have yet to join any family clan, that will be the best place. However, it is very dangerous. Where is it? Asked Han Shuo hastily. He was elated. It's the Fringe, the land of chaos. Rose answered and explained. It is situated between the Space Dominion and the Destiny Dominion. It doesn't belong to any of the 12 dominions, and it is not governed by any of the 12 overgods. The Space and Destiny dominions prohibits their gods from entering the Fringe. It is without a doubt the most chaotic and the most lawless place on Elysium. In that land, the one with the biggest fist makes the rules. I used to live in the Fringe for a period of time and was nearly killed multiple times. After brushing with death multiple times, I decided to leave that place. I came to live in the Darkness Dominion as I'm cultivating in the energy of darkness. Land of Chaos. Han Shuo put on a faint smile and said, I can tell just from the name that it is an interesting place. After a short pause, he asked, You said you nearly got killed in that land. Even with your strength? I still vividly remember all those who had tried to kill me. Once I have the confidence to kill them, I will return to that place to seek vengeance, explained Rose. She put on an angered face when she recalled of her enemies. It will not be long. After the competition is over and after I arranged things in the House of Han, we will head to the land of chaos and I will help you get your revenge. Han Shuo pledged to Rose. When Rose heard that Han Shuo wanted to help her take revenge, her expression turned rather strange. She took a good look at Han Shuo before lowering her head and softly said, Thank you. Hee, we have gone through trials and tribulations together, and you are mine. It is what I ought to do, replied Han Shuo smilingly. When Han Shuo said so, the expression on Rose's face turned even weirder. Her beautiful and lovable face flushed. She softly cried, I'm not yours. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment before the smile on his face turned bigger. She looked at the seductively beautiful Rose and said teasingly, I mean you're my servant, okay? Did you think I meant it any other way? Rose's face turned even redder. She cast an annoyed glare at Han Shuo and lowered her head without replying. Han Shuo suddenly felt that his mood had become much better. He did not expect Rose would so interesting. But Han Shuo did not continue to tease her as it appeared that she was about to get angry. He chuckled and said, all right, let's hurry to the mountain range. I'm starting to get impatient. After experiencing the attack from the 5 assassins, Han Shuo and his party no longer met any troubles in the remainder of their journey. After 6 days, Han Shuo and his 5th Corps Divine Guards finally arrived at Soaring Clouds Mountain Range. Chapter 784, Soaring Cloud Mountain Range, GDK 784. Soaring Cloud Mountain Range, the sky of the Soaring Cloud Mountain Range was constantly covered with thick, low-hanging clouds, so low that one could seemingly touch the clouds just by leaping. It was early in the morning. Glistening dew were hanging on the leaves of the green shrubs as though they had been sprinkled with crystal dust. A thin fog filled ancient forests and mountain range. It was as though the fog was connected to the clouds low in the sky. It was a beautiful scenery to behold. Han Shuo and his party, as expected, was the first competing party to arrive at Soaring Cloud Mountain Range. Han Shuo had used his demon generals to scan all around the mountain range and found that no other divine guards from other corps had arrived yet. After thinking for a while, Han Shuo asked Balins to disperse the divine guards. He commanded the divine guards to split into 9 squadrons so that they can familiarize themselves with the terrain and situation in the mountain range, especially the hidden caves and rivers. Most of those in the 5th Corps were newly recruited. They were not familiar with the terrain around the City of Shadows. Being the first to arrive at Soaring Cloud Mountain Range, Han Shuo thought that his divine guards should use the time to learn and familiarize with the terrain there so that they could be more prepared for the competition. The divine guards in the other corps were mostly veterans. They had frequently carried out missions all around the City of Shadows, and they will not be unfamiliar with soaring Cloud Mountain Range. Perhaps that was the reason why they did not rush to the mountain range. Following Balin's command, the Divine Guards split into 9 squadrons and dispersed around Hanshu. They slowly explored the misty mountain range and memorized the terrain to the best of their ability. Wherever the Divine Guards went, the demon generals would follow. Hanshu could observe the situation in the entire mountain range without needing to move a step. The demon generals stealthily followed the 9 squadrons as they thoroughly explored and familiarized themselves with the mountain range. The Soaring Clouds mountain range was very vast in size. It was even larger than Fort Lasberg that currently belonged to the House of Han. The demon generals had explored merely half of the mountain range after 2 days of exploration. The mountain range also has all kinds of magical beasts and plants. But as this place was located near the City of Shadows, the magical beasts were not all that strong. They did not pose Han Shuo and his divine guards any threat. Han Shuo was greatly interested in the strange plants that grew in the mountain range. As Han Shuo's divine guards had nothing urgent to do but to explore the terrain, Han Shuo commanded them to collect some bizarre plants for him while exploring. The divine guards were no pharmacists, and they could not tell which plant would interest Han Shuo. Therefore, Han Shuo asked them to collect plants with peculiar shapes and any plants that looked rare and unusual. Han Shuo's instructions had proved useful. Plants that looked different from ordinary plants were usually extremely poisonous or possessed unique properties. The divine guards that dispersed far and wide scanned their surroundings carefully and managed to collect many unique plants useful for Han Shuo. One of the divine guards collected a dozen or more shoots of scarlet grasses. Its leaves were as incisive as blades, and its stalk was blood red in color. It was as though blood was flowing in the grass. "Where did you find these?" asked Han Shuo. His eyes shone brightly as soon as he saw the scarlet grasses. It was blood essence grass, a very rare plant that could be used for improving blood circulation and vitality. An ordinary person who recklessly consumes the grass will find themselves bleeding profusely from every orifice. But if someone like Han Shuo, who understood its properties well, he could dissolve the power in the grass and fuse it with his demonic yuan to form blood essences. Blood essence was the fuel that powered the demonic infant. They were also fundamental to the refining of some demonic weapons and utilization of some demonic techniques. The dozen or more blood essence grasses could let Han Shuo form a few hundred drops of blood essences in his demonic infant without needing him to spend much demonic yuan. Sanguis let out a cry in surprise and went to Han Shuo excitedly. His eyes gradually grew redder as he stared at the blood essence grass. He said in a pleasantly surprised manner, "Master, I can sense that this plant contains a very miraculous energy. I think it will be very beneficial to me." Han Shuo turned to Sanguis and stared blankly for a moment. When he saw the redness in Sanguis' eyes, he finally came to his senses. He smilingly said, "I almost forget that you cultivate in Blood God Mantra." Han Shuo put away 9 of the blood essence grass and handed the rest to Sanguis. He said, "Consume it directly and absorb the energy within. It is more beneficial to you than it is to me." Sanguis hastily shook his head and replied, "Master, if it is useful to you, you should have all of them." Sanguis was very loyal to Han Shuo. Ever since leaving the Abyss Realm, Sanguis had taken Han Shuo as his only family, as it was Han Shuo who had given him a new life. Therefore, when Sanguis heard that the blood essence grass was also useful for Han Shuo, he immediately refused the grass so that Han Shuo can have all of it. Han Shuo shook his head and explained, "This is called blood essence grass. The energy that you sense in these grasses can help me condense more blood essences. While for you, this energy can directly raise your strength. That's why I say it is more useful to you than it is to me." When Han Shuo saw that Sanguis was going to decline again, he interrupted, "You are my apprentice. The stronger you are, the more it'd look good on me. I'm commanding you as your master to stop declining." Sanguis hesitated for a moment after hearing words. He finally nodded and accepted the blood essence grass. He ate the grass raw right before Han Shuo. Sanguis chewed and swallowed the dozen or more blood essence grasses. Its thick and scarlet juice, which looked very much like fresh blood, left a trail from a corner of Sangui's lips as he munched on with great satisfaction. Suddenly, Sangui's eyes turned scarlet as though they had been filled with blood, and his face turned dark red as though it was smeared with blood. A thin mist made of blood slowly emanated from Sangui's. The mist does not dissipate, but curled around him. A faint but sharp scent of blood came from him. Then, Sangui's blooded eyes started to twinkle as the energy in the blood essence grass slowly fused with the blood in his body. After a while, Sanguis took in a deep breath. The mist of blood that lingered around him disappeared into his nostrils. Sanguis let out a burp as though he had just finished a big and delicious meal. He joyously said, "Thank you, Master. This blood essence grass is really useful to me. I can feel that my blood has become purer than ever." "That's great," said Han Shuo in a faint smile as he nodded. He then turned to the Divine Guard and asked, "These grasses, where did you find them?" The Divine Guard, who had been staring at Sanguis in astonished for half a day, was suddenly snapped out of his daze. He hastily replied, "I do not know how to describe the location, but I can lead your lordship to the place." The Divine Guard had lived on Elysium for many years, but he had never seen any being like Sanguis who could put the blood energy in his body to use, and so skillfully at that. To the Divine Guard, it was novel and mind-boggling. He thought that only someone as unusual of Han Shuo could have such an unusual apprentice. "Okay, show us the way," replied Han Shuo calmly. The Divine Guard then led Han Shuo and Sanguis to where he discovered the blood essence grass. The blood essence grass was a unique plant that grew by absorbing the energy in blood. Energy can be found in the blood of every living thing. The stronger the organism, the more energy it has in its blood. When a creature happened to perish beside the blood essence grass, the blood from the creature's body would be absorbed by the plant, allowing it to mature. Generally speaking, even if several creatures with mighty strengths perished close together, the blood energy from those creatures could nurture just 1 or 2 shoots of blood essence grass. The fact that the Divine Guard found more than a dozen shoots in one go was very bizarre. That was why Han Shuo was interested in examining the site in person. Soon enough, the three arrived at a shallow stream. The water at its deepest could barely reach their ankle. Various kinds of plants were growing on the stream, among which were several shoots of blood essence grass yet to be collected. The Divine Guard pointed at the stream and said, "I collected the grasses from that stream. I saw that the grass is strange in color and looked as though there was blood in them, and so I collected some. Look, there are a few more shoots still standing on the water. I did not collect all of them, as I did not know if the grass would be useful." Right after the Divine Guard finished those words, Sanguis shot forward and plucked all the remaining blood essence grass. He returned smilingly and presented the grasses to Han Shuo. "Master, I have eaten more than a dozen of the blood essence grass. Master should keep these." Han Shuo did not decline. He casually put away the few blood essence grass handed over by Sanguis while his eyes were fixed on the stream. His consciousness quietly assembled at that region to probe for the stream's secrets. "Master, what are you looking for?" Sanguis couldn't help but asked when Han Shuo said nothing after putting away the blood essence grasses but keep on staring at the stream. Han Shuo did not answer. With one thought, the 17 flying swords whistled and shot straight at the stream. Crackling and rattling noises then came from the stream. The 17 flying swords had cut off the weeds and excavated the stream. Broken rocks, dust, and sludges were sent flying in every direction. The 17 flying swords then returned to Han Shuo, while he suddenly flew into the hole he excavated. He emerged from underneath, the stream carrying a blood-red rock the size of a fully grown man. The rock seemed to be made from blood. The red color looked eerie, and its appearance could make some feel uncomfortable. After excavating the blood-red rock from under the stream, Han Shuo put on a faint smile and said to Sanguis, "You lacked a decent weapon for all these while. Hee, finally now I have the material to build you one." Chapter 785, Refining Weapons, GDK 785. Refining weapons. Sanguis, Balins, and Gilbert practiced branches of demonic arts taught by Han Shuo. Gilbert practiced demonic arts that strengthens his soul much as a supplement to his cultivation of the energy of darkness. Although the darkness, divine energy that Gilbert had was altered by his practice of demonic arts and his unique demonic body, He could use the divine weapons found in this universe just fine. Balins used to be a cultivator of fighting aura. He completely abandoned the cultivation of that energy after Han Shuo taught him the god-slaying devil path. He would place all his mind on practicing the demonic art Han Shuo bestowed upon him. Therefore, the regular weapons in this universe were no longer suitable for him. But fortunately for Balins, Han Shuo had made him a decent flying sword that fitted him perfectly. Sangui's situation was unlike that of Gilbert and Balins. Before meeting Han Shuo, though he tried, Sanguis could not cultivate in any energy. All along, Sanguis only cultivated blood god mantra that Han Shuo bestowed upon him. Being a Sanguis-bodied, Sanguis was able to make rapid progress in the cultivation. It was because of the uniqueness of blood god mantra that Sanguis cultivated that Han Shuo couldn't find or make a demonic weapon suitable for him. Han Shuo had gifted the blood seether to Sanguis long ago. However, as the blood seether was just a crude demonic weapon, Han Shuo refined. Not only was Han Shuo limited by the materials accessible to him at that time, but the weapon also wasn't made with blood god mantra in mind. Therefore, Sanguis always felt that the blood seether just isn't right for him. The demonic art that Sanguis cultivated was very unique. It was difficult to make a demonic weapon that suits him. Han Shuo had always wanted to refine a demonic weapon that was suitable for Sanguis, but he could not find suitable materials. But that was not the case anymore. The blood-red rock Han Shuo found under the stream was the perfect material. "Master, what does this rock do?" asked Sanguis in a puzzled face. Though the color of the rock pleased his eyes, it doesn't seem that special to him. Suddenly, the divine guard who led Han Shuo and Sanguis to the tiny stream started acting strangely. His face was flushed and confused. He looked at Han Shuo and Sanguis and screamed, "My blood. Something's wrong with my blood." Sanguis looked up and down at the divine guard with puzzled eyes. As though he had been wronged, he exclaimed, "I'm not doing anything to you." A big hand grabbed the divine guard and carried him into the air in an instant. When he was several hundred meters away from the stone, his face started returning to normal and he could breathe again. Han Shuo stopped and let him off. He commanded the divine guard, "Stay away from the area," and returned to Sanguis. "It wasn't you, it's it," said Han Shuo as he pointed at the blood-red stone. Sanguis was astonished. In disbelief, he asked, "How is that possible?" While staring at the rock with his eyes wide open, Sanguis asked, "Why is it that I do not feel anything amiss with my blood?" "You might be the only person in the world invulnerable to the stone," replied Han Shuo smilingly. Sanguis was amazed. He looked at the stone placed on the ground before him and then at Han Shuo before he asked, "But Master, aren't you doing just all right?" "I'm also affected by the energy, but it was bearable to my body. It isn't enough to make my blood move abnormally," explained Han Shuo. Sanguis finally knew what's so unique about the rock before him. He gazed at the rock with a beautiful blood-red color. The more he looked at it, the more he liked the rock. He felt as though the rock is just like him. "Place your hand on it and feel it. You will sense what's so different about this rock other than its color," instructed Han Shuo smilingly. Sanguis have wanted to do so, and he pressed a palm on the blood-red rock. As soon as he contacted the rock, an expression of joy and surprise appeared on his face. He turned to Han Shuo and excitedly said, "There is an energy in the rock. It is just like the energy in the blood essence grass." "Oh, wait, it's not exactly the same. It is purer than that in the blood essence grass." Han Shuo nodded and explained, "This rock is called a blood crystal. It is thanks to this crystal that so many blood essence grasses grew here. The blood crystal could attract and gather the blood energy of fallen creatures nearby. If this blood crystal wasn't buried deep underground, any living thing with blood that wandered to the region will be affected by its energy the same way they would be affected by your blood god mantra. They will bleed profusely and could easily lose their lives to the crystal." Sanguis' astonishment was renewed after hearing Han Shuo's explanation. He asked, "This is miraculous, but what can it do for me?" "At the very least, it can amplify the power of your blood god mantra attacks and very likely increase your cultivation speed. I cannot list all of the benefits it will bring as I do not cultivate in blood god mantra. You will have to figure out the rest by yourself, but I'm certain that the blood crystal will be tremendously beneficial to you," explained Han Shuo. Shortly after, Han Shuo asked, Oh, yes, what kind of weapon do you want to make from the crystal? It's rather large in size. What can it be turned into? Asked Sanguis excitedly. To Sanguis, a demonic weapon that could raise his attack power and cultivation speed was simply wonderful to have. He had seen Balins becoming much more powerful after obtaining a flying sword from Han Xiu, and had been admiring of the terrifying destructive power of Han Xiu's 17 flying swords. It would be a wonder if Sanguis didn't get excited to learn that he will soon possess a destructive weapon of his own. It may be large now, but after the outer crust and impurities are removed, it will be much smaller, replied Han Xiu. Think about it for a moment and tell me what weapon you want it to be. I can then reshape the crystal to the weapon of your choice. A sword? I like swords, replied Sanguis excitedly. He was influenced by the Han Xiu and Balins who used flying swords. Very well, a sword you shall have. Han Xiu then added, I can only help you with removing the impurities and molding the sword. For the demonic weapon to be yours, you will have to complete some finishing touches and further refine the sword. Understood, master, replied Sanguis as he nodded enthusiastically. He seemed rather impatient. Han Xiu said nothing more and started calming his mind. Demonic yuan energy started channeling through his hands, and it carried the blood-red stone off the ground. It hovered between Han Xiu's palms and started revolving rapidly. I roar, slash I two streams of blazes gushed out from Han Xiu's palms and gathered into a sphere right under the blood-red rock. The blazes were burning at a scorchingly high temperature. Sanguis, who was standing beside Han Xiu, immediately felt the heat and subconsciously took a few steps backward. As the blazes licked the blood-red rock, the solid rock seemed to have softened. The center of the blood crystal turned redder and redder, while the outer rim charred and cracked. It was as though the flames had forced and compressed the energy in the blood crystal to the center. "Eh!" A soft cry of surprise came from the distance. Rose, wearing an amazed face, was standing quietly and staring foolishly at Han Xiu, who was refining a weapon. After arriving at Soaring Cloud's mountain range, Rose managed to locate a hot spring. For the past few days, Rose and a few female divine guards had been relaxing at the hot spring. Rose had just completed her ritual bathing session for the day and came to this place after learning from the divine guards that Han Xiu was here. She did not expect to find Han Xiu refining a weapon. It was common knowledge on Elysium that a blacksmith required at least several energy towers to melt the materials needed to forge a weapon. In addition, they will need to carve numerous abstruse and complicated magical matrices on the ground, assembling various kinds of energies just to produce one divine weapon. The process was long, toilsome, and complicated. It had never been heard of on the Elysium that a divine weapon could be produced with no mold or matrices, but one piece of raw material and a pair of hands, as Han Xiu was performing. Rose could not understand how Han Xiu could turn the molten rock between his hands into the desired shape without using any unique magical matrices or energy towers. The astonished Rose continued to watch Han Xiu, who was concentrated on refining a demonic weapon. For some reason, at least for that moment, she found Han Xiu, who was fully concentrated on the task, to be very attractive. She also felt that the weapon Han Xiu produced will be perfect. With Rose and Sanguis attentively watching, pieces of dark rock cracked and fell off from the outer edge of the blood crystal one after another. The 2-meter-long blood crystal gradually shrunk as Han Xiu baked it with fire spitting out from his palms. The redness at the outer rim seemed to be moving towards the center as the crystal got smaller. The scarlet light at the center of the crystal grew more and more brilliant. It looked as though blood was flowing in the crystal. Gradually, the blood crystal started having the rough shape of a broadsword. The fire from Han Xiu's palms grew fiercer. Little pieces of rocks continued falling off the revolving broadsword-shaped blood crystal. After a while, the flame coming from Han Xiu's palms started diminishing, but the blood-red radiance coming from the blood crystal only grew brighter. It shone as though a red sun and turned everything around it blood-red. A faint scent of blood started emanating from it. Impatience and excitement could be seen in Sanguis, who had been watching beside Han Xiu. After Han Xiu removed the impurities from the blood crystal, in its purest form, burst with blood-red light. Sanguis suddenly felt as though a miraculous connection was formed between him and the broadsword. Even the blood in his body grew unusually excited. I thud. Slash I the blood crystal, now the shape of a broadsword, fell onto the ground. Han Shuo stopped spitting fire from his palms and used a force to redirect the stream nearby. Thick water vapor fizzed from the blood crystal broadsword as Waster doused on it. After rinsing the broadsword multiple times, the blood crystal was spotlessly clean and no longer hot to the touch. Han Shuo finally turned to Sanguis, who was jumping up and down, and said, "Go ahead." Sanguis was overjoyed and immediately grabbed and held up the broadsword made using blood crystal. He exclaimed, "It's heavy." Intense bloody radiance suddenly burst from the broadsword. It even made Han Shuo's blood travel abnormally for a brief moment. He could feel his blood wanting to escape his body and flew onto the broadsword. "Haha, this is wonderful, I love it. Thank you, Master, thank you," cheered Sanguis. Chapter 786, Throw a Cherry on Top. GDK 786. Throw a Cherry on Top. Sanguis started playing with his broadsword made from a blood crystal. He felt as though the broadsword had become a part of himself. Having an extension of himself in his hand felt amazing to Sanguis. Han Shuo had removed all impurities from the blood crystal and reshaped it to be a broadsword. But as Han Shuo did not know the uses of blood crystal detailedly, that was all that he could do. Sanguis must figure out the rest by himself. Though I have formed the sword, you must find a way to form a bond with the weapon. The usual technique of dripping your blood in it probably won't work in this case. You'll have to figure that out by yourself, Han Shuo said to Sanguis after thinking for a moment. "I don't have to do that, it has already become a part of me," replied Sanguis excitedly. The broadsword then abruptly disappeared into Sanguis as he chuckled. Then, a moment later, the broadsword reappeared from his chest and flew into his hand. Being able to store a demonic weapon into his body meant that Sanguis has successfully connected his mind with the broadsword. Although Han Shuo had absolutely no clue how Sanguis managed to accomplish that, he was very happy for Sanguis. Han Shuo nodded and said, "Very good. You have now truly become the master of the broadsword. You may give it a name. Make sure to learn and explore all its uses." Han Shuo thought for a moment and continued, "Every precious demonic weapon possesses an infinite potential to evolve. Once a demonic weapon improved to a certain level, a spirit will take shape. You should keep an eye on that. This broadsword is much more bizarre than Balin's flying sword. I think it most likely will form a spirit of its own." "Yes, Master, I will do as you say." Sanguis maneuvered his broadsword to squirm around his body as he explored the uses of the weapon. He tried to form an even deeper connection with the broadsword using Blood God mantra. Sanguis tirelessly communicated with the broadsword made using blood crystal. He was so engrossed in the new weapon that he seemed to have forgotten that Han Shuo was beside him. Standing not far away, Rose continued to stare fixedly at Han Shuo. Han Shuo had long noticed Rose's presence. After giving Sanguis some instructions, he walked to Rose in a faint smile and asked, "What's up?" Rose did not answer but continued to stare at Han Shuo. After a long while, Rose softly exhaled as though trying to cast away the shock in her heart. She softly asked, "So you also know how to refine weapons?" Han Shuo half shrugged and replied, "Well, I'm just an amateur. It's nothing to write home about." "From how I see it, it's the exact opposite." Rose softly exclaimed and said, "I have never seen or heard anyone who can refine a weapon in the manner you did just now. Your weapon smelting skill is marvelous. I'm pretty sure that you are just as skillful in refining weapons as you are in refining medicines." Han Shuo was known to be a genius pharmacist in the Darkness Dominion. All those who were acquainted with Han Shuo knew that he was extremely talented in refining medicines, but none of them knew that he was also talented at refining weapons. If Rose did not happen to catch Han Shuo in the act of refining a broadsword for Sanguis, perhaps even Rose would remain oblivious to it. It was only at this point in time that Rose realized that all those miraculous divine weapons she saw on Han Shuo was produced by Han Shuo himself. During their assault on Hushville City, Rose had seen Han Shuo utilized various weapons of mass destruction against a large number of divine guards who pursued them. She observed that those unique and deadly weapons were quite different from the conventional divine weapons. She had been wondering where Han Shuo found such a strange but supreme artisan to make all those weapons for him. But finally, After accidentally witnessing what she saw that day, the question became clear to Rose. I, being a gifted pharmacist, has made Brian reputable in the Darkness Dominion. If people learned that Brian is also brilliantly talented in the arts of weapon refinement, it will surely shock the entire Elysium. I thought Rose. It's not as miraculous as you imagined. It's just some simple and amateur techniques. With just one look at Rose, Han Shuo knew what was going on in her head. Han Shuo did not want people to know too much of his secrets, and therefore said so to Rose. Rose looked intently at Han Shuo. After a while, she put on a faint smile and demanded, "Well then, I hope you will make me a weapon too. A simple and crude one will do." Han Shuo stared puzzlingly at Rose for a moment before he replied, "The energy you cultivate in is very different from mine. Even if I made you a weapon, without understanding the energy that Sanguis and I cultivate, the weapon will be next to useless to you. It doesn't matter. I still want one. Any type of weapon will do. Your weapon refining techniques are marvelous. I want to watch you do it again," demanded Rose persistently. She was determined to make Han Shuo refine her a weapon despite his reluctance. As Han Shuo's slave, Rose had been very cooperative and had served him well. Han Shuo was poor at rejecting his allies' requests, especially those who had been helpful to him. Therefore, after thinking for a moment, Han Shuo forced a smile and nodded. "Fine, I will make you a weapon now." All right, here, cut a finger and fill this bottle to the middle with your blood," instructed Han Shuo as he took out a glass container and handed it to Rose. Rose was happy that Han Shuo agreed to her demand while perplexed by his instruction. She couldn't understand why Han Shuo needed her blood to produce a weapon. However, she did not raise her doubt to Han Shuo, but readily complied with his instruction. A single strand of her silky silver hair pierced the skin on her tender left index finger. Drop by drop, guided by the strand of her hair, her blood fell into the glass container. Around 2 minutes later, the container was half filled with her red blood. She handed the container to Han Shuo. After taking the bottle of blood from Rose, Han Shuo began refining pearls of annihilation in front of her. He took out all sorts of rare and bizarre rocks before baking them into reddish-brown spheres under an intense flame. The pearls of annihilation that were forming were around the size of an eyeball. They were glossy and were faintly shimmering. Rose's fresh blood was slowly placed into the pearls drop by drop. A fiery red light came from the center of the pearls, as though a fire was ignited inside those pearls. They looked like glossy pearls that contained burning fires. They were eye-catching and beautiful. Just like Sanguis, Rose seemed very excited and happy when getting their weapons. When Han Shuo placed those pearls of annihilation in Rose's hand, she sensed a very faint but real connection with those pearls. This was surprising to her. As you cultivate in an energy different from mine, and your blood has not been condensed through unique means, you will only have a weak connection with these pearls. However, as weak as the connection is, you can still remotely detonate the pearls just by. Han Shuo started explaining to Rose on the method of using the pearls of annihilation as well as their powers. Though that weak connection, Rose could effortlessly detonate her pearls of annihilation from several hundred meters away. If used correctly, the pearls could even be a lifesaver during an emergency. However, it appeared that Rose had no intention to make practical use of the pearls. It seemed as though she had taken the pearls of annihilation as a magnificent handicraft article. Under Rose's demand, Han Shuo had no choice but to make holes on the pearls with his demonic yuan and chain the pearls into a bracelet using the elastic veins of a magical beast. Rose was very contented. She constantly fiddled with the bracelet made of pearls of annihilation and appeared very happy. Han Shuo was left between laughter and tears when he saw that Rose had taken the pearls as an ornament. He wasn't sure if Rose listened to his detailed explanation of how to use the pearls. He thought, women's minds are indeed unfathomable. She is actually treating this destructive weapon as jewelry just because it looked pretty. Time passed hurried. Half a month went by. One after another, the participating companies from the other 6 corps arrived at Soaring Cloud Mountain Range. Naturally, those from the House of Saint, as the ruler of the City of Shadows and the organizer of the event, will not be absent. Wallace, Andre, Carmelita, and others arrived at the mountain range. 3 of the 7 Divine Guard Corps belonged to the House of Kinson, House of Kisa, and House of Buller. As the competition could affect the interests of their family clans, members of those 3 large family clans also came to the mountain range as observers. They would usually hang around with their 4th Corps, 6th Corps, and 7th Corps. The soaring Cloud Mountain range suddenly turned lively. Those from the 7 Corps would stay in 7 separate regions around the soaring Cloud Mountain range throughout the competition. Wallace and Andre had divided and assigned those regions ahead of time. Members and representatives from the large family clans, Wallace included, would stay at the centermost region of the mountain range. They were in charge of handling any accidents throughout the competition. Those newly arrived at the mountain range were astounded when they saw Han Shuo's company. An emotion of vigilance appeared on their faces after they carefully sized up the divine guards of the 5th Corps. After having been ground and tempered by the 8 Desolation and Torment formation, the divine guards of the 5th Corps gained a distinctive stern and solemn aura. No matter from any angle, they do not look like a company made up of amateurish recruits. The crowd who originally felt that the 5th Corps was destined to take the last place suddenly wasn't so sure anymore. Andre and Wallace inwardly praised in their heads. They became even more admiring of Han Shuo. His ability to train the 5th Corps divine guards up to this level in such a short time was phenomenal. Even Wallace did not have the confidence of accomplishing this amazing feat. "It seems that the 5th Corps might not take the bottom place," said Wallace after he turned to Andre, who was standing abreast. Andre nodded smilingly. Then, in a somewhat delighted manner, he suggested, "Elder brother, Carmelita is at the age of marriage. Why don't we throw a cherry on top after the competition?" Wallace stared blankly for a moment before he asked, "What do you mean?" "The House of Han is rapidly rising in influence and power. Brian even can injure Hoffs of Hushville City. If things continue to develop in this trend, it is only a matter of time before their interests overlap with our House of Saints. In the end, the House of Han might leave the City of Shadows. However, if Carmelita is married to the youngster, everything will be easily solved. What do you think, brother?" Wallace had not considered the possibility before. After hearing Andre's words, Wallace sank deep in thought. Chapter 787, 3rd place, at most GDK 787. 3rd place, at most. Although it was clear that Han Shuo was an excellent lad filled with potential, no father would be open to the idea of becoming his father-in-law. Han Shuo was already having a horde of female companions, and none of them had any formal recognition of any kind. If that wasn't enough, there was no telling if Han Shuo might further expand his harem. Wallace did not think that Carmelita could keep Han Shuo in check. From the way Wallace looked at it, Carmelita will not have a happy life if she was married to Han Shuo. Therefore, he was rather resistant to that idea. However, the scenario that Andre mentioned was very likely to happen in the future. Given the strength that Han Shuo displayed so far, Wallace felt that he wasn't one who would be satisfied with being under the authority of anyone. With Celestial Pearl Pharmacy being a money-printing machine, it was only a matter of time before the House of Han completely replaced the void left by the House of Lavers in the City of Shadows. With their patriarch, Han Shuo, having such valiant strength, and with a constant stream of wealth generated through Celestial Pearl Pharmacy, the House of Han was certain to have a bright future. When one day, the House of Han's presence inevitably threatened the position of the House of Saint, without any firmer bond that ties the two families together, Wallace was sure that the elders in his family clan will do something about it. After thinking about it carefully, Wallace realized that the outcome of him doing nothing about it would be disastrous. Andre's proposal, if carried out soon, could avoid the disastrous outcome they foresaw. Although Wallace was tempted to do so, he also felt that Han Shuo was just too much of a womanizer. He could not come to a decision in a short time. "Let's not be hasty. Although I am very pleased with that youngster's performance in almost every aspect, he just has too many romantic partners around him. Besides, Carmelita hasn't shown any interest in him romantically. This needs to be carefully considered," replied Wallace after he kept silent for a long time. Andre nodded and said nothing. He knew exactly what Wallace was concerned about but had no advice to give. The competition between the 7 Corps had yet to begin. Most of the participants were using their free time to study the terrain of Soaring Clouds mountain range, except for those from the 5th Corps. They had arrived at the mountain range much earlier and had completed their preparations long ago. Following Han Shuo's command, none of the 5th Corps Divine Guards traveled around the mountain range but stayed within their camping zone to rest and save up energy. Han Shuo, however, did not do so. He often went to drink and chat with Erebus and Ayabashi. Carmelita would usually join them as well. These Divine Guard chiefs did not display the tension or solemnness before a competition. On one of those days, Han Shuo, Erebus, and Carmelita were happily chatting with Ayabashi over at the campsite of her 1st Corps. Without any warning, a young man with dark green skin and sharp eyes walked into appearance. He had short and neatly trimmed hair that stood firmly on his head. He appeared to be an icily arrogant and stern person. When he showed up to the party, he merely gave a slight nod at Erebus before walking straight to Ayabashi and proceeded by staring intensely at her without speaking. A few seconds later, he coldly nodded and said, "Not bad, you have not declined in strength." He then announced in a loud voice, "Ayabashi, this year I'm going to defeat you." Ayabashi seemed to have known what this man would say. She put on a disdained smirk, softly groaned, and said, "It's been many centuries, but you have never been able to defeat me, not even once. It won't be any different this time." "It will be different," replied the man in a solemn face with brimming confidence. Those who did not know better would easily be influenced by his confidence. "Nah, you'll lose to me again, like always," rebutted Ayabashi. She let out a soft laugh and said, "Ralph, you have always managed your troops with the cruelest method. You train them in the most dangerous environment with absolutely no regard for their lives. That is the only reason your 2nd Corps can get 1st place in the team competition." Ayabashi took a short pause before she continued, "I absolutely disagree with your methods. Although your 2nd Corps has always taken 1st place in the team competition, it doesn't justify your cruel methods. How I manage my 2nd Corps is none of your concern." Ralph coldly groaned and said, "In short, this time around, my 2nd Corps will obtain total victory, and I will defeat you in the duel?" "Humph, what a brassy punk." Carmelita couldn't take it any longer and commented. Although Ralph was loyal to her father, he wasn't particularly friendly to other members of the House of Saint. When Ralph walked in just then, he did not nod or greet Carmelita. This meant that Ralph was the servant of Wallace alone and not the House of Saints. Ralph glared at Carmelita and said in an emotionless and indifferent voice, "You have been severely injured twice in just a few years and have wasted so many His Lordship's divine essences. Do you not feel ashamed? You should be cultivating instead of coming to the competition." Carmelita was enraged. She pointed at Ralph and said, "What's so terrific about you? All that you've ever done is make every divine guard of your 2nd Corps as cold-blooded and inhuman as you are. 1st place in team strength? At what cost? Don't think that we are unaware of just how many have died to your ridiculously harsh training." Although the City of Shadows was huge, very few dared unreservedly criticize Carmelita like Ralph just did. Carmelita had always despised Ralph. But as Ralph was highly trusted and regarded by Wallace, there wasn't much that Carmelita could do to him. On top of that, Ralph had greater strength than Carmelita, which made her feel helpless when she had to face Ralph. It was also because of this that Ralph did not need to care about her feelings when speaking to her. "Brian, teach this guy a lesson for me." Carmelita must be seething with rage. She sought Han Shuo, the only person in the party who was not a member of the House of Saint, to back her up. Han Shuo forced a smile and replied in a helpless manner, "This is a personal matter of your family clan. It is not my place to step in." Although Han Shuo did not find Ralph likable, he was nonetheless a member of the House of Saint and an important henchman of Wallace's. The matter between Ralph and Carmelita could be considered as a private matter of the Saint family. He wasn't in a suitable position to intervene. Han Shuo may be disinclined to have any friction with Ralph, but Ralph doesn't seem to reciprocate that. He shot a cold glance at Han Shuo and sneered disdainfully. In an indifferent tone, he remarked, "This guy, he doesn't have the capacity to do so." Han Shuo bunched his brows, for he was now triggered. Han Shuo had long heard about Ralph's infamous temperament. He had absolutely no scruples in anything he does or speaks, and doesn't even save any respect for the patriarchs of the other 3 major family clans. Unlike Ayabashi and Erebus, Ralph doesn't know what courtesy is. After finally meeting Ralph, Hanshu learned that the rumors were indeed true. This isn't going to end up well for Ralph. I thought Ayabashi and Erebus immediately. The two knew that although Hanshu may appear innocent and friendly at all times, he doesn't take provocation lightly, and once he erupts, all hell will break loose. And as they had expected, after Hanshu looked at Ralph for a moment, he did not show any anger but put on an insincere smile and said, "I heard that the Second Corps ranked first in team combat strength, but I just find it quite hard to believe. My newly assembled Fifth Corps is looking forward to discovering what the Second Corps is made of on the battlefield." After a short pause, Hanshu put on another fake smile and remarked, "Oh, by the way, I'm sure that Lord Ralph isn't going to take second place in the competition between Divine Guard chiefs. And neither will he get the first place," added Ayabashi. Hanshu turned to Ayabashi and smilingly said, "That's for certain." Hanshu took a short pause to let darkness brew on Ralph's face before he confidently claimed, "From how I see it, he'll get third place. At most." Ayabashi raised an eyebrow, put on an amused smile, and said, "So you mean you'll be taking the second place?" Hanshu put on a mischievous smile and replied, "I'm pretty sure I can defeat him. It won't be that difficult." Carmelita and Erebus put on astonished faces when they heard those words. After a few seconds, Erebus shook his head in a strange manner while Carmelita cheered and clapped. She happily said, "Very good, Brian, I like this confidence of yours. If you defeat him in the competition, you will have my gratitude." "Consider it done," replied Hanshu arrogantly. Ralph's face had been growing darker and darker as he listened to their conversation. Finally, he snapped. He suddenly shouted, "No need to wait until the competition. Let's see if you have anything to back up your bravado right here, right now." Upon finishing those words, Ralph suddenly attacked. His palm, filled with the divine energy of destruction, shot at Hanshu, who was just a few arms' lengths away. The cordial smile on Hanshu's face did not diminish as he coldly watched Ralph's big hand approaches. Cauldron Spirit's energy suddenly filled his body, and a tremendous amount of energy gathered on Hanshu's right index finger. It moved at lightning speed and made contact with Ralph's palm. A bizarre radiance erupted spread from the finger to the palm. A violent surge of energy came from Hanshu's finger and halted Ralph's palm completely. Immediately following that, Hanshu's pointed finger closed into a fist. An explosive force even more ferocious than the last smashed into Ralph's palm. Thud, thud, thud. Ralph was forced to take a few steps in reverse by the tremendous power. When Ralph finally regained his balance, there was no longer a trace of disdain on his face when he looked at Hanshu, and it was replaced with solemnness. He nodded coldly and remarked, "Not bad. You have proven yourself to be having more than just a big mouth. However, with what you have, defeating me is nothing more than a pipe dream." Upon finishing those words, Ralph turned on his heels, started walking away while saying, "Lord Wallace prohibits fighting outside of the competition. I will crush you to the core when the competition comes." It was obvious that Ralph's attack only meant to test Hanshu's power, and he had not used his full strength. Ralph was not discouraged after he stumbled backward from Hanshu's counterattack. From that little engagement, he gained a rough understanding of Hanshu's strength. Ralph had not exerted his full strength, but so did Hanshu. He had not even utilized the 17 flying swords. Hanshu couldn't help but laughed. He said to the leaving Ralph, "Let me tell you this, not only that I will defeat you in the individual category, but your second corps will also have to step down from the first place in the team category. Too long have you held to that title." Ralph stopped and turned to give one look at Hanshu. He put on a sneer and said, "We shall see." The second corps had always been the champion in the team competition. Ralph had more confidence in the strength of his corps than in his own. He suddenly felt that Hanshu was being more arrogant than he was. Chapter 788, Exceed the Quota GDK 788. Exceed the quota. Ralph left in a dark face. After his figure had completely disappeared from the party, Ayabashi put on a big smile and said, "Well done, Brian." Ayabashi and Erebus did not get along well with Ralph. It was easy to see why they would be supportive of Hanshu's actions. As soon as Ralph left, they started praising Hanshu. "Brian, this Ralph has always been an arrogant one. Don't take the matter too seriously." consoled Erebus. He then let out a light groan and said, "His second corps have gotten on top of me for too long. I will make sure that it won't happen again." "Save it. Your third corps is no match against him. The second corps is formidable in team combat strength. If my first corps have no confidence in defeating them, what hope would your third corps have?" said Ayabashi in a sweet smile. She clearly did not feel that Erebus Divine Guards could defeat Ralph's. The Divine Guard chiefs of the City of Shadows knew each other's strengths well. Their Divine Guards had fought against each other in the Centennial competition many times, and they knew their level of strength. It was clear to Ayabashi that Erebus Divine Guards were hopeless against those of Ralph's. "Brian, that Ralph is not easy to handle, but as we are all Divine Guard chiefs, he wouldn't dare give you any trouble in private. Don't take what happened just now too seriously. His main goal in coming here is to diminish our morale while trying to learn about our situation. When it's time to fight, I will make sure to give him a beating," Ayabashi said to Hanshuo. Hanshuo nodded smilingly. He knew that both Ayabashi and Erebus had taken his claims as nothing more than conceited, nonsensical words just to infuriate Ralph. The two did not feel that Hanshuo's fifth corps had any chance of defeating Ralph's second corps. Soon after that, Hanshuo decided he had enough chit-chat for the day and left the party. Carmelita followed him out cheerfully. As soon as they have left Ayabashi and Erebus, she remarked, "Brian, you really are discreet about revealing your strength." Hanshuo had never demonstrated his mighty strength to Carmelita the entire time. Although Andre and Wallace had shared a few things with her, and she had learned about Hanshuo giving Portlam a beating back at the banquet hall in Celestial Pearl, Carmelita had never seen Hanshuo in action and therefore never really treated Hanshuo as an expert of equal class. But finally now, Carmelita had witnessed with her own eyes how Hanshuo forced Ralph to stumble backward with one little punch. It was very surprising to her considering that Ralph's strength was one realm above hers. Carmelita suddenly caught a cheerful mood for no apparent reason. She recalled the time they first met and thought that no wonder Hanshuo had managed to survive and even rescue her from danger when all the Divine Guards were killed back in that treacherous mountain range. It turned out that he was a formidable expert all along who had been concealing his true strength. Not knowing how to respond to Carmelita's pleasantly surprised gazes, Hanshuo forced a smile. He did not know how to explain it to Carmelita. Hanshuo could try to be frank and tell her that he only possessed low god strength back when he joined her mission in that mountain range. But if Hanshuo said so, not just Carmelita, but no one in the world would believe his words. This was because no one on Elysium had ever managed to transcend from low god realm to high god realm in such a short time. "Carmelita, that Ralph really has an attitude. I did not expect that he wouldn't even give you face," said Hanshuo, trying to divert the topic. Anger could immediately be seen on Carmelita, who was about to ask Hanshuo about something. She replied, "That guy is totally a mad dog that my father keeps. He will bite at anyone he sees, as long as the person is not my father. But no one can disagree that the fella has outstanding strength and is very capable. Even his second corps Divine Guards are astonishing in strength. He always manages to somehow solve all the difficult problems that the city faced. Therefore, even though he is as wild as a mad dog, his position in the city remain unmoved." Hanshuo had heard plenty of rumors about Ralph. Wallace the City Lord would assign some of the most dangerous, sensitive, and despicable missions critical to the City of Shadows to Ralph. And Ralph doesn't disappoint the City Lord. He would achieve all the mission objectives as demanded of him. It was also because of this that Wallace trusted him more than any other Divine Guard chiefs, so much so that Wallace would even dismiss Carmelita's complaints against Ralph. "Don't worry, after the competition, Ralph will learn to behave himself." Hanshuo put on an unruffled face and confidently said, "My fifth corps will defeat his second corps in the team competition." Carmelita was astonished to hear that assertion from Hanshuo. She did not know where that confidence of Hanshuo's came from. Although Carmelita was skeptical of Hanshuo's claim, as Hanshuo had taken a jab at Ralph for her just then, she did not express her doubts but patted on Hanshuo's shoulders smilingly and said, "It's down to you." Hanshuo nodded. Shortly after, the two separated. Hanshuo returned to the 5th Corps campsite, while Carmelita returned to the Center Region campsite where Wallace and Andre stayed. Among a luxuriant forest in the southeast region of soaring Cloud Mountain Range stood a large number of emerald green camps. They were the temporary shelters for the divine guards of the Second Corps. Ralph flew back to his camp in a gloomy, dark face. Upon his return, Kiffin, the captain for the company that will represent the Second Corps in the competition, stepped forward, bowed slightly, and asked, "What ails you, my lord?" Kiffin was an illegitimate child from a small family clan where he suffered endless years of abuse and torture. There was only hatred in his heart and malice in his mind. As boundless as his hate was, alone, he did not have enough power to make retribution. But things changed when he met his mentor. Ralph took him into his Second Corps, for he saw the rage and thirst for blood in Kiffin's eyes. He trained Kiffin and helped Kiffin exterminate the family clan that afflicted him all the agony. He watched as Kiffin slowly killed his own father. After Ralph assisted Kiffin in getting his revenge, he fully submitted to Ralph and took Ralph as his master. He had been serving Ralph faithfully for countless years and went through fire and water for him. Kiffin was also responsible for training the new Second Corps recruits with extreme and insane methods. There was no regard given to their lives. At the cost of tremendous injuries and deaths, the Second Corps Divine Guards were transformed into bloodthirsty, deadly wild beasts. "I have met that chief of Fifth Corps, the one told in the rumors," replied Ralph in a sinister voice. A corner of Kiffin's lips curled with icy disdain. He said, "That pharmacist from Celestial Pearl? What does he know? That guy should be making medicines in his room instead of managing the Fifth Corps. How foolish of him to even participate in this competition. He needs to learn his place." "My lord, have you taught him a lesson?" Ralph's face suddenly turned cold as though he recalled Han Shu beating him back with one punch. Ralph replied in a cold, loud voice, "He declared that he will defeat our Second Corps and the company you lead will lose to his." Kiffin was astounded. After a long while, he snapped out of the daze and put on a sinister smirk. "What a funny youngster. Our Second Corps has stood tall in the City of Shadows unchallenged for many years. Does he think he can surpass and unseat us right after becoming a chief? How preposterous. In every competition, every team is bound by a quota, a maximum number of casualties they can cause. Kiffin, when you are up against the Fifth Corps later in the competition, you may exceed the quota. I will handle all the repercussions." Kiffin was startled. He immediately knew that Ralph must truly be angered by that pharmacist from Celestial Pearl. Otherwise, Ralph would never have disobeyed Wallace's command and asked him to kill more divine guards of the Fifth Guards than the rules allowed. Kiffin was a blind follower of Ralph's. His loyalty lied with Ralph and not with Wallace. Therefore, Kiffin did not object to Ralph's instruction. He quickly recovered from the shock, nodded, and answered, "Understood, my lord. Once the Fifth Corps ran into our path, I will make them pay the price for offending your lordship." "Excellent," replied Ralph as his mood suddenly turned better. It was as though he could already smell the scent of blood of the Fifth Corps Divine Guards as they were being annihilated. At the same time, over on the other side of the mountain range, Han Shu put on a grim smile and said to himself, "So there is such a thing as a quota for casualties. Hee, Ralph, oh Ralph, let's see who will have a higher number of casualties." Right away, Han Shu gathered Sanguis, Gilbert, Bollins, and Barnard to give them a few secret instructions. 3 days later, the 7 Divine Guard chiefs and their men assembled at the center region of the mountain range. Wallace and the patriarchs of all major family clans were present. At their center, on one of the viewing platforms, an enormous oval sand table was placed. The terrain of soaring Cloud Mountain Range was reflected on the sand table. It was also filled with numerous markers and many red and blue lines. Ralph had been gazing at Han Shu with cold eyes ever since the moment Han Shu showed up. The hostility in his eyes was not concealed at all. Wallace, Andre, and others noticed it and took note of it. Han Shu, meanwhile, completely ignored Ralph's unfriendly gazes. He chatted with Ayabashi and Erebus in low voices. They would laugh loudly or exclaim from time to time. Clearly, Han Shu was not in the least affected by Ralph's hostile gaze. Andre gazes at Han Shu and then at Ralph from his platform distance away. His brows creased slightly. Wallace had been talking with the other 3 patriarchs of large family clans. Finally, he went onto the stage and raised one hand to gather the crowd's attention. When everyone looked at him in silence, Wallace began by giving a motivational speech before leading the crowd to kowtow and pray to the overgod of darkness. Every century, right before the competition begins, a simple ceremony to worship the overgod of darkness will be held. Everyone was used to it, and they followed Wallace's lead in kowtowing. Han Shuo, however, wasn't too willing to do so. The overgod of darkness wasn't the god Han Shuo worshipped, and he felt that he had no reason to be so humble. Seeing that no one was looking at him, he did not kneel on the ground but merely bowed his body slightly. Han Shuo thought that no one would notice his sinful act of disrespecting the darkness overgod. But when the ceremony was near its end and he was ready to stand straight, he suddenly noticed that Ralph distance away was watching him coldly. He was sneering as though he had caught Han Shuo red-handed. Chapter 789, Conflict GDK 789. Conflict on Elysium, a citizen was expected to be humble and respectful to the overgod of the dominion that they lived in. Han Shuo's behavior can be considered as blasphemy against the darkness overgod. It was a serious crime. If he was deemed guilty of the crime, it could have an immediate impact on Han Shuo's prospects in the City of Shadows. Therefore, when Han Shuo saw that sneer on Ralph's face, an uneasy feeling rose from his heart. As expected, when the religious ceremony ends and everyone lifted their heads and rose back to their feet, Ralph immediately shouted, "Lord Brian, how dare you behave with such impiety as not to kneel on the ground? As a follower of the overgod, such an act of disrespect towards the overgod is unforgivable." Wallace, who was about to announce something, seemed somewhat astonished by Ralph's claim. He turned to sweep his eyes over Han Shuo, bunched his brows, and asked, "Brian, is it true? I did not expect Lord Ralph to be such a vindictive man. I'm very disappointed that Lord Ralph has decided to make such a grave slander against me over a small quarrel we had 2 days ago." Of course, Han Shuo will not admit it. If Han Shuo was buckled with the bad name of blasphemy, it could easily be used against him and cause him countless troubles down the road. "Lord Brian, you indeed are talented in lying through your teeth. You had the audacity to commit the sin, so don't be such a coward at admitting your deeds," shouted Ralph coldly as he stared intently at Han Shuo with his piercing eyes. It was as though Ralph was trying to make Han Shuo feel nervous through overwhelming pressure. Wallace, Andre, and others present were sharp-eyed. They can detect even the tiniest bit of uneasiness that showed on Han Shuo's face. But unfortunately for them, Han Shuo's mind was staunch beyond what they could imagine. Not only that Han Shuo did not reveal the slightest feeling of guilt under Ralph's penetrating eagle eyes, but he even managed to put on perfect acting of having been wronged. He glared at Ralph angrily and rebutted, "Lord Ralph, we both know which of us is actually lying. Do you not have any conscience?" You are lying through your teeth," Ralph immediately shouted. He did not expect Han Shuo to be so good at acting. Han Shuo let out a sigh, shook his head, and remarked disappointedly, "I have always thought that Lord Ralph is a principled and truthful man. I really did not expect that you will make such a ridiculous slander against me just because we had a small argument. Truly disappointing." "Oi, Ralph, do you really have to make such a big fuss over something so trivial?" said Erebus in a loud voice. Erebus soon noticed that everyone's gazes had gathered on him. So he explained, "A few days earlier, Brian and Ralph had a small argument over at Lord Ayabashi's campsite." "I don't think that Lord Brian is one who would lie," said Caspar, the patriarch of the House of Kinson. The other 2 patriarchs immediately nodded and repeated the opinion, implying that Ralph was making a false accusation against Han Shuo. Ralph was perhaps the most hated man in the City of Shadows. The 3 patriarchs detested Ralph and would grab on to any opportunity to slam him. But instead of criticizing Ralph directly, they remarked that Han Shuo was a trustworthy person. Wallace looked back and forth at Ralph and Han Shuo with his brows bunched. After thinking in silence for a moment, he said, "Ralph may have been mistaken with what he saw. All right, let's move forward and not raise this little misunderstanding anymore." Although still filled with anger, Ralph silenced himself after Wallace announced so. He knew that Wallace was actually defending him. Han Shuo still had that innocent look on his face. His eyes were filled with sadness and disappointment when he looked at Ralph. Those who didn't know better might even think that Han Shuo felt pity for Ralph for how he had conducted himself. In his mind, however, Han Shuo was laughing his ass off. From the attitude of the three major patriarchs, Han Shuo could tell that Ralph was sure enough very unpopular. In addition, the fact that not a single member of the Saint family had spoken a word to defend Ralph was proof that Carmelita's words were true. Even the members of the Saint family disliked this loyal hound of Wallace's. Han Shuo was relieved at the fact that Ralph was so unpopular. He knew that if he were to come to actual conflict with Ralph, this would be an advantage he had against Ralph. With that, the disturbance died down. Wallace completed the remainder of his speech and started explaining the rules for the competition. Other than Han Shuo, who was new there, all the participants knew the rules like the back of their hands. In fact, Wallace's only targeted audience was Han Shuo. But thankfully, Han Shuo had Ayabashi and Erebus explain to him everything about the rules long ago. When Wallace saw Han Shuo nod his head to indicate that he already understood the rules, Wallace sped up and quickly finished the necessary speech. Each Divine Guard Corps was represented by one company. The company must not be more than 100 men strong, and there must be no high god among them. Although it was forgivable to cause accidental injury and death, premeditated killing was strictly prohibited. Each company must not cause more than 5 deaths. Competition between companies would take place before duels between the chiefs. The given objectives would be different every centennial. Sometimes the 7 companies would race to a goalpost, fighting and hindering each other along the way. Sometimes they would have to hunt for magical beasts and collect the most magical cores to be the victor. But the competition this time was somewhat special. Wallace had hidden a number of divine essences around the eastern part of soaring Cloud Mountain Range. The Divine Guards had 7 days to find those divine essences. They were also allowed to plunder from other teams. However, those were no ordinary divine essences. Wallace and Andre had placed spells on them such that they will emanate unique and perceptible energy fluctuation once removed from where they were hidden. During those 7 days, the companies may look for the divine essences, steal, or plunder from each other. After the time was up, the company with the most divine essences will be the victor. It was also worth mentioning that the companies were not allowed to cooperate with each other. And while 2 companies were engaging, no third company was to intervene. Those 2 rules were actually added specially for Ayabashi and Erebus. Wallace and Andre knew that Erebus was overfond of Ayabashi. If the First Corps and Third Corps joined hands, the victor was certain to be one of them. It was to prevent that scenario that such a specific rule was added. After having quickly explained all the rules and their objectives for the competition, Wallace commanded the companies to start marching towards the easternmost part of soaring Cloud Mountain Range. Before Kiffin departed, he was summoned by Ralph was whispered something beside his ears. Kiffin nodded repeatedly in response. Before his company started marching, he cast a cold and sinister gaze at Barnard in the distance. The Second Corps Divine Guards had as much expression as a stone, but they emanated intense killing intent. Their gazes towards others were extremely fierce. They were as though beasts scanning at their prey. Compared to Divine Guards of other corps, those from the Second Corps were distinctly more fearsome. That imposing demeanor of theirs was simply incomparable. The Divine Guards of the Fifth Corps, on the contrary, were very relaxed, so much so that the crowd had trouble processing what they saw. Peals of laughter never ceased coming from the Fifth Corps Divine Guards. They did not show the slightest nervousness before a major competition. Those who didn't know might even think that they were going on a sightseeing trip. Compared to the other participants, especially those of the Second Corps, the Fifth Corps Divine Guards just seemed too offbeat. Wallace, Andre, the 3 major patriarchs, and the Divine Guard chiefs were all bewildered. They did not expect that those Divine Guards who appeared very solemn and grave earlier would become the opposite when it was time to fight. Of the observers, only Han Shu alone wore a satisfied smile. When the other participating teams arrived at soaring Cloud Mountain Range, Han Shu instructed the Divine Guards to cease their preparation, relax, and loosen up. He even allowed the Divine Guards to drink and have fun so that they wouldn't be affected by stress. These Divine Guards had walked through the 8 Desolation and Torment formation. Han Shu was not worried about their capability at all. The only thing he was worried about was that he might have given them too much pressure. Seeing that his divine guards were smiling and laughing as they walked to the competition arena, Han Shuo was not worried about that anymore. The close to 700 men, strong divine guards, departed following Wallace's instruction. The easternmost part of soaring Cloud Mountain Range was only one day's journey away from where they started. After the divine guards departed, Wallace and Andre started setting up the sand table placed on the center viewing platform. Wallace was holding a space divine device. Threads of divine energies steadily overflowed from it and fell on the sand table, portraying the eastern part of soaring Cloud Mountain Range. It was synchronized with the energy towers located in the region in some bizarre manner. After running around busily for a while, Wallace suddenly stuck the space divine device at the center of the sand table and caused an intense fluctuation to spacetime around the sand table. Then, a glass-like space energy barrier formed like a dome covering the sand table. Under Han Shuo's attentive gazes, the scene portrayed on the sand table transformed. The flora and fauna on it turned intricate and lifelike. A moment later, yet another spacetime disturbance came from the sand table. When the disturbance ceased, Han Shuo saw that the sand table had zoomed in on the easternmost region of soaring Cloud Mountain Range. Everything happening in the region was clearly projected onto the table. They could even see the troops moving across the table like little ants. This space divine device is connected to the energy towers located in that region. Using this device, we can observe everything happening over there without taking a step away. Not only that we can keep an eye on them and make sure no mishap happens, but we will also be able to tell which team has the strongest divine guards, explained Wallace smilingly to the crowd after everything was properly set up. He seemed very pleased with himself. As expected, the crowd started praising how wonderful and miraculous the divine device was and took the opportunity to fawn on Wallace implicitly. Han Shuo, however, was feeling rather uneasy. Had he knew that Wallace had such a device, he wouldn't have issued some despicable orders to Barnard. He wouldn't want anyone there to watch Barnard executing his orders, for it could land him in trouble. Chapter 790, Competition GDK 790. Competition. In the past competitions, never had such an all-encompassing monitoring device been used. Wallace ought to have acquired the space divine device only recently. Everything displayed on the sand table was real and happening live. They were just shrunk by hundreds of times in order to fit on the sand table. As miniature as the figures appeared, it was the right size for the crowd to observe everything happening in the arena without missing too many details. The 7 companies marched into 7 different parts of the battle arena. Upon stepping into the arena, each company would spread into one long row and begin combing through the terrain. They were like 7 straight lines that travels perpendicularly. The patriarchs of the large family clans, the divine guard chiefs, and some distinguished characters of the City of Shadows watched the sand table attentively. Chief Ralph of the Second Corps had his brows very slightly bunched. Like Han Shuo to Barnard, he too had given a special order to Kiffin. He also did not know that Wallace would come up with such a device. If Kiffin tried to kill Fifth Corps divine guards with premeditation, Wallace and the others will surely notice it. When Ralph thought so, he too felt rather uneasy. He couldn't help but turn to look at Han Shuo. It just so happened that Han Shuo, who shared the same feeling, met his gaze. Ralph immediately put on a cold face and lightly groaned, while Han Shuo put on a faint smile and acted composedly. We have cast spells on the divine essences. Once they were removed from where they were hidden, it will constantly emanate energy pulses to a wide area. Those nearby could easily detect the energy pulses, explained Wallace to the crowd. They have just entered the arena, and no one has discovered any divine essences yet. Hee, the competition this year is much more interesting than the past. We could even watch as the competition progresses, remarked Rugersey, the chief of Sixth Corps, smilingly. He was the first of many in the crowd to give his opinion following Wallace's explanation. Time flew by hurriedly. It had been half a day since the 7 companies entered the arena. In the thick jungles of rugged terrains, the 7 companies gradually grew further and further apart. They searched and sensed their surroundings carefully for any divine essences. The company from the 5th Corps, nominally led by Barnard, was traveling unhurried in a direction. Ballins would later split the company into 9 squads. Sanguis and Gilbert would each lead their own squads. The 9 squads traveled in a formation that kept them relatively close together. They would always be close enough to help each other of any sudden troubles. Bollins, Lord Brian wants us to plunder those from the Second Corps and ignore the First and Third Corps. But the arena is very expansive, and we are growing further and further apart from other companies. What if we cannot locate those from the Second Corps? Barnard asked Bollins for advice. Although Barnard was officially the captain of this 5th Corps company, in reality, it was Bollins who had the true command over the company. After having served the 3rd Corps for many years, Bollins was well-versed in every aspect of managing a Divine Guard Corps. In addition, he had abundant experience, excellent strength, and could always keep a calm mind. Even without any explicit orders from Han Shuo, it was clear to Barnard what he ought to do. "No worries, I know precisely where they are," replied Bollins. He had left a tracer on one of the Divine Guards from the 2nd Corps before the event. "Those punks are so fucking arrogant. Remember how they looked at us. They are so damn punchable. Let us show them who is truly the strongest in the City of Shadows," remarked Gilbert fiercely. He seemed to thirst for battle. "The 2nd Corps have always ranked first in team combat strength. I believe that they will be the first to try to plunder divine essences from another company. How about if we just preserve our energy, wait until the 2nd Corps have plundered most of the divine essences, and then raid them?" proposed Sanguis. Several other Divine Guards seconded Sanguis' proposal. They thought that it was a decent strategy. Bollins did not immediately respond. He thought in silence for a while before he shook his head and calmly disagreed. "This is not the safest strategy. If it turns out that the 2nd Corps doesn't possess many divine essences, even after taking theirs, we might not have enough divine essences to take the first place." After a short pause, Bollins suggested, "To guarantee our victory, we should at least spend some time to look for divine essences before we plunder from the 2nd Corps near the end of the competition." One of the main reasons that Bollins was the de facto leader of the company was that he could always think clearly and would never be impulsive in making a decision. His mind would always be steps ahead of the others. The company thought for a moment and realized that Bollins' suggestion would give them the greatest certainty of victory. Therefore, they decided to continue searching the arena for divine essences. The first piece of divine essence was located neither by the 2nd Corps nor the 5th Corps, but by the team from the 6th Corps, whose chief was Rugersey. One of their Divine Guards accidentally fell into a swamp. When he was almost fully submerged in mud, abruptly, he sensed a strange energy fluctuation underneath. The Divine Guard immediately cheered, prompting the others to dive into the mud. From its depth, they found a piece of divine essence. The swamp was specially enchanted such that only those who were submerged in its mud could detect the energy pulses from the divine essence. But when the piece of divine essence was removed from the swamp, the energy pulses were no longer contained to the swamp, but allowed to spread far and wide. Han Shuo and the party observing from the center of soaring Cloud Mountain Range saw a bright red dot appear on the sand table among the company from the 6th Corps. Wallace pointed at it and explained, "This red dot means that a divine essence has been removed from where it was hidden. Every divine essence has been specially treated so that those within a certain distance from it can detect it." The main reason the divine essences were treated so was to encourage the companies to fight. Otherwise, without any fighting between the companies, they wouldn't be able to tell which of them had the greatest combat strength. Chief Rugersey of the 6th Corps put on a smile. He said, "It seems that my 6th Corps is lucky. The competition has just started. There's no telling if their luck will roll," remarked Camilla, chief of the 4th Corps, after taking a glance at Rugersey. "Besides, luck isn't the most important factor in winning the competition." After those of the 6th Corps found the first divine essence, the other companies soon found more divine essences in rocks, tree trunks, rivers, and all kinds of random and unexpected locations. They were very well hidden, and only those who scan their surroundings with full attention could catch a clue. The 6th Corps may start out lucky, but they did not enjoy a lucky streak. Camilla's 4th Corps did not take long to emerge as the leading team by finding 7 pieces of divine essences. The divine essences would blossom with dazzling lights and emanate strong energy pulses like beacons once they were unearthed. In order to encourage the companies to fight, Wallace even prohibited the divine guards from concealing the divine essences they found. The divine essences must always be exposed. Compared to the 4th and 6th Corps, the 5th Corps, led by Bollins, wasn't as lucky. It appeared that there were not as many divine essences distributed in the region they choose to sweep. At this point, the 5th Corps had obtained just 2 pieces of divine essences. Meanwhile, the company from the 2nd Corps, led by Kiffin, obtained 5 pieces of divine essences. The remainder of the day had passed. The 7 companies found some more divine essences. Camilla's 4th Corps was having a long, lucky streak by obtaining 5 additional pieces of divine essences. The 2nd Corps obtained 2 more pieces, while the 5th Corps only found 1 more piece. Bollin's company had the lowest count of divine essences. Camilla was very happy that her 4th Corps was leading by a good margin. She said to Rugersi smilingly, "See that? This is what having good luck actually looks like. It just keeps on coming." Rugersi forced a smile and replied, "You yourself have said that luck isn't the most important factor." Gradually, even more time had passed. The 7 Corps no longer discovered any more divine essences, as though they had found all the divine essences that were hidden. "That's more or less it. Around 90% of the divine essences have been found," said Andre. He said to the crowd who were watching the sand table attentively, "Now comes the most exciting part of the competition." The 7 companies had obtained at least some divine essences. With most of the divine essences having been unearthed, the companies with lesser divine essences must now plunder from their opponents in order to win the competition. Thus, the companies will start fighting each other. In those battles, Wallace and the party will be able to see which company was the mightiest. Knowing it has almost come to the most interesting part of the competition, the patriarchs and divine guard chiefs watched the sand table even more intently. They wondered which 2 companies will be the first to engage. Normally speaking, at moments like this, it would be the 2nd Corps, who had the strongest team combat strength that makes the first strike. Sure enough, the company of the 2nd Corps, led by Kiffin, was heading towards the region with the strongest energy pulses towards the company of the 4th Corps. The 2nd Corps was renowned for their mighty strength, so much so that those from the 6th and 7th Corps completely ignored Kiffin's company who walked past them. It was clear that those from the 6th and 7th Corps wanted to avoid fighting them. Kiffin's strategy was similar to Bollin's. He planned on plundering the team with the most divine essences and add to theirs so that his team would lead with a substantial margin before going to attack Han Shuo's 5th Corps. When Camilla saw that those from the 2nd Corps was charging towards her 4th Corps, her face turned somewhat anxious. Those divine guards of the 2nd Corps, trained by Ralph, were famous for their terrifying strength. Her 4th Corps had never been able to defeat the 2nd Corps in previous competitions. Camilla knew that her divine guards would most likely lose to those of the 2nd Corps again. However, it turned out that the first 2 teams to engage were not the 2nd and 4th Corps, but the 7th and 5th Corps, whose chiefs were Baduk and Han Shuo. The 7th Corps assumed that those from the 5th Corps was the weakest. After watching those of the 2nd Corps walk past them, they went to attack those from the 5th Corps. The 2 companies came into contact and started engaging. Baduk of the House of Buller secretly took a glance at Han Shuo, and in his mind, he praised his subordinate for being wise. He thought, although the 5th Corps did not found many divine essences, they are the easiest to plunder from. Having more divine essences is always better. My Captain Shore is smart. /I Chapter 791, their gap in strength is just too great. GDK 791. Their gap in strength is just too great. Those divine guards of the 5th Corps had appeared too relaxed to the observers. It gave everyone the false impression that the team from Han Shuo's 5th Corps would be the easiest to defeat. Baduk had a glad and cheerful face when he saw his 7th Corps divine guards began their assault on Bollin's company, inwardly praising his subordinate for being wise. Not just Baduk, but even Rugersi thought that Bollin's company wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. Rugersi looked at Baduk as though Baduk had grabbed the only sweet on the table before he could. It appeared that not just Baduk, but even Rugersi's team planned on plundering divine essences from Han Shuo's team. Unfortunately for Rugersi, Wallace had explicitly stated that no third company must intervene while two companies were engaging. Therefore, Rugercy's divine guards had been thwarted of the opportunity to get some free divine essences, or so he thought. Before the divine guards of the 4th and 2nd Corps had met, Baddock and Han Xiu's 7th and 5th Corps had started engaging. The observing party's attention immediately gathered on the fight. Wallace and Andre were especially focused. They were very intrigued at learning the true strength of the 5th Corps. They could do exactly that using the sand table that gave them a bird's-eye view. Unlike Baddock and Rugercy, ever since the Saint brothers learned that Han Xiuo had defeated City Lord Hoffs of Hushville City, they no longer considered Han Xiuo as a regular Divine Guard chief. When Ballins and his company walked into the arena, the two brothers could sense an air of arrogance veiled under their cheerful and relaxed mood. They were skeptical that the Divine Guards of the 5th Corps would be easily defeated. "Humph, you sure are lucky, Baddock," said Camilla. She felt angry as she watched the company led by Kiffin closing in on her troops menacingly. She was even more annoyed to see that Baddock's subordinates had allowed Kiffin's company to walk past them unchallenged and was about to get some free scores from the 5th Corps. "Hee, I am lucky to have wise subordinates," replied Baddock complacently and cheerfully. After finishing those words, Baddock turned to look at Han Xiu apologetically and smilingly said, "Lord Brian, although I cannot ask them to spare your team before the competition, I have instructed them to be as mindful as possible when they strike. You can rest assured that they will not injure your men." Those words meant that Baddock likely had given his men an instruction to target Han Xiu's 5th Corps before the competition. It seemed that he assumed the 5th Corps was the weakest competing team right from the very beginning. However, as the House of Buller still wished to purchase the medicines Han Xiu refined, it was against Baddock's interests to offend Han Xiu too much, and therefore he instructed his subordinates to not hit Han Xiu's divine guards too hard. Han Xiu was between laughter and tears. He nodded his head, and in a grateful manner, he said, "Then I must thank Lord Baddock in advance." Baddock was about to give a few humble and consoling words to make sure there were no hard feelings between them when his eyes happened to catch something on the sand table. His face instantly jolted, and he cried out in surprise. Through the sand table displaying a live feed of the arena, the observing party saw that the miniaturized version Ballins Company moved into a conical formation, aiming at the 7th Corps Divine Guards. They were like an incisive and magnificent sword being unsheathed. The 3 black dots at the very front of the formation were Ballins, Gilbert, and Sanguis. They were the sharp tip of the blade that was piercing at 7th Corps belly. They were charging at the brightly illuminated region with unstoppable momentum. Instead of defending against the 7th Corps, they were going on the offensive and attempting to seize the 7th Corps divine essences. An immense murderous aura suddenly erupted from the 5th Corps Divine Guards behind the vanguard made of Ballins, Gilbert, and Sanguis. Having been tempered inside the 8 Desolation and Torment formation, the Divine Guards had a great rapport and were well coordinated. The conical formation charged forward with overwhelming impetus. Gilbert, at this moment, was wearing an angry face as he pounded the 7th Corps Divine Guards in his path using his darkness divine energy. He was whining foul-mouthed. "You sons of bitches tried to pick on us because we look easy, didn't you? We didn't even plan on raiding you. But since you fuckers have made the first strike, I will wipe your asses out." Originally, Gilbert and the company only planned on raiding the team from the 2nd Corps. They were still searching for more divine essences unhurriedly when, without any warning, Captain Tino, wearing a most punchable, villainous smile, tried to encircle them with his men from the 7th Corps. To the Dark Dragon, these men of the 7th Corps should be grateful that his company did not try to raid them. But not only that these people did not know how to appreciate his kindness, they even dared to initiate an assault on his company. "Gilbert, they are not to be killed. You better be mindful when you strike," reminded Ballins in a loud voice. Before the competition, Han Xiu had instructed Ballins that other than the 2nd Corps, he must decide the toughness of his countermeasure based on the opposing team's strength and attitude. After observing for a moment, Ballins can tell that Tino and his company were only aiming to snatch their divine essences. Although these 7th Corps Divine Guards were deserving of a good spanking for their reckless behavior, it was clear that they did not mean to kill. Therefore, Ballins had signaled to his company to cause minimal harm when plundering the divine essences. Gilbert yielded to Ballins' command. After hearing the reminder, he cursed a few angry sentences and continued to pave the way alongside Sanguis and Ballins, ramming at Tino's comrades. At this moment, Tino, the captain of the company from the 7th Corps, could not feel more regretful for initiating the offense. After seeing Ballins, Sanguis, and Gilbert plowing and shoving through his divine guards like mowing machines, Tino realized that he was up for some real trouble. Upon coming to his senses, Tino gathered the most powerful experts he had to stop Sanguis, Ballins, and Gilbert, as he commanded a few squads to attack their flanks. From how Tino sees it, although the trio at the front was powerful, the rest of the 5th Corps Divine Guards must be weak and could easily be defeated. After all, based on the rumors, most of the 5th Corps Divine Guards were newly recruited. However, he soon discovered that he was very wrong. When the squad leaders came back to him dejectedly with reports that their flanks were impenetrable, Tino finally realized that he was in deep trouble. The company from the 7th Corps was unable to put up any effective resistance against the indomitable blade that was the company from the 5th Corps. The trio of Sanguis, Ballins, and Gilbert was leading the Divine Guards behind them straight for the divine essences. Baddock's face gradually turned dark as he watched the battle unfold on the sand table. The major patriarchs and the Divine Guard chiefs who were discussing the situation in low voices all turned completely mute simultaneously. The party surrounding the sand table had their eyes glued to their center. Their faces were grave and solemn as they watched the company from the 5th Corps charged forward like a hot knife through butter. They are not even on the same level. The observing party shared the same thought. Han Shu's 5th Corps Divine Guards were as though an indomitable sword piercing into the soft underbelly of 7th Corps Divine Guards, without meeting any meaningful resistance. Using the Space Divine device, the observers could clearly see the valiantness and power of the company. Against such overwhelming force, there was nothing that Tino and his 7th Corps Divine Guards could do other than to run. The gap in strength was just too enormous. In astonishment, Wallace took a glance at Han Shuo. He saw that Han Shuo was wearing an indifferent, faint smile on his face. He did not seem happy or disappointed, as though nothing displayed on the sand table could affect him. Wallace grew even more amazed, for he knew that he himself could never achieve that state of total calmness and composure as though everything in the world was in his control. What a mind-blowing youngster he is, I thought Wallace. His mind automatically recalled Andre's previous proposal, and his gaze turned to Andre. The two were standing close together, and Andre immediately sensed the gaze from Wallace. He put on a strange smile and remarked, "I knew it, the 5th Corps wouldn't be as easy as it seemed." Then, suddenly, Baddock cried, "Lord Brian, you are cheating?" When he had everyone's attention, he pointed at the trio at the vanguard of the conical formation and said, "Their strengths are too powerful. All of the defenders in my company have late-stage mid-god strengths, and yet they couldn't stop these 3 from barging in. Evidently, the 3 are not mid-gods." The crowd started exchanging their opinions with each other after they heard Baddock's accusation. Ralph, the chief of the 2nd Corps, was wearing a face just as dark as Baddock's. After he saw the astonishing strength displayed by the 5th Corps, he was even angrier than Baddock. It wouldn't affect him in any way if Baddock's men were defeated. However, the strength possessed by the 5th Corps was severely threatening the position of his 2nd Corps in the City of Shadows. More importantly, Ralph had ordered Kiffin to slaughter the 5th Corps Divine Guards before they entered the arena. But from how things have developed so far, there was no telling which team will be slaughtered. That's right, those 3 Divine Guards are just too strong. I don't think that 3 mid-gods could break away the defenses put up by a dozen or more late-stage mid-gods in such a short time," remarked Ralph loudly. He glared at Han Shuo coldly and asked, "Lord Brian, did you arrange to high god into the arena?" Not just Baddock and Ralph, but all other Divine Guard chiefs were suspicious. The party's gazes gathered on Han Shuo following Ralph's accusation. Only Andre had his brows bunched. Han Shuo chuckled and shook his head. He explained, "Individuals of similar strengths can unleash power greater than just stacking up the strengths of the individuals if they know how to cooperate. This is nothing to be astonished about. If people cannot unleash greater strength when they fight in a team, then what's the point of having this team combat competition? Fighting in a team can indeed unleash greater strength, but the firepower displayed by those three are beyond reasonable limits, rebutted Baddock with his brows bunched. Han Shuo laughed and confidently said, "It is not beyond reasonable limits, it just that you have never seen it before." Chapter 792, I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. GDK 792. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. I'm not buying it, replied Ralph in a loud voice before he said to City Lord Wallace, "There must be at least one high god among those three." After hearing Ralph's accusation, Wallace bunched his brows and turned to look at Han Shuo. "My House of Han doesn't have that many high gods yet. Before stepping into the arena, all the participants must be examined by the House of Saint. If any of them possess high god strength, they wouldn't be allowed to step inside. I think Lord Andre can affirm this," said Han Shuo smilingly as he nodded at Andre. "Brian is correct. I'm responsible for screening the participants. They had all inserted their divine energy into a crystal that measures their strength. If the three were allowed to enter, they cannot be high gods," said Andre firmly. The crystal that takes one's divine energy as measurement could detect a high god, using the fact that the concentration of divine energy of a high god was different than that of a mid-god. But as Balins and Sanguis did not cultivate in the fundamental energies found in this universe, the crystal won't detect a thing even if they had high god strengths. As for Gilbert, he was only in the low god realm in the cultivation of the element of darkness. They managed to pass the test without a hitch. With Andre's assurance, Wallace no longer had any doubts. In an indifferent tone, he said, "Then it is settled. I will hear nothing more of this allegation." Ralph and Baddock were stunned, their faces filled with confusion. They knew that Andre wouldn't be lying in this setting. That left them with only one possibility. None of the three in question were high gods. However, wasn't it just as unthinkable that just three mid-gods could unleash such terrifying power? Having heard Andre's assurance, the party again had their gazes gathered on Han Shuo. Their eyes were filled with doubts and astonishment. They could not understand how Han Shuo's fifth core divine guards could be so outstanding. The battle did not pause while the observers had their little argument. On the sand table, Balins, Sanguis, and Gilbert had broken through nearly all the defenses laid out by the seventh core and arrived at the region where the brightly glowing divine essences were kept. To Balins, Sanguis, and Gilbert, plundering the divine essences from the seventh core wasn't that difficult of a challenge. In fact, to them, the seventh core had lost the battle the moment they came into view. The fifth core divine guards followed closely behind the trio at the vanguard. They handled every attack from both flanks without any trouble. They too had stepped into the center region protected by the seventh core divine guards. "Circle them," shouted Balins coldly. The conical formation started transforming. The fifth core divine guards behind him spread out and surrounded the seventh core divine guards. "Do not kill," Balins reminded his divine guards again. He then nodded at Sanguis and Gilbert. The fifth core divine guards started bombarding the area with densely packed ranged attacks. With their comrades covering them, the trio charged even deeper into seventh core territory. Balins and Sanguis were at the leading front. Intense killing intent overflowed from their bodies. Sanguis' broadsword that was made using blood crystal erupted with blinding blood-red radiance. All those seventh core divine guards that in his vicinity could not circulate their divine energies normally as their blood was moving chaotically. With the broadsword amplifying the power of Sangui's blood god mantra, his skin and eyes grew as red as blood. The divine guards who came near him would automatically withdraw in fear when they noticed that their blood started moving abnormally. Balin's flying sword glistened with cold radiance. Bits of star-like sword radiance twinkled as it forced the defending divine guards to retreat. Both Sanguis and Balins specialized in the cultivation of demonic arts, and therefore they both possessed a bizarrely terrifying aura unique to demonic art cultivators. To add on to that, they were both overflowing with raging killing intent. It was more than enough to scare the seventh core divine guards witless. After much charging and barging, Sanguis, Balins, and Gilbert finally arrived before the divine guard in charge of holding the divine essences. When they pointed their swords at the person, he most cooperatively handed the divine essences to the trio. His eyes were clearly glinting with respect. The companies in the soaring Cloud Mountain range were only sparring with each other. As they were all divine guards of the City of Shadows, they wouldn't go all out and fight to their deaths. The Divine Guard had been watching how smoothly the Fifth Corps broke through the layers of defenses put up by his comrades. He knew that there was no point in giving any more resistance. Sanguis received the divine essences and nodded. Immediately, Sanguis courteously cupped his hands and said, "Many apologies." That divine guard seemed rather surprised. He hastily replied, "No problem, no problem." From his point of view, Sanguis, Bollins, and Gilbert had no reason to be so courteous to the opponent they defeated. Sanguis, after having been around Han Shuo for so long, managed to learn some of his sophistication. He learned when he should be overbearing and domineering, and when to be urbane and mannered. Sanguis was doing exactly what Han Shuo would do in this situation. When the Divine Guard saw that Sanguis was leaving right after taking the divine essences, he hastily cried, "I hope you guys can beat those from the Second Corps." "Don't worry about that, we will make the Second Corps crawl under our feet," exclaimed Gilbert in a savage smile. "Cut the chit-chat and move," instructed Bollins as he departed. Sanguis and Gilbert quickly followed behind him. The company from the 7th Corps knew that they were no match against those of the 5th Corps. They did not put up any futile struggle but watched as Bollins, Gilbert, and Sanguis left with their divine essences. Back at the center of soaring Cloud Mountain Range, Baddock sighed, shook his head, and remarked, "I accept my defeat wholeheartedly." From start to finish, the 5th Corps had firmly held the upper hand over the 7th Corps. Tino and his company were on the defensive all throughout the battle. When Baddock saw that the divine essences had been taken and his 7th Corps divine guards seemed to be unharmed, although difficult, Baddock finally let go of his stubbornness and conceded. "Please don't feel upset about it, Lord Baddock. It was nothing but luck," consoled Han Shuo in an amiable smile. Any fool could see that the 5th Corps had overwhelmed the 7th Corps with strength, and luck was not involved in determining the outcome. It was clear to the crowd that Han Shuo was being humble. Baddock's heart felt a little better to see that Han Shuo remained polite and modest instead of being an arrogant prick. He forced a smile and nodded, but said no word. Erebus suddenly went forward and patted on Han Shuo's shoulder. He said, "You amazing chap, you never fail to astonish us." Then, after a short pause, Erebus sighed, glanced at the dark-faced Ralph, and exclaimed, "So it turns out that you weren't making baseless assertion back at Ayabashi's camp." Ayabashi, who had been standing near Andre, abruptly appeared beside Han Shuo. She said, "Brian, defeat the 2nd Corps. I'm rooting for you." Han Shuo nodded with a calm smile and said with confidence, "Don't worry about that. My 5th Corps will surely emerge victorious against the 2nd Corps." "Humph." Ralph, standing nearby, gave a cold, angry glance at them and groaned. It was clear to the observers that of all the companies in the arena, only those of the 5th Corps stood a real chance of contending against those of the 2nd Corps. The reason that Ralph could retain such a firm footing in the City of Shadows despite being so unpopular was that his 2nd Corps was the strongest in team combat strength. If Han Shuo's company could defeat Ralph's in the competition, it will be a tremendous blow to Ralph. Everyone in the spectator field was either very wealthy or powerful or both, but a great majority of them loathed Ralph. These people would love to watch Ralph suffer a crushing defeat more than anything. Their eyes were filled with malicious joy when they looked at Ralph. "The 2nd and 4th Corps have started fighting," exclaimed Rudersey suddenly. The parties immediately turned their attention back to the sand table. Through the miniaturized arena projected on the sand table, the spectators could clearly see the company from the 2nd Corps charging straight at the 4th Corps with menacing force. The 2nd Corps had always been ruthless and brutal in the competition. Even though they, usually, do not kill their opponents, causing grave injuries were anything but unusual. All those 2nd Corps Divine Guards led by Kiffin were among the small number of people who had been to the bloodiest of battlefields and returned the fittest who survived. They will always cause injuries when they strike. It did not take them long to give a large number of the 4th Corps Divine Guards broken arms and legs. Accidental injuries were bound to happen when Divine Guard companies fight each other in the competition. as not to make fighting too restrictive while keeping things relatively benign. It was made into the rules that premeditated killing be forbidden, and each team was limited in the number of accidental deaths they may cause. However, it was also made permissible to cause non-fatal injuries. One of the main reasons that the Second Corps was so unpopular was that they would always cause unnecessary injuries to their opponents in every single centennial competition. It was clear to all that the Second Corps had much greater strength than the Fourth Corps. With such a great superiority in strength, those of the Second Corps could easily seize the divine essences without injuring anyone. And yet, it was the exact opposite of what they would do. These Second Corps divine guards were taught to disregard the lives of their own comrades in their cruel and inhuman training. In their eyes, they had been very polite to only cause some injuries. With the number of divine guards wounded mounting higher and higher, Camilla's face grew darker and darker. The chief of Fourth Corps had a shivering, clenched fist as she held back the anger in her heart and continued to watch the battle unfold on the sand table. She hated Ralph to the bones. Baddock's company was in a similar situation just a few moments ago, but Han Shu's Fifth Corps divine guards had injured not a single one of Baddock's divine guards. Camilla grew even more angered when she recalled it while Baddock was secretly glad that he was not Camilla. "Every freaking time," exclaimed Erebus softly. He remarked as though talking to himself, "This guy just has to injure others even though it is clearly unnecessary. I'm afraid that if there ever comes a day that he loses power in the city, everyone will add insult to his misfortune." Han Shuo thought about Erebus' words and couldn't help but turned to take a look at Ralph. He thought, this guy is a lunatic. I better be prepared just in case if that happens and he does something in madness. As expected, the Fourth Corps was no match against the Second Corps. After 10 minutes of wounding the Fourth Corps divine guards, the Second Corps left with all of their divine essences. The Second Corps then went on to continue their rampage and raided Rujerse's Sixth Corps and Erebus' Third Corps. Although the Third Corps was stronger than the Sixth and Fourth Corps, they were still no match against the Second Corps. They were also defeated by the Second Corps after dozens of their men were wounded. Rujerse, Camilla, and Erebus had dark faces. Their eyes were glinting with wrath when they glowered at Ralph. However, Ralph remained unperturbed. It was at this moment that the company from the Fifth Corps suddenly altered their heading and rapidly advanced towards those of the Second Corps. Wallace, Andre, Rujerse, Erebus, and all the spectators immediately widened their eyes and placed their focus on the Fifth Corps. They were looking forward to the battle between the Fifth and Second Corps. Chapter 793, Death GDK 793. Death. All of the spectators could see that the only company that had the potential to defeat the Second Corps was those of the Fifth Corps. That was something that even Ralph cannot deny. The Divine Guard chiefs of the City of Shadows knew each other's strengths well. They all knew just how terrifying the Divine Guards Ralph produced were. Although Ayabashi's First Corps had yet to engage the Second Corps, by extrapolating on historical trends, the spectators thought it likely that the First Corps would again lose to the Second Corps. On that year, the only team that had outperformed their past performances was the Fifth Corps. They had cleanly and successfully plundered divine essences from the Seventh Corps, showing their extraordinary strength. The strength they displayed seemed extraordinary. Will Ralph's Second Corps finally be defeated? Some of the spectators' hopes, while some doubted. Their gazes were gathered on the sand table, fully concentrated on the two forces that were on the verge of making contact. Han Shuo still had that same old, unruffled smile. His divine guards, tempered in the 8 Desolation and Torment formation, and trained by Cauldron's spirit, had all mastered the simple but unique demonic combat techniques that would bring out their full potential. The divine guards produced by the Second Corps had outstanding strength, but strength was not the only factor that determines the outcome in a team battle. The unity of the team and overall coordination were also critical. Han Shuo was sure that his Fifth Corps team surpasses the Second Corps team in this aspect. In addition, the Fifth Corps team had Sanguis, Ballins, and Gilbert of extraordinary strengths. Sanguis and Ballins possessed attack methods unlike any others. Han Shuo was sure that the trio could make a huge, unexpected difference during critical moments. After plundering the divine essences from most of their competitors, Kiffin went to seek out the Fifth Corps as Ralph had commanded. The distances between the two companies were rapidly reducing. It became clear that the conflict was bound to happen. When the two teams were about to meet, Han Shuo felt somewhat uneasy. The spectators could clearly see everything happening in the arena through the sand table. Han Shuo was afraid that Ballins and his company might do something very illegal right before the eyes of Wallace and the spectators. Ralph was even more nervous than Han Shuo, for he had ordered Kiffin to kill all the Fifth Corps divine guards he can. With so many discerning eyes watching the battle, he would immediately be caught if Kiffin tried to intentionally kill someone. But it was too late now for Han Shuo or Ralph to do anything. The inevitable battle finally broke out. Kiffin, leading his Second Corps divine guards with unstoppable momentum and overbearing force, charged at the Fifth Corps divine guards. He commanded in a loud, cold voice, "Attack, no need to be polite." The Second Corps had successfully plundered divine essences from the Fourth, Sixth, and Third Corps. Their morale was as high as ever. Every one of them was steaming with the desire to slaughter. These divine guards who had survived the cruelest trial and training had greater individual strength than that of any other companies. They charged ahead in a fierce and vicious face. It was frightening to stand in their path. Ballins gestured at his divine guards and calmly commanded, "The Second Corps is nothing like the Seventh Corps. Assume defensive position." These Fifth Corps divine guards had braved through countless deadly situations in the Eight Desolation and Torment formation. Their tempered minds were very staunch and firm, not at all affected by the imposing and murderous demeanor seething from the Second Corps divine guards. Following Ballin's instructions, the Fifth Corps divine guards immediately spread out into a U formation facing the Second Corps divine guards. "Let them in," Ballins continued to deliver methodical orders to his divine guards. He did not charge blindly as he did against the Seventh Corps. All the Fifth Corps divine guards looked on coldly at the attacking Second Corps. Following Ballin's command, the formation again transformed orderly. It turned into multiple smaller U formations that could fit 5 to 6 people. The divine guards were spaced around 2 to 3 meters apart, a distance suitable for them to assist each other while not obstructing each other. On the sand table, the company from the Fifth Corps was as though a beautiful and complicated origami being unfolded. They took little time to rearrange themselves into a neat and tidy formation. It was clear to the spectators that every Fifth Corps divine guard was the same distance apart. The half-ring they formed looked as though a diagram drawn after making precise measurements of angles and distances. A radiance of astonishment flashed from the spectators' eyes. Even without looking at the Fifth Corps strength, from their ability to get into such an orderly and well-coordinated formation in little time, the spectators knew just how much effort had been put into training the divine guards. It looked as though the divine guards knew where they should be in the formation in order to maximize their power. How remarkable, I thought the spectators. Ralph was a knowledgeable person. It took him just one look at that incredible coordination displayed by the Fifth Corps divine guards to realize just how much effort must have been put on team training. The most terrifying divine guard companies were usually those that could fight as a team. For some reason, Ralph suddenly felt uneasy about his divine guards charging into the formation recklessly. The battle finally broke out. The first to attack wasn't those of the Second Corps, but the Fifth Corps from their defensive position. Right when Kiffin and his Second Corps divine guards arrived at the center of the semicircular formation, Ballins, in a callous face, gestured with his hand. The Fifth Corps divine guards suddenly launched a hail of ranged attacks at Kiffin and his company, catching some by surprise. Sanguis and Gilbert left the formation and charged at Kiffin. Ballins did not directly participate in the battle, but kept on shouting commands from his place, directing the Fifth Corps divine guards to attack the Second Corps divine guards from all sides. As the commanding officer, Ballins did not make any rash decisions, but instructed suitable adjustments to the team after careful observation. They managed to hold back the assailing Second Corps divine guards. If broken down into individual divine guards, the Second Corps had greater strength than the Fifth Corps. However, the latter was way superior in terms of rapport between team members. with the 5th Corps Divine Guards working with each other like the lubricated gears of a well-built machine. With the attacking bombarding them so frequently, the 2nd Corps Divine Guards did not have the opportunity to make counterattacks. The order Han Xiu gave to Balins was very simple: to kill the 2nd Corps Divine Guards mercilessly, and Balins had carried out the order faithfully. In just a short time, many of the 2nd Corps Divine Guards were injured. "Beautiful, this is what real teamwork looks like," exclaimed Camilla. In an excited and cheerful face, she said to Han Xiu, "This is an eye-opener. Every member of your F5th Corps truly considers themselves a part of the team. None of them break away and abandon their teammates under such stress. They even manage to defend their position perfectly, blocking up every gap that the attackers try to reach. Truly extraordinary." After a short pause, Camilla took a quick glance at Ralph disdainfully and added, "The attackers, although made up of individuals of greater strengths, they are far behind the 5th Corps in teamwork." Camilla's 4th Corps had suffered severe injuries from Kiffin's company. She seemed very happy to watch the assailants getting a taste of their own medicine, and she repeatedly made sneering comments to irritate Ralph. Naturally, Rugercy and Erebus, whose Divine Guards had also suffered similar harm from Ralph's men, wouldn't miss out on this opportunity. Erebus remarked, "That is very true. It looks like the 2nd Corps have caught a Tartar. Strongest in team combat strength? Not anymore. It seems to me that they became strongest in team combat strength merely by bunching the strongest Divine Guards together. From the looks of it now, they too do not know how to bring out the strength as a team," commented Rugercy. The three turned rather happy, for they felt that Han Xiu had slapped Ralph in the face on their behalf. They keep on side glancing at Ralph with their gloating eyes while making comments with their jeering words. Ralph's face turned darker and darker. Ralph understood the common sense that one mouth is no match against three mouths. Although he was extremely annoyed and angered, he did not make a retort. In addition, he knew that if he did retort, the three major patriarchs might join the three in mocking him. He had offended way too many people. "Are you bunch done yet?" Wallace could not take it any longer, and he scolded. With Wallace having spoken, Erebus, Camilla, and Rugercy tactfully shut their mouths. The three had big, satisfied smiles on their faces after getting a little revenge for their losses. They continued to watch the battle on the sand table. You wait. I thought Ralph with his teeth clenched. He was considering how to give the three a lesson after the competition was over. "Someone got killed," exclaimed Andre suddenly. The spectators were jolted, and they immediately ceased their teasing. They put on solemn faces and placed their attention back on that sand table. A Divine Guard of the 2nd Corps fell to the barrages of ranged attacks. Although all that one could see of him was a small black dot on the sand table, one could tell that he was dead simply from the fact that he was still and stationary. Otherwise, he would be doing something about the countless attacks landing on his body. Wallace's expression changed. He raised his head from the sand table and looked at Han Xiu. In his eyes, there was a clear intention to inquire. Han Xiu forced a smile and shrugged at Wallace, indicating that he had no idea how the situation happened. Though he may appear normal, Han Xiu was feeling rather uneasy. "He should not have perished," said Andre. After taking a short pause, he explained, "If any of his teammates around him had provided assistance, he would only suffer light injuries. However, during the critical moment, his teammates had coldly withdrawn and abandoned him. It is his own comrades that cause his death." Wallace's face jolted very slightly after hearing those words. The 2nd Corps would always assault wildly in every one of the competition. Many of their flaws were covered by their terrifying individual strengths. Once they engaged their enemy, they would usually quickly overwhelm them with brute strength. They had never been in such a passive situation before, and therefore their indifference towards their fellow comrades was not revealed until now. Andre's word had undoubtedly pushed the blame to the 2nd Corps. Han Xiu became slighter more at ease, and he looked at Andre in a faint smile. He knew that with Andre's explanation, Wallace will not be putting the blame on him. "Another death," exclaimed Baddock. He raised his head to look at Ralph and said, "It is the same situation again. It seems that your troops will never care to assist or give a damn about the life of their comrades. Is this what you call teamwork?" Chapter 794, Resounding Victory GDK 794. Resounding victory through the sand table, the spectators could see that more and more Second Corps Divine Guards died to the hailstorm of ranged attacks. The Second Corps Divine Guards were abnormally indifferent to the lives of their fellow comrades. They cared not of their fellow soldiers. It was because of such selfishness and absolute disregard of their teammates that those Second Corps Divine Guards, who could have easily get away with light injuries, ended up with severe injuries and death. None of them had any regard for their companion. They had nil team spirit. Ralph's face grew darker and darker. He had put his Divine Guards through extremely cruel training that developed no trusts between their comrades. There was no unity between them, much less any teamwork. Once their Achilles' heel was revealed, the Second Corps started crumbling fast. With Ballins having received that special instruction of Han Shuo's, he calmly passed down more and more merciless commands, sending heavier and denser attacks, greatly increasing the casualties of the Second Corps. "Fascinating, how fascinating," exclaimed Ayabashi. She looked at Ralph with cold eyes and ridiculed. "Your training has not turned them into Divine Guards, but a bunch of mindless beasts. Although it is true that they have outstanding strength and is fearless of death, they know nothing about teamwork or assisting each other. They have lost the battle before it begins." Wallace turned to look at Ralph with slightly bunched brows in silence. For the first time in history, he had doubts about Ralph and the training method he employed. The battle went on. The Second Corps Divine Guards were indeed powerful and valiant. Not a single Divine Guard showed any sign of wanting to give up against the barrages of fierce attacks of the Fifth Corps. They continued to charge in the direction of Fifth Corps' divine essences valiantly without fear of death. At this moment, Sanguis and Gilbert were fighting against Kiffin and 5 Second Corps Divine Guards. Kiffin and his 5 Divine Guards tried to harm Sanguis and Gilbert at the cost of wounding themselves. Their cold eyes were fixed on Sanguis and Gilbert as they tried to kill him. Every attack of theirs was meant to take lives. They had forgotten all the rules of engagement. Sanguis and Gilbert were no saints either. They had clearly heard Ballin's command and knew of Han Shuo's intention. Just like Kiffin and his men, Sanguis and Gilbert also utilize deadly power in every strike they make. The two forces were equally matched, and neither side had the upper hand, for the moment. None of the Second Corps Divine Guards could break through the defensive barrier put up by Ballins and his Fifth Corps Divine Guards. Those who tried to storm forward would be greeted by ever fiercer and denser attacks. Those brave but foolish souls would end up injured or killed. The Fifth Corps Divine Guards remained very well coordinated even as the battle progressed. They continued to launch attacked methodically as Ballins instructed to inflict maximum harm. The Second Corps was unable to overcome the Fifth Corps' defense. The longer the battle went on, the more disadvantageous it became for the Second Corps. Severe injuries and casualties started to pile up. Given the circumstances, it was clear to any fool that the best thing Second Corps could do is to retreat and abandon their divine essences, for resistance would be futile. However, that thought never came to their mind. Even though it was clear that the company from the Second Corps would lose, none of the Divine Guards retreated. They continued to push forward recklessly and with no regard for their own lives. Therefore, even more Second Corps Divine Guards were injured. The casualties had far exceeded every quota there is. "Ralph, you should order your men to retreat," said Andre in a clear and stern voice. As he looked at Ralph with a solemn face, he added, "If you let them go on, you are going to lose all your elite Divine Guards." "No, they have not lost yet," replied Ralph loudly, wearing a stubborn and exasperated face. By now, everyone could tell that the Second Corps was on the back foot. Their combat strength was diminishing as the casualties were mounting. On the contrary, the Fifth Corps was still going strong and brimming with energy. It seemed as though the outcome has been preordained. Perhaps Ralph had never considered losing being an option. He was still unwilling to give up or admit that he had been defeated, even though the situation was clear. "You deserved it," remarked Carmelita. She then raised her head and smiled at Han Shuo. She seemed very delighted. Wallace could not bear to watch the slaughter longer and commanded in a deep and loud voice, "Ralph, order your men to withdraw." Ralph was Wallace's most loyal hound. He listens to absolutely no one, but followed every word of Wallace's. Although it was clear from his face that he was unwilling, Ralph nonetheless took out a magical messaging crystal and connected to Kiffin. Under the gazes of the crowd, he commanded Kiffin to cease the futile attacks. What a bunch of mad beasts! Ballins heaved a sigh of relief in his mind when he saw the wild Second Corps stopped their assault. If the battle were to let continue, they could end up wiping out the entire company of the Second Corps, Divine Guards, which Ballins guessed could bring Han Shu big troubles. Fuckers, why cower so suddenly? Keep on fighting me if you have balls. Gilbert cursed and shouted when he saw the Second Corps had suddenly given up. He wasn't happy that he had not scored any kills yet. Of the 100 men strong company from the Second Corps, less than 30 were completely unharmed. 20 of them were killed. The rest had sustained at least some injuries. In contrast, only 10 of the 5th Corps Divine Guards sustained light injuries. None were severely injured or killed. Their combat strength remained basically the same as before the battle started. It was obvious which team was stronger. After examining the losses on both sides, the crowd again stared at Han Shu in astonishment. They had never imagined the 5th Corps to possess such terrifying team combat strength. I think there is no need to continue the competition any longer. Ayabashi forced a smile and said to Wallace, "The 1st Corps is obviously no match against Brian's Divine Guards." After having spectated the competition for some time, Ayabashi had a rough idea of the 5th Corps' true strength. Against the 5th Corps' perfect team coordination, the 2nd Corps was like an egg smashed at a rock. Ayabashi did not think that her Divine Guards were better than the 2nd Corps in team combat strength. She thought that as the outcome was obvious, she might as well save time and surrender. The only team in the arena that had not battled with any team was the 1st Corps. All the other 6 companies had shown their strength in combat, and it was clear to the spectators how they ranked. With Ayabashi now giving up, it meant that the 5th Corps has won the competition. The crowd could not deny the overwhelming strength that the 5th Corps displayed. With no objections, Wallace nodded and agreed to Ayabashi's surrender. In a loud and deep voice, he announced, "I hereby declare that the team competition has now concluded. The 5th Corps wins. Thank you, thank you." Han Shu nodded at each and every person of the crowd in a big smile as a gesture of politeness. When it was Ralph's turn, Han Shu's smile turned even bigger and more cheerful. He laughed heartily and said, "My apologies, Lord Ralph. It seems that my subordinates are slightly stronger than yours." Ralph's face seemed twisted as though someone had stomped on his face. With many mocking eyes of his rivals ridiculing him, Ralph could not wish more to dash forward and fight Han Shu right there. But with great difficulty, he managed to suppress his impulse. He nodded slowly at Han Shu and said, "I will make you regret this in the competition between chiefs." Han Shu's eyes turned even more cheerful. He calmly replied, "Excellent, I too look forward to having a real fight with you." "Brian," Wallace suddenly cried out. In a rather displeased face, he glared at Han Shu and asked, "So many of the 2nd Corps Divine Guards have died. How are you going to justify that?" "They are accidents," replied Han Shu immediately. In an innocent face, he explained, "Lord Andre has said it just then. It is the 2nd Corps Divine Guards who let their own comrades die. It has nothing to do with us. The first few may be accidents, but after the first few, not only did your Divine Guards not exercise restraint, they started attacking even more ferociously at their weakness." "Are those accidents as well?" rebutted Wallace loudly in a dark face. This, that." Han Shu was at a loss for words and did not know what to answer. "Elder brother, you cannot fully fault Brian on this. The 2nd Corps has always been very savage and brutal to their opponents. They are unafraid of death and willing to sacrifice their lives for victory. If Brian's subordinates were to lower their guard, the 2nd Corps could likely break through their defense. And once that happens, they will be merciless towards those men of Brian's. Therefore, the 5th Corps Divine Guards had no choice but to keep fighting as fierce as they could." Andre pleaded for Han Shu. He had always been very thoughtful of Han Shu, and he too disliked Ralph. After hearing Andre's words, Rujersi, Camilla, Erebus, Ayabashi, Baddock, and even the 3 major patriarchs stated their opinions. Their general message was that the 5th Corps may have been a little rash, but they did nothing wrong. Not a single one of them sided with Ralph's Divine Guards. Ralph constantly swept his sinister and cold gaze across the crowd as he stood alone in the corner. Han Shu may be wearing a forced smile, but in his mind, he was laughing madly. He thought, I served you right, Ralph. That's what you get for being such a dick to everyone. I, with so many people pleading for Han Shuo, considering that the goddess of destiny had a good impression on Han Shuo, Wallace decided not to hand any punishment. In the end, Wallace only chided Han Shuo a few words. He asked Han Shuo to be more cautious next time and not be so savage to the fellow divine guards of the city. Han Shuo was a tactful person. He repeatedly nodded and said yes, claiming that he will scold his subordinates heavily for it. And so the matter was concluded. Under Wallace's instruction, Andre sent messengers to the arena and announced that the competition was over. As to reward the divine guards, Wallace did not retake the divine essences, but declared that the finders can keep them. Soon enough, all the companies in the battle arena received the news. With the spectators watching, they gathered into lines and left the arena, heading back to their respective campsites. Although the team competition had concluded in advance, Wallace did not move the competition between chiefs ahead. He commanded that the crowd disperse and that the competition between Divine Guard chiefs will take place in 3 days as scheduled. The crowd dispersed and went in their own ways. Some were happy while some were disappointed. While the Divine Guard chiefs were leaving, Wallace suddenly shot a glance at Ralph and nodded lightly. Ralph did not leave and stayed there silently. He knew that Wallace had words for him. Chapter 795, She is interested in you. GDK 795, She is interested in you. Ralph may be unfriendly to everyone, but his loyalty to Wallace was unquestionable. Despite the fact that no one liked Ralph, Wallace trusted him all the same. One by one, the Divine Guard chiefs and family clan patriarchs dispersed. Andre understood that his brother Wallace wanted to have a word with Ralph, so he turned to Carmelita smilingly as said, "Let's go, Carmelita." Carmelita nodded knowingly and followed, leaving Wallace and Ralph alone in the viewing stand. About what happened today, well, don't take it to heart. After looking around and seeing that no one else was around, Wallace took a deep look at Ralph and consoled him. "My lord, I refuse to concede," said Ralph with his head lowered. A stifled growl came from his throat. He then raised his head and said to Wallace, "I have always trained the Second Corps Divine Guards in the manner which your lordship has commanded. It is always the Second Corps that handled and solved the most dangerous and challenging missions. We did not obtain the strength, power, and privilege we have through mere luck, but exchanging it with the lives of our Divine Guards. It did not come without great sacrifices." "I understand," Wallace nodded calmly and said, "It is the Second Corps that have resolved countless challenging issues that plagued the city. Rest assured, the Second Corps position will not be affected by today's outcome." After taking a short pause, Wallace added, "No matter what happens, the Second Corps belongs to the House of Saint. And no matter how strong the Fifth Corps becomes, it belongs to Brian, it belongs to the House of Han. Can you get what I'm saying?" Ralph stared blankly and thought in silence for a moment before he replied, "Yes, understood." Ralph and his Second Corps were powers wielded by Wallace which he used for securing his own position and privilege. Wallace needed someone to intimidate the other major family clans for him, someone who will be unpopular, someone like Ralph. As the city lord of the City of Shadows, Wallace must not act in a certain manner that would tarnish his image and public reputation. But fortunately for Wallace, he had Ralph. Wallace did not have to sully his hands for Ralph will make the lives of those Wallace disliked very miserable. Ralph would take the blame and be the hated villain while Wallace remained a just ruler. Due to the unique nature of Ralph's role, he was destined to be hated by almost everyone, even some from the House of Saint. All this was of Wallace's design. It was all because of Wallace that Ralph would be as unpopular as he was. After hearing Wallace's words, Ralph understood that even if the entire City of Shadows despised him, Wallace the City Lord will still have his back because he and the Second Corps existed for Wallace. Just as they relied upon Wallace, Wallace relied upon them. "Excellent," Wallace put on a faint smile and said, "So, in summary, regardless of whether you have won or lost the competition, yours and the Second Corps position in the city will not be affected whatsoever." "Understood, my lord." Ralph was finally at ease. Shortly after, he sneered grimly and said, "In the competition between Divine Guard chiefs happening in 3 days, I will be sure to humiliate him." Wallace shook his head and looked at Ralph somewhat pitifully. He let out a soft sigh and said, "Forget about it. You don't stand much of a chance defeating him in a duel." Wallace knew that Han Shuo had managed to amputate Hoffs, the city lord of Hushville City and a late-stage high god who was much stronger than Ralph. If Han Shuo could defeat Hoffs, then Han Shuo could easily defeat Ralph. "That's impossible. I'm sure I can defeat him," asserted Ralph confidently. He solemnly vowed, "Rest assured, my lord, I will crush him." Needless to say, Wallace wouldn't reveal to Ralph about the fact Han Shuo had defeated Hoffs. Although Wallace knew with absolute certainty that Ralph was no match against Han Shuo, there wasn't much that he could say to convince Ralph so. Therefore, he only told Ralph to be careful in the duel. Ralph's mind was eased after having received the consoling words of Wallace's. He left the viewing stage and returned to his campsite to punish his divine guards who had failed him and to prepare to avenge his defeat in 3 days. Ayabashi and Erebus went to the 5th Corps campsite cheerfully with bottles of fine wine in their hands. They came to celebrate Han Shuo's victory. Erebus looked especially delighted, as though it was his own 3rd Corps Divine Guards who had won the competition. "Oh, who are you?" Soon after stepping into the campsite, Erebus noticed Spider Goddess Rose, who was standing beside Han Shuo. As they were both cultivators of the energy of darkness, Erebus was able to perceive the terrifying power Rose possessed in no time. As Han Shuo was worried that someone might recognize Rose, he rarely took Rose to places crowded with strangers. Therefore, it was only now that Erebus and Ayabashi have met Rose for the first time. Ayabashi, too, was stunned after secretly sensing for a moment, she discovered that this beauty wearing a dark headscarf had the same strength as herself. Since when does this chap have such a powerful expert by his side? I thought the astonished Erebus and Ayabashi. "She is Rose, a guard of my house of Han." Han Shuo introduced Rose to the two smilingly. Rose was always cold to everyone. She nodded at Erebus and Ayabashi and left without a word. The campsite was enormous, and there were 5th Corps Divine Guards scattered everywhere. Rose disappeared from their sights in no time. "You sure are remarkable, Brian. Your House of Han has only just started out, but you have managed to recruit an expert of this grade," praised Erebus as he casually tossed a bottle of fine wine to Han Shuo. He smilingly added, "You really are inconceivably amazing. I thought that Ralph's 2nd Corps will always take the monopoly of the 1st place, but unexpectedly, you have managed to defeat him? And just how long has it been since you took over the 5th Corps? A bright future awaits you, Brian," praised Ayabashi smilingly. "Oh, isn't this Lord Ayabashi and Lord Erebus? I have arrived at the mountain range just today and heard that Lord Brian has defeated the 2nd Corps and avenged my aunt. I have come to express our gratitude to Lord Brian." An elegant voice came from the distance. Jia of the Kinson family was seen walking to the party gracefully in a lovely smile. Han Shuo fell into a daze. He did not expect that this beauty of the House of Kinson would come to thank him personally. Kiffin and his team had injured many of Camilla's 4th Corps Divine Guards. During the conflict with Ralph, Camilla had defended and sided with Han Shuo. She was grateful to Han Shuo for his 5th Corps, teaching Kiffin and his company a bloody lesson. "Do Lord Brian find me unwelcoming?" asked Jia softly, in a somewhat uneasy voice when he saw Han Shuo stand blankly. "How would I find a beauty like you unwelcoming?" "Haha, I'm just worried that Miss Jia will find a crude army camp like mine unpleasant," replied Han Shuo laughingly. "Thank you for the polite words, Lord Brian," replied Jia smilingly. Then, with her bright eyes, she glanced through the Divine Guards standing behind Han Shuo. Her gaze lingered a little longer at Bollins, Sanguis, and Gilbert than the others. She then praised, "Lord Brian is truly extraordinary for being able to train the 5th Corps Divine Guards to such a level in such a short time. They are talented." "I did not do much at all," replied Han Shuo very modestly. The two continued to exchange pleasantries for a while. Jia was outstandingly beautiful. Her charming appearance had gathered the gazes of all the Divine Guards in the area. These Divine Guards were wearing Lenny faces. It seemed to them that this Jia, who was renowned for her beauty in the City of Shadows, was throwing herself to Han Shuo. They secretly admired their chief's ability to charm beautiful ladies. Although Rose was also a beauty, she would always be ice-cold towards everyone. In addition, Han Shuo's Divine Guards had all witnessed Rose's inhuman strength. They were all afraid of Rose and revering of her. They dared not to look at Rose with unbridled gazes, for they were afraid that Rose might give them a beating. However, the beautiful and powerful Rose was very submissive to Han Shuo. She would comply with any of Han Shuo's orders obediently. In Han Shuo's house of Han, there were many more nubile maidens. Each and every one of them was heavenly beautiful and drop-dead gorgeous. Not only was Han Shuo able to make his ladies live together harmoniously, but somehow, even more beauties were throwing themselves at Han Shuo. That was way beyond what an ordinary man could do. These divine guards were admiring of Han Shuo's valiant strength, but they were even more admiring of Han Shuo's ability to subdue stunning beauties. They thought that Han Shuo had reached perfection in the art of wooing females. The divine guards watched and listened attentively to their conversation. They had never been so focused. They memorized every word, movement, and expression on Han Shuo's smiling and relaxed face. They intend to do a detailed analysis later in the hope of improving their own skills in this aspect. With Jia present, the three divine guard chiefs couldn't talk as freely as they usually do. After more gentle laughter and talking to each other politely about unimportant things, Jia took leave on her own accord. But before she left, she repeatedly emphasized that she was most admiring of a character like Han Shuo. Her gaze towards Han Shuo even contained a tiny hint of something unspoken. "That girl is interested in you." Soon after Jia left, Erebus, whose face had turned blushed from alcohol, immediately said in a suggestive smirk, "That's nonsense. Her main purpose here is to express her goodwill so that her family clan will get a bigger chunk of the medicines I will refine," said Han Shuo smilingly. "Look at you, you clearly know it to be otherwise." "What a jerk," said Ayabashi as she glared at Han Shuo. She then added, "But you sure have the chips to be proud of yourself. That girl is known in the city for her very high standards. We have never heard of her trying to approach any young man. The fact that she has come here alone to thank you is more than enough to conclude that she is interested in you. I'll be damned if she's not." Han Shuo shrugged and said, "It doesn't concern me. I already have plenty of ladies in my home, and I'll get a headache whenever I see a beauty. If anything, I hope that she wouldn't bother me." Suddenly, Ayabashi stared angrily at Han Shuo and put her hands on her hips. "Do you get a headache when you see me?" "And no, I don't," replied Han Shuo hastily. But for some reason, Ayabashi seemed even angrier after hearing the answer. Han Shuo immediately realized he had answered poorly. Ayabashi asked in a loud and angry voice, "Are you saying that I'm not a beauty?" Chapter 796, Winning Hearts and Minds, GDK 796. Winning hearts and minds, of course not. Han Shuo hastily replied, "In my heart, I have always considered you and Erebus as a pair. He. After hearing Han Shuo's words, Ayabashi couldn't help but turn to take a glance at Erebus, who was gazing at her with eyes burning with passion. However, Ayabashi felt that Erebus was missing some sort of quality that attracted her. She felt that no chemistry could happen between her and Erebus. "I have no feeling for him," cried Ayabashi right in front of Erebus. Erebus, who has numbed himself to Ayabashi's rejection, did not seem to mind being shunned. Even his affection-filled gaze towards Ayabashi did not falter by the slightest. He was behaving like a worthless creature. Han Shuo felt contempt for this behavior of Erebus. He thought, Erebus is a powerful and influential man in the City of Shadows. How could he turn into such a spineless fool before Ayabashi? You be careful of Ralph. He's a vindictive person, and he undoubtedly has the strength to be so. You must not be incautious in the competition between chiefs. You need to be prepared for Ralph's revenge." Ayabashi advised Han Shuo to be cautious while ignoring Erebus' gazes. If Ayabashi knew that it was Han Shuo who had injured Hafs, the city lord of Hushville City, as Wallace knew, she wouldn't have given Han Shuo such a lengthy cautionary advice. She might instead be worrying about her own safety. "Don't worry about it, I will be ready," said Han Shuo as he nodded smilingly. He genuinely found Ayabashi and Erebus to be likable. When they first met Han Shuo, the two were not prejudiced against Han Shuo for their large gap in status and identity. On the contrary, the two had been very helpful to him on various matters. He found this trait to be hard to come by. Ayabashi and Erebus did not stay for long. After a few more moments of chatting with Han Shuo, both of them took their leaves. The battle between Divine Guard chiefs happening in 3 days was so significant that even Ayabashi and Erebus dared not slack lest they meet with unexpected failure. As soon as the two chiefs left, Gilbert, Sanguis, Ballins, and Barnard came to Hanshuo. Barnard presented and handed the prizes they won from the competition to Hanshuo as he said, "My lord, these are our spoils of war." As a great majority of the participants were cultivators of the energy of death, destruction, and darkness, the divine essences that Wallace planted in the arena were of those energies. These divine essences were very useful to the Fifth Corps Divine Guards, but none of them tempered with any peace before they handed it to Hanshuo. This was a testament to the discipline of the Fifth Corps Divine Guards. To Hanshuo, these divine essences, which could increase the divine energy he had, were not that useful. He had assimilated the divine energy of multiple powerful gods back at Hushville City, and his two avatars were currently saturated with divine energies. What he required now was deeper insight and comprehension, not more divine energies. "I won't have them. You guys will keep them and distribute it among yourselves." Hanshuo shook his head and declined instead of receiving the divine essences from Barnard's hands. Barnard's heart skipped a beat. In awe, he asked, "But my lord, these are divine essences. Why would your lordship not want them?" "I don't need them." Hanshuo put on a faint smile and candidly replied, "I do not need to increase my divine energy for now. You and the company did an exceptional job in the competition. You guys fought for these divine essences and obtained them with your own hands. You have earned the divine essences. Therefore, it is only reasonable that these divine essences be distributed among yourselves." When Hanshuo saw that Barnard still hesitated to accept the divine essences, Hanshuo said somewhat impatiently, "All right, I don't want to hear any more refusal. Go and distribute it now. You are the captain. You will decide how it should be divided." Mr. Ballins?" Barnard still could not believe that Hanshuo would give them the divine essences. He stared blankly for a moment before he turned to look at Ballins, somewhat awkwardly. He remembered that Ballins played a key role in the earlier battles and knew that Ballins was close to Hanshuo. Therefore, he asked Ballins for his opinion. "Do exactly as my senior says," said Ballins proudly after he glanced at Barnard with cold eyes. "Dude, since when have you become such a wordy person? My master has spoken. Hurry up and distribute them and get it over with," said Gilbert impatiently. Aye. Barnard was overjoyed. He excitedly rushed to the nearest cluster of divine guards with divine essences clasped in his hand while crying, "Lord Brian is giving us the divine essences. Lord Brian is giving us the divine essences." Cheers sounded from the divine guards. They surrounded Barnard in no time and gathered their greedy gazes on the divine essences. They would cast grateful glances towards Hanshuo from time to time. When Avery was on the helm, any valuables obtained by the Fifth Corps must be handed to him. The divine guards would never get a thing, except those which he had absolutely no use for. Ballins was familiar with the temperament of every divine guard chiefs in the City of Shadows. He explained, "Senior, your action is simply unimaginable to them. Everyone knows that divine essences are precious. Even if Senior doesn't use them, you could easily sell them for a large number of black crystal coins. But to hand all of it to your subordinates without a thought, I doubt that there is another divine guard chief who would do that." After hearing Ballin's explanation, Hanshuo immediately realized that he had been overly generous. With the celestial pearl making him an obscene amount of crystal coins every day, crystal coins had lost most of its value in Hanshuo's eyes. Also, Hanshuo did not need divine essences to rapidly raise his divine energy, for he could simply devour those of other experts. Those were the reasons Hanshuo behaved so generously. But unexpectedly, this act of great generosity had won the heartfelt gratefulness and support of his divine guards. With just one glance, Hanshuo could tell that the divine guards had become more revering and worshipping towards him. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before they would become private guards of the House of Han, something Hanshuo wished to see. After thinking for a moment, Hanshuo came to a sudden realization that these divine guards were pretty easy to tame. He just needed to demonstrate his overwhelming strength to win their hearts and display his charisma to win their minds, along with some tangible rewards. After completing those simple steps, they will be obedient and submissive to Hanshuo and ready to serve him faithfully. Senior, they are all very talented. If given time, they will grow into powerful experts without a doubt, remarked Bollins. After having interacted with Han Shuo for so long and being skilled in guessing others' thoughts, Bollins made out what was in Han Shuo's mind with just one look. Han Shuo put on a faint smile and nodded. He turned to look at Bollins intensely and instructed, "Put some effort on them." These divine guards, the first batch to have received training in the 8 Desolation and Torment formation, will become the firm foundation of strength for our House of Han. Understood, Senior. Soon enough, they will not think of themselves as 5th Corp Divine Guards, but members of the House of Han, replied Bollins in a solemn and grave face. Han Shuo had full confidence in Bollins' capability. He had a short discussion with Bollins in low voices, telling Bollins that if they needed crystal coins or medicines, he may look for him or Phoebe directly. He thought that it was worth investing some amount of crystal coins and medicines to win the batch of talents. Bollins indicated that he understood the instructions. The Divine Guards were also very respectful of him. He reckoned that the plan will succeed without a hitch. After Bollins left, Sanguis started narrating to Han Shuo about the amazing power of his broadsword over and over again. He mentioned just how easy and smooth it was to use the blood-red broadsword and how mighty the Blood God mantra was after its power was amplified. He could not be more satisfied with the broadsword. The broadsword made using blood crystal was tailored for Sanguis. It would be a wonder if Sanguis did not find it useful. After listening to Sanguis' excitement, Han Shuo gave a few bits of advice, asking him to explore the broadsword even deeper. After that, he left his camp and went to Rose. The misty region filled with natural hot springs was occupied by the female Divine Guards. They had declared it to be their territory. Several drenched female Divine Guards were guarding at the entrance lest that some of the male Divine Guards, unknowingly, enter the hot spring. They were particularly vigilant of someone like Gilbert. "Hail, Lord Brian!" The few Divine Guards at the entrance immediately turned solemn and saluted Han Shuo respectfully. Han Shuo glanced at the Divine Guards and said, "I'm looking for Rose." Although these female Divine Guards were not that pretty in appearance, they all have fit and toned physique with firm skin thanks to their constant training. They looked alluring, exuberant, and a little wild. "Lord Rose is inside," replied one of the Divine Guards in a sweet smile. Then, as though she sensed something, her gazes turned amorous. This Divine Guard was rather tall. When she stands straight, her eyes were at the level of Han Shuo's lips. Although she was not outstanding in appearance, her breasts were humongous. It looked as though her immense twin peaks will soon rip out of her soft, thin robe. This female Divine Guard suddenly straightened her body, causing her 2 massive boobs to jiggle seductively. The oscillation was hypnotical to any man. As she looked at Han Shuo with her fiery eyes, she smiled charmingly and said, "My lord, I'm called Roxy." I damned. "They are huge, / I cried Han Shuo internally. However, Han Shuo did not lose his poker face. He nodded and said, "Roxy, I will remember your name." As Divine Guards, they were aware of the great possibility of losing their lives in a mission. Their safety was not assured. It was for this reason that these female Divine Guards would be so bold and flirty. Once they identified someone they find attractive, instead of waiting around like ordinary females, they would take the initiative and strike. To Roxy, the incredibly mysterious and unfathomably powerful Han Shuo was as outstanding as a lofty mountain. She found men as extraordinary and powerful as Han Shuo to be irresistible. She did not mind having a one-time thing with Han Shuo, therefore. When she noticed that Han Shuo's eyes seemed to be lingering around her towering breasts that she was most proud of, instead of reacting bashfully or angrily, she took the initiative to stick out her racks. She tried to seduce Han Shuo, hoping that Han Shuo would be so kind to have a round of the most pleasurable exercise with her. The other Divine Guards beside Roxy noticed that Han Shuo's eyes traveled a few more circles around her twin peaks. They resented themselves for not having such protruding breasts, but tried to present the most alluring parts on their bodies, also hoping to attract Han Shuo's attention and arouse him. In the hearts of these female Divine Guards, Han Shuo was their god. He was the kind of man that they dreamed and yearned for. All Han Shuo had to do is beckon with his finger, and they would voluntarily undress themselves, lie naked on his bed, and wait for Han Shuo to bang them. To these women who worshipped the strong, Han Shuo was simply irresistible. Chapter 797, Peeping Tom GDK 797. Peeping Tom, after looking into Roxy's blazing and limpid eyes for a few seconds, Han Shuo knew exactly what was on her mind. After all, Han Shuo could not have more experience when it came to women. After having broken through carnal realm, he had gained full control of his mind and could live without satisfying his lustful desires. As a divine guard chief, he had to maintain a respectable image and set an example to others. Therefore, there was no way he would fool around with his subordinates. Han Shuo nodded indifferently and stepped inside the region, ignoring Roxy's coquettish behavior. After seeing that Han Shuo has moved along without batting her an eye, Roxy's face turned somewhat sad. She lowered her head to look at her massive boobs and sighed in her mind. Are these not big enough to attract Lord Brian? Why did the chief show no response whatsoever? Sigh. Her comrades standing beside her were happy and disheartened at the same time. They were happy that Han Shuo did not accept Roxy's solicitation, and disheartened for realizing that they stood no chance in seducing Han Shuo either. For Han Shuo could easily disregard Roxy's body, which was much more alluring than theirs. We are after all not Lord Rose. Perhaps only Lord Rose has the beauty and strength to deserve the chief, lamented one of the female divine guards with slender long legs, achingly. The divine guards, having seen how docile Rose was to Han Shuo, had long assumed that Rose was one of his women. When they recalled of Rose's divine beauty and immense strength, the female divine guards suddenly let out long sighs. They felt disappointed at themselves for not being as high caliber as she was. If I could have just one night with a man like Chief, I would die with no regrets, remarked one of the lustful divine guards. Haven't Kibo been wooing you persistently? You have always shunned him, but it turns out that you are one of those who would whore yourself to get a man. What exactly is going on in your head? You could make Kibo crawl on the ground and lick your toes simply with a gesture of your hand. It's not like you lacked male attention, remarked one of the least attractive-looking divine guards angrily. She desired Kibo, but unfortunately, Kibo did not reciprocate the feeling for her. How can Kibo even compare to his lordship the chief? The lustful divine guard smirked and replied, I would rather prostrate myself before the chief and lick his toes than to have that impotent guy fawn all over me. The lustful divine guard's comrades thought about her reply for a moment before agreeing to it. Han Shuo did not waste any of his demon generals to listen in on those divine guards discussing their sexual fantasies towards him. He walked across the misty region unruffled. This natural hot spring was several thousand square meters in surface area. The hot spring was not one giant pool, but made of countless separate springs, which allowed each individual to have a pool all to themselves. Given Rose's overwhelming strength, it was only natural that she would have a pool of her own. Han Shuo headed straight towards Rose's location. When Han Shuo walked past several hot springs where several divine guards were happily bathing, the ladies started screaming in panic for they saw a man. And when they saw that the man was Han Shuo, they started screaming even louder. However, the screams did not sound fearful or afraid. Han Shuo heard only thirst and excitement. Whichever hot spring that Han Shuo walked past, the bathing ladies would panic and cover the sensitive areas on their bodies. However, perhaps the region they tried to conceal was too big, or perhaps they couldn't close their fingers together. Some tasty things would always manage to slip from between their hands. Han Shuo could see round peaks surrounded by pink, bumpy, and circular fields and mellow gashes thinly veiled under scanty and dark bushes. Han Shuo suddenly felt as though a horde of hyenas that had not eaten for ages was stalking him. Their gazes were burning with great thirst. It seemed as though they could not wait for Han Shuo to devour them and might ravish him at any moment. Han Shuo took a shock at that discovery. Han Shuo massaged his temple as though he was distressed. He kept his eyes and his face straight, keeping his path towards Rose while he silently released a demon general, taking in the magnificent view. Holy fuck. They sure are horny. Han Shuo thought that since none of them could discover the presence of his demon general, he might as well use it to record all the mesmerizing and delightful things the ladies tried to show him into his mind. Pretentious prick. commented Rose loudly and disdainfully when Han Shuo finally reached the hot spring Rose was at. She had put on a loose and silky robe and was wringing her hair dry. The female divine guards might not be able to sense Han Shuo's demon general, but Rose could. For some reason, when Rose discovered that a demon general was surveying those naked, flirtatious, nubile divine guards, she had a sudden urge to charge at the invisible thing and kill it and give those shameless divine guards a beating. She knew that the demon general had relayed every single detail of the relishing scene to Han Shuo, who was looking straight ahead like a righteous man of great self-restraint. She was somehow angered by it. Han Shuo immediately knew that Rose must have discovered his depraved action. Although he felt a little embarrassed, he did not withdraw the demon general. He thickened up his skin and pretended as though he knew nothing. In a straight face, he said to Rose, "Hey, I want to know more about the land of chaos. So, are you free to talk now? If you don't withdraw that strange life form of yours, I will speak nothing of that land," replied Rose without turning to Han Shuo. She was wringing her hair forcefully as though imagining it to be a certain debauched voyeur. Han Shuo pulled an awkward smile and withdrew the demon general. Then, he showed his palms and asked, "Okay, done. Is everything fine now? Haven't I told you about the place before? Why are you asking about it again?" Rose immediately loosened her grip on her hair. She suddenly remembered ringing with such force was bad for her hair, and her heart ached greatly. "Nothing much, it's just that I'm really curious about the land. I want to know everything about it," answered Han Shuo smilingly. Han Shuo did not know that Andre wanted to marry Carmelita off to the House of Han, but had heard the conversation between Ralph and Wallace. Han Shuo had been keeping an eye on Ralph, for he feared that Ralph might conspire something against him. Therefore, he used the most powerful demon general he owned to monitor Ralph. When Han Shuo left the center of soaring Cloud Mountain Range, the demon general did not leave with him. Han Shuo had heard every word Wallace said to Ralph. It was still playing in his mind vividly. Han Shuo sensed a great threat looming over him ever since he heard those words. Just as Wallace said, no matter what happened to Ralph, he will always be a servant of the House of Saint, or, to be precise, Wallace's henchman. While Han Shuo, no matter how strong he becomes, he will always be the master of the House of Han. At present, there was no indication that any conflict may arise between the House of Han and the House of Saint, because the former simply did not have the power to threaten the latter's position in the City of Shadows. But will that remain the same case in the future? Everyone could see the astonishing potential possessed by the House of Han, especially now that they have witnessed the surprising performance of the Fifth Corps Divine Guards. It was also clear that Ballins, Sanguis, and Gilbert were extraordinary talents who will ascend to highgodhood within a short time. On top of that, the Celestial Pearl now possessed great influence in the City of Shadows and was rapidly growing all over the Darkness Dominion. Sooner or later, the House of Han will grow to the size where the House of Saint would feel threatened. When that day arrives, his relationship with Wallace and Andre surely wouldn't be as harmonious as it was now. There might even be friction between them. The downfall of the House of Lavers was a history to be learned. As the patriarch of the House of Han, Han Shuo must be vigilant of danger in times of safety. He was no longer a lone wolf. He no longer had the option of just leaving everything behind and escape when danger strikes. If he does not think ahead and make relevant preparation, those who he cared about might land in a predicament. The land of chaos was, in Han Shuo's eyes, the land of hope. The land of chaos, or the Fringe, is a place filled with powerful experts. The Fringe is not under the control of any of the 12 dominions. None of the overgods ruled the region. In there, you can do whatever you want, as long as you have the strength to survive. There are no divine guards to enforce the law, if there is even such a thing as law in that land. It is a haven for felons. The fiercest and the worst criminals from all over the Elysium are concentrated there because, in that land, no forces could bind them. Rose did not know why Han Shuo had such a sudden renewed interest towards the Fringe. Nonetheless, she explained everything she knew about the Fringe to Han Shuo again. Not under the control of any of the 12 dominions. Mumbled Han Shuo. Then, suddenly, Han Shuo raised his head and asked with his brows bunched, "Why wouldn't any of the overgods try to govern the region?" The Fringe is located right between the Space Dominion and Destiny Dominion. Neither the space over god nor the destiny over god would govern the region. They even forbid their forces from entering the fringe. They have always been rather detached from affairs on Elysium. After taking a short pause, Rose continued, the other overgods wouldn't attempt to possess the region because the fringe sits between the space and destiny dominions. None of them would take the risk of offending the two permanently neutral overgods, especially the destiny overgod who speaks for the creator. After hearing Rose's analysis, Han Shuo nodded and smilingly remarked, wonderful, what a wonderful place. What's so wonderful about it? Rose rolled her eyes and said, it is the most chaotic place on Elysium. God hunters walks openly on that land. Those who are weak would be killed by god hunters roaming around the border before they could step into the fringe. Rose had nearly lost her life in the fringe. Her opinion of that place was anything but favorable. If it wasn't for Han Shuo's constant nagging, Rose wouldn't return to that hellhole in 1,000 or even 100,000 years. The more Rose dreaded the fringe, the more interested and excited Han Shuo became. He had never feared to face daunting challenges. Being a demonic art cultivator with an innate desire to conquer the impossible, Han Shuo had now made visiting the fringe his main goal. Not only that he wanted to visit the fringe, he wished to claim a piece of the land for himself. Chapter 798, GDK 798. She can't be into me, right? GDK 798. She can't be into me, right? After much listening, Han Shuo learned all the information Rose knew about the fringe. The maid visiting the land of chaos his highest priority. The divine guards began yet another round of flaunting when Han Shuo was on his way out of the hot spring. They were hoping that Han Shuo would do something to them. However, Han Shuo's mind was fully concerned about the future of his House of Han as well as his future relationship with the House of Saint. He did not use his demon general to peep at the ladies, but straightforwardly departed. The female divine guards were very disappointed. They sighed and grieved after Han Shuo left them untouched. Barnard had distributed the divine essences the divine guards won based on each individual's performance. With Ballins standing beside him and observing the process, none of the divine guards raised any objection. Those who received a divine essence were excited, while those who did not were only slightly disappointed instead of feeling dissatisfied. Both Ballins and Sanguis cultivated only in demonic arts. Divine essences wouldn't increase their strengths in any way. Gilbert, however, was a dual cultivator. He had the divine energy of darkness flowing in his body, and therefore divine essences could raise his strength. As one of the main fighters in the competition, Gilbert obtained the largest piece of darkness divine essence. With the team competition between Divine Guard Corps completed, the 5th Corps Divine Guards were completely idle temporarily and could properly relax. However, Ballins did not allow these Divine Guards to relax for extended periods. On the second day, he gathered all the Divine Guards for an elaborate debriefing. He wanted to make sure that the company will learn everything there is to learn from the experience. In the eyes of the major patriarchs and other spectators, the cooperation showed by the 5th Corps Divine Guards were miraculous. But to Ballins, who commanded the battles, he thought that the Divine Guards still had much room to improve. He viewed that the Divine Guards were not cooperative enough during an actual fight. He wanted to unleash the full potential of the Divine Guards while slowly altering their thoughts, making them consider themselves as a member of the House of Han. Ballins did not waste time in instilling new ideas into their minds, telling them that the reason they could defeat the 2nd Corps was all because of their training in the 8 Desolation and Torment formation, and therefore, Han Shuo, being the person who made the formation, was the true reason behind their success. Ballins repeatedly and subtly promoted the idea that everything they have and achieved was all bestowed upon by Han Shuo. Under the constant and subtle influence, the Divine Guards subconsciously accepted the propaganda. Their opinion and view of Han Shuo slowly began to change. Han Shuo, who had observed all this, felt glad. He believed that with his capable henchman named Ballins managing the 5th Corps, he would have nothing to worry about. Han Shuo will head to the fringe. No matter the fringe or the City of Shadows, it was only by possessing sufficient strength that he could gain a solid foothold. If his celestial pearl were to continue its expansion in the Darkness Dominion, they would also need protection from Divine Guards. It was for these reasons that Han Shuo would try to increase the strength of his family clan at all costs. 3 days went by like the blink of an eye. The patriarchs of major family clans, the 7 Divine Guard chiefs, and other important figures yet again gathered at the center of soaring Cloud Mountain Range. For some reason, the patriarchs and experts of all large family clans became extremely cordial towards Han Shuo. As soon as Han Shuo arrived, a wave of people stepped forward to greet him and send him their regards. Han Shuo had trouble adapting to their sudden change in politeness. Before that, the patriarchs of Kinsen, Buller, and Kisa families would only nod at Han Shuo as greetings. They did not take Han Shuo as a character of the same class as them. In their minds, the House of Han ascended by relying on the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy instead of having powerful experts. This class of merchant family clan was far beneath an ancient and powerful family clan like theirs. Although Han Shuo had taken over the 5th Corps, they thought that the 5th Corps, which had enough men for a single company, was nothing more than an empty shell, too insignificant in their eyes. But it all changed 3 days ago when the 5th Corps Divine Guards demonstrated their terrifying combat ability. The 3 major patriarchs finally recognized the House of Han as a force to be reckoned with and took Han Shuo as a character worthy of being treated as their equals. I know matter anywhere in the universe, one will only be respected if one has sufficient strength. I thought Han Shuo after witnessing the change in the 3 major patriarchs' attitude. Ralph, the chief of the 2nd Corps, wore a dark face, completely incompatible with the joyous atmosphere around Han Shuo. He openly gazed at Han Shuo with his ice-cold eyes filled with resentment as he stood alone in a secluded corner. He was like a hissing viper that tried to make Han Shuo his prey. Han Shuo greeted and socialized with the major 3 patriarchs greeted and other Divine Guard chiefs as though they had been in the same social circle all along. He did not seem nervous or reserved as an upstart should have. With a warm, cordial smile, Han Shuo greeted everyone in a friendly manner, talked about the fine wine they were tasting, and discussed managing a Divine Guard Corps. The patriarchs and Divine Guard chiefs, who feigned civility with Han Shuo, praised him in their minds. Such an outstanding ability to socialize cannot be gained without at least several hundred years of cultivation. They became even more admiring of Han Shuo after seeing that Han Shuo managed to handle the situation so composedly. Ralph had outstanding strength, in command of the 2nd Corps, a group of cold-blooded killing machines, and the backing of the city lord. The 3 major patriarchs, however, did not consider him as a worthy match for a simple reason: he did not know how to conduct himself. A fool, no matter how powerful, remains a fool. A person who does not know patience and worldly wisdom wouldn't be able to achieve much in the City of Shadow, or would they be able to survive for too long. But Han Shuo was very different from Ralph. Not only that Han Shuo has succeeded in developing the Celestial Pearl Pharmacy into the House of Han, but he also gained control over the 5th Corps and even trained the 5th Corps Divine Guards so well, all done in relatively little time. That was very terrifying to the 3 patriarchs. When Han Shuo had now managed to blend into their social circle like salt dissolving into hot water, socializing with these influential figures like it was a walk in the park, they became even more vigilant towards Han Shuo. I thought the 3 major patriarchs. Although the influences over the City of Shadows were tangled and complicated, there was no doubt that the few major family clans were the strongest powerhouses. The City of Shadows was limited in size, resources, and territory. A great majority of the resources were possessed by those few family clans. As the House of Han rises and grows, conflicts might arise between them because the House of Han must seize the resources from their hands to grow even bigger. Having thought of such a possibility, the patriarchs of the major family clans who were chatting happily and politely with Han Shuo had considered Han Shuo as a possible rival. The major patriarchs finally realized that Han Shuo was a well-matched adversary. There was no longer the slightest trace of contempt in their eyes when they looked at Han Shuo. This year, we will match the participants by drawing lots. And of course, like all previous competitions, any of the competitors may issue a challenge to another competitor. If the person accepts the challenge, the 2 may skip the first round of drawing and fight, said Wallace in a loud voice after he scanned the party with his eyes. The reason that such a rule existed was to give the participants a chance to make retribution for any resentment they may have. The Divine Guard chiefs of the City of Shadows were not allowed to fight each other in usual times. This was the only chance they could legally battle with each other. As long as both sides agreed to it, with a third party bearing witness, the duel may proceed as part of the competition. As soon as Wallace finished those words, Ralph, who had been as silent and still as a stone, stepped forward from his corner. He cast a cold glance at Han Shuo before he said to Wallace, "I, Ralph, hereby challenge the Chief Brian of the Fifth Corps." Upon finishing those words, Ralph turned to look at Han Shuo in a provocative smirk and said, "Lord Brian, do you have the courage to accept my challenge?" Han Shuo had long anticipated this move from Ralph. He was a vindictive man. As he had lost in the team competition, he surely will not let go of this opportunity to get even. "Of course." Han Shuo put on a faint smile, bowed at Wallace and said, "I accept his challenge." "All right. The two of you will wait while the other 5 draw lots. Those who received the unmarked pieces will wait for the next round," announced Wallace after he nodded lightly. He then looked at Ralph pitifully. How would Ralph even stand a chance against someone who managed to injure City Lord Hoffs? Ralph naturally had no idea about Wallace's concern. As soon as he heard Han Shu agreed to his challenge, he sneered, "Good. I shall see if you have the strength to be worthy of the position as a Divine Guard chief." Han Shu seemed much more unruffled than Ralph. He shrugged and ignored the fact that Ralph existed. He turned to Ayabashi and Erebus standing beside him and poked fun at them. "The two of you better not be selected to duel." "If my opponent is her, I will immediately surrender," said Erebus smilingly. He thought that there was nothing wrong with being so amenable to Ayabashi, and it was what he ought to do. "Erebus, it is this behavior of yours that I find very uncomfortable. Why do you have to let me have my way in every matter? You will do whatever I told you to. Why can't you man up a little?" Instead of feeling touched, Ayabashi rained a round of scolding. Erebus forced a smile like a miserable wretch and said, "Because I like it." Han Shu was speechless. He thought that no wonder Ayabashi had no interest in Erebus for all these while. Han Shu knew that a strong woman like Ayabashi can only be conquered by a stronger man. To Ayabashi, a man like Erebus who placed her high on the pedestal was anything but attractive. That was why Erebus had failed to capture Ayabashi's heart even after many years of wooing. "If you are like Brian, perhaps I would have accepted you," said Ayabashi angrily as she glared at Erebus. Upon hearing those words, Erebus' face turned astounded. He instantly turned his head towards Han Shuo. Han Shuo, too, was rather surprised. He raised and waved his hands and immediately declared, "There is absolutely nothing between Ayabashi and me." "Hee." Ayabashi chuckled and then berated Erebus. "What were you thinking? I was just trying to tell you that you need to man up and be more unyielding. I don't like a man who does everything I say." Erebus let out a sigh of relief after hearing those words. He forced a smile and mumbled to himself, "Is it wrong to treat you well? Duh. Women." Han Shu turned to look at Ayabashi. He suddenly felt that Ayabashi's gazes towards him seemed rather strange. His heart jolted. She can't be into me, right? When Han Shu thought so, he took yet another look at Ayabashi. Even his gazes turned somewhat strange. Chapter 799, Man-Made GDK 799. Man-Made Ayabashi was famous in the City of Shadows not just for her outstanding strength and powerful position, but also for her good looks. Other than a man in the same class she was, like Erebus, an average person wouldn't even dare to dream of having her. Ayabashi, who usually dressed in green, had a graceful and attractive-looking appearance. She had all the characteristics of great beauty. But unfortunately, because of her very high status and qualifications, very few men had the courage to pursue a romantic relationship with her. "Oi, this is the woman that Erebus has a crush on," Han Shuo reminded himself. He then smilingly said, "I have way too many women already. Besides, a dictatorial lady like Ayabashi isn't my cup of tea. You have nothing to worry about, Erebus." When Ayabashi heard Han Shu's words, she stared at him with her bright eyes strangely before she suddenly giggled and said, "What are you so afraid of? You really thought that Erebus will believe that there's something between us?" Han Shu laughed and said, "I just don't want Erebus to misunderstand and feel jealous." "I'm not worried." Even if she wants someone else, she will not compromise her standards, I'm sure. Haha, what do I have to worry? After hearing Han Shu's explanation, Erebus recalled that there were plenty of good-looking women in his house of Han, and he became unworried. But are you really sure? Said Ayabashi in a mischievous smile, as though she was determined to crush Erebus' will. Erebus put on a troubled smile and was speechless. While Han Shuo, Ayabashi, and Erebus were cheerfully chatting, Camilla, Rugersi, and Baddock had drawn their lots. Wallace swept his gaze at the trio and immediately loudly said, Ayabashi, Erebus, it's your turn. When Wallace saw that Han Shuo was getting along well with those two Divine Guard chiefs under his command, not only that Wallace did not feel glad, but he even felt a vague sense of worry. Unknowingly, Han Shuo had influenced many of those close to him. Carmelita, Andre, Erebus, and Ayabashi were all characters core to the House of Saint. All of them had close friendships with Han Shuo. To Wallace, this was not at all a good omen. Coming, replied Ayabashi. She gave Han Shuo a death stare and a snort before going to draw lots with Erebus. Wallace, who had been carefully observing the trio, couldn't help but bunched his brows. He suddenly felt as though he had lost all his loyal subordinates, except Ralph, who will forever be his loyal hound. He couldn't help but turn to gaze at Ralph standing in the distance. When he recalled that Ralph will lose terrifically, for some reason, he felt deeply uncomfortable. The results of the drawing were obtained soon. Erebus will fight Camilla, and Baddock will fight Rugersi. Ayabashi had the unmarked lot. Ayabashi seemed glad to obtain the unmarked lot. She said, I'm quite lucky today, no need to waste much energy. To Ayabashi, other than Ralph, no other Divine Guard chief had nearly enough strength to harm her. As Ayabashi was not aware of Han Shuo's true strength, she included Han Shuo as one of those too weak to harm her. To Ayabashi, although Han Shuo's strength was extraordinary, there was no telling if he was even Ralph's match. Having fought Ralph for many years, Ayabashi knew exactly where Ralph stood in strength. That was the reason why Ayabashi had repeatedly reminded Han Shuo to be careful of Ralph. Ayabashi had never had an actual duel with Han Shuo, but was aware that Han Shuo managed to injure Portlam back in Celestial Pearl Pharmacy. To Ayabashi, someone like Portlam who had only recently stepped into Highgoodhood simply couldn't pose her any threat. Based on the limited information, Ayabashi deduced that Han Shuo was, at most, someone who had recently become a mid-stage high god. She did not think that an expert in this realm could defeat her. Well then, instead of selecting another location, let's just use the same arena for the match, said Wallace. He then turned to look at Han Shuo and Ralph and said, If you two are ready, Andre will lead you to the arena. Wallace then whistled loudly. Andre, who was not with the party, heard Wallace's whistle. He instructed the House of Saint Divine Guards stationed around the area to signal at Wallace from a distance, indicating that everything was ready. Han Shuo said no word, but traveled towards Andre straightforwardly. Ralph followed behind Han Shuo while staring hatefully at his back. The Divine Guards needed several days to travel from this region to the battle arena. Han Shuo and Ralph, who possessed high god strengths, didn't need to take that long. Traveling at their maximum airspeed, these high gods guided by Andre took just a few hours to reach the arena. The few hours spent in the journey was absolutely nothing to these high gods who had spent centuries in cultivation. Andre completely ignored Ralph all throughout the journey, but cheerfully chatted with Han Shuo. To Andre, the results had been preordained with no room for a different outcome. It had been very polite of him not to mock Ralph at all in the journey. There were energy towers around the battle arena that formed intense protective barriers. Those who battle in the arena need not worry about shockwaves and stray energies from their battles, injuring the uninvolved or damaging the environment. Most importantly, Wallace and the VVIPS could observe the battle from a safe distance using the sand table. They would gain a clear understanding of the strengths of the Divine Guard chiefs. After Andre took Han Shuo and Ralph to right outside the arena, he indicated to the two that they may enter the arena. Han Shuo took the lead in entering the arena. Andre suddenly cried out to remind Han Shuo, light injuries are fine, but by all means, do not cause serious injuries or death. My elder brother does not wish to have a chief no longer capable of serving the City of Shadows. Ralph, who was about to enter the arena, suddenly put on a cold face and shouted, Lord Andre, what exactly do you mean by that? Andre looked at Ralph, smiled, shook his head, and said nothing. But before he left, he again reminded Han Shuo, "Have mercy." He then shouted to the divine guards protecting the perimeter, "Arena cleaners, evacuate the area and let no one step inside." After the divine guards dispersed, Andre too retreated to a distance. He was watching the arena smilingly. Ralph's mind was filled with fury. He coldly groaned and loudly warned Han Shuo standing before him, "Lord Brian, I will show you no mercy." Han Shuo put on a puzzled look. He then dug an ear with his pinky, as though he thought there was a blockage in his ear canal. Only then he replied, "Is there something wrong with your ears? Do you have impeded hearings? Lord Andre asked me to have mercy, not you. For your own sake, you better not be merciful, you are weak enough already. I'm really afraid that I will accidentally kill you in a snap. Let us begin." When Ralph discovered that he was no match against Han Shuo in a battle of throwing insults, he stopped the nonsense and charged into the arena. As soon as the duo was near the arena, Wallace, the three major patriarchs, and the other Divine Guard chiefs placed all their attention on the sand table they gathered around. Wallace did something and caused the sand table projection to zoom in on the two black dots. Han Shuo and Ralph's figure were vividly and clearly displayed. "If Ralph is also defeated in this battle, that will be so fantastic," remarked Camilla softly. "I really wonder if Brian will win. Haha, he is always full of surprises," remarked Gia, who was beside Camilla smilingly. She was wearing a faint smile and seemed hopeful to learn the outcome. The patriarch of the House of Kinson, Caspar, looked at his daughter Gia in astonishment. He was already quite surprised that 2 days earlier she had gone to visit the Fifth Corps. Being an expert in reading body language, Caspar noticed that something was unusual about his girl. Now, after hearing Gia's comment, a suspicion suddenly crossed his mind. "Gia, are you interested in that youngster?" asked Caspar softly. Being her father, Caspar was very straightforward with Gia. Gia was obviously startled. She raised her head and took a quick glance at Caspar and flusteredly replied, "What? I don't know what you're talking about, father." She sure enough is. Caspar knew his daughter very well. She would always be calm and have the same poker face in any situation. Her flustered reaction to the question means that the answer could not be more obvious. "It is said that the youngster is a promiscuous one. Be mindful of that," said Caspar before he softly continued. "But if he is who you want, and if you have decided, your father will not stop you." Gia was stunned, and she looked at Caspar in disbelief. Her father had never been an open-minded person. For so many years, he had managed to chase away countless promising young men who adored her. She was surprised that Caspar had basically asked her to go for it, even when he was aware that Han Shuo already had many partners. While Gia was puzzled and pondered about her father's decision, Camilla suddenly cried out in surprise, "Why can't we see anything anymore?" Gia was surprised and was worried about Han Shuo for no apparent reason. She turned her mind to the sand table and stopped thinking about anything else. The sand table seemed to be operating normally. However, a massive cloud of white mist had floated into the arena out of nowhere, and it just so happened to obstruct the region where Han Shuo and Ralph were. The spectating party, who was excited about the battle, could not be more anxious and frustrated. Through the sand table, they could see dust flying and stones shooting from the mist. It was clear that an earth-shaking battle was happening in there, but they had absolutely no clue who was winning or losing. "City Lord, why is there suddenly a mist?" asked Caspar hastily. Wallace, too, was baffled by it. He took out a magical mirror and inquired Andre, "What's going on? Haven't the arena been properly cleaned? How come a mist covered the area in the most critical time? Where did the mist come from?" Andre in the magical mirror forced a smile and answered, "We have cleaned the arena properly. Such a thing can't happen. I'm sure that this phenomenon is man-made." Man-made. Wallace bunched his brows. In every competition, Ralph would only focus on wildly attacking and wouldn't spend any time to learn or change the environment. Therefore, if the mist was man-made, the only person who would do so must be Han Shuo. Wallace was absolutely certain of it. But why? Why didn't he want people to see his attacks? Pondered Wallace with his brows bunched. Chapter 800, Beating Up a Child GDK 800. Beating up a child Han Shuo had a good reason to obstruct the spectator's view. The main weapon he will use to beat Ralph was the 17 flying swords. If he were to reveal this trump card to the spectators, which were comprised of the very observant patriarchs of the 3 major family clans and the other Divine Guard chiefs, it wouldn't be long before one of them will realize that the weapon Han Xiu used matched the description of those used against Hushfell City. There was no telling if these people will keep their mouths shut. If just one of them spread the news out to the public, once Hofs had stabilized his control over Hushfell City, he will hunt down Han Xiu and his House of Han at all costs. This was not an outcome Han Xiu wished to see happen. Therefore, he had deployed the banner of hallucination. It sent out chunks and chunks of mists which formed a vast, white vision obstructor. This prevented Wallace and the crowd from seeing what was happening in the battle. Ralph, who was at the center of the banner, was on the back foot against Han Xiu. He could not even make a counterattack. It was only now that Ralph realized just how terribly mistaken he had been. Before entering the arena, Ralph even had a short fantasy of Han Xiu's defeat. But after the fight actually started, he was trapped by streaks of brilliant radiance before he knew what in the world just happened. Thanks to the banner of hallucination, Ralph couldn't even tell that the magnificent streaks were Han Xiu's flying swords. Ralph's domain of divinity was also firmly suppressed. Every ruse he had seemed all so vain and futile against the wild, unstoppable power bombarding him. Trapped in ceaseless pain, Ralph felt as though he was a small boat in a tumultuous sea, as though he would be drowned at any moment. How despicable. / when Ralph recalled of Han Xiu's performance back in the City of Shadows and compared it to the terrifying strength that he displayed right now, Ralph couldn't help himself but cursed Han Xiu in his mind. He thought that it was utterly despicable for an expert with strength superior to his opponent to launch a sneak attack from the start of the battle. It was as though a well-built adult beating up a child, starting by throwing an unexpected kick to the back of the child. That was what Ralph felt. The brilliant rays streaked around him as though they were weaving a giant invisible net. A most domineering energy, which Ralph had never before experienced, swarmed towards him from every direction, while intense corrosive power and chilling aura gushed towards him. It whittled away his divine energy and made his resistance weaker and weaker. Ralph could not be more depressed and frustrated. Inside the ceaseless pain, he could not see where Han Xiu was. Neither could he break out from the dimension that the 17 swords trapped him in. He could only exert himself to resist the attack by rapidly consuming the divine energy in his body. It seemed as though the outcome had been decided from the beginning. Ralph knew that he had been defeated and that it was a crushing defeat. At the center of soaring Cloud Mountain Range, around the sand table, Wallace and the spectators no longer had their eyes fixed on the image-relaying divine device. They were whispering with each other, discussing what might be happening behind the mist. A vast expanse of mist shrouded the region that they were most interested in right from the start of the battle. There was no sign that it was going to float elsewhere soon. By now, it was clear to all the spectators that the mist wasn't there by coincidence, but man-made. Mists don't just float into the battle place of 2 high gods. Ayabashi and Erebus exchanged glances when they realized that. They were both somewhat worried. City Lord, this action of Ralph's is unacceptable. He must have produced the mist to do something despicable to Brian. Rugersey was somewhat angry. Wallace shot a glance at Rugersey and said in an indifferent voice, "Why must it be Ralph? If it wasn't Ralph, then it had to be Brian. It had to be the one with the greater strength who would have the energy to produce the mists. Given Ralph's great strength, he is the most likely culprit." All the spectators, except Wallace, held the same assumption as Rugersey. To them, it was only reasonable that the vision obstruction mist would originate from Ralph. Ayabashi and Erebus had their brows bunched. These two had a very close friendship with Han Xiu, and they do not wish to see bad things happen to Han Xiu. After a moment of hesitation, Ayabashi asked, "The duel between chiefs should only be heavy sparring instead of fighting to the death. Could it be that Ralph did so in an attempt to retaliate Brian's victory 3 days ago? Just watch till the end," said Wallace coldly, as he felt rather annoyed by the questions. The party was astounded as they heard the annoyance in Wallace's words. After staring blankly for a moment, the party said not another word. They were rather confused and kept on thinking about what was really going on. Either rules for the duel of Divine Guard chiefs are set by Wallace himself. Ralph of the Second Corps is absolutely loyal to him and wouldn't disobey a word of his orders. By that reasoning, Ralph wouldn't attempt to break the rules set by Wallace. So everything should be all right. I thought the party. While the spectators were confused, Han Shuo was laughing grimly in his mind, for he knew that Ralph's divine energy had mostly been exhausted. It was then that he suddenly shot forward, flew into the ceaseless pain, and dealt Ralph the final blow. With the fiercest attack, Han Shuo destroyed all remaining defense Ralph had put up. The 17 flying swords suddenly stopped attacking. Han Shuo, who had broken through layers of defensive barriers in one blow, injected several shots of demonic yuan through Ralph's chest, completely incapacitating him. With one thought, the banner of hallucination flew back to Han Shuo, while the Demon Slayer edge flew out from his arm. He pressed the tip of the blade on Ralph's throat. "The mist is scattering," cried Camilla suddenly. The party's gazes were again gathered on the sand table. The noise of people chatting in low voices abruptly disappeared and was replaced with pin-drop silence. The major patriarchs and the Divine Guard chiefs were all stupefied. They stared at the sand table with their jaws dropped on the ground. They could not believe what they were seeing through the projection. On the sand table, Ralph looked pale and weak. He had collapsed and lay on the ground as though a cripple and seemed to be devoid of energy. His eyes were wide open and filled with fear, staring at the dark, incisive, and chilling longsword pointing at him. The spectators had no doubt that if Han Shuo were to lightly thrust the longsword with oddly shaped hilt forward, Ralph would lose his life on the spot. Han Shuo was still wearing that same old faint smile on his face. However, to the spectators, that usually warm smile appeared rather chilling at this moment. The major patriarchs suddenly felt a shiver running through their hearts. They felt as though the Han Shuo who they had cheerful talks with just recently was a demon under a mask. "Ralph has lost," announced Wallace in an expressionless face. He turned his eyes to Rugersi and said, "The mist must be made by the one with the upper hand. Now you should know where the mist comes from, don't you?" Under Wallace's gaze, Rugersi put on an awkward and embarrassed face. He forced a smile and said, "I really did not expect that Brian would turn out to be such a terrifying expert that he could defeat Ralph. Not just any defeat, but a crushing defeat. Ralph seemed to be too weak to even move. But Brian looked pretty much the same as when he first stepped into the arena. It was as though he had not spent any energy at all." Ayabashi had a solemn face as she remarked, "This is an overwhelming victory. Even when I fought Ralph, it never was as effortless as Brian had done. Perhaps even I will have to hand over my title as the most powerful Divine Guard chief." Upon hearing those words, the spectators again focused their attention on the sand table and looked carefully. They immediately realized that Ayabashi's words were true. One seemed completely unharmed, while the other was utterly crushed. It was a battle between experts with an overwhelming disparity in strengths. After a moment of silence, the party turned boisterous. Some would discuss the battle by whispering to each other's ears, some were still in shock, while some cheered and praised Han Shuo for his achievement. The patriarch of the House of Kinsen, Caspar, couldn't help but turn to look at his daughter Gia, who was in high spirits. He thought, if I can get such a powerful a son-in-law in exchange for Gia, that will be the most profitable trade ever." Caspar had sensed the overwhelming might of Han Shuo's. It was only by taking action now that Caspar could avoid some unnecessary disputes in the future. If things went really well, the House of Kinsen might even get a firmer position in the City of Shadows. By then, perhaps even the House of Saint must pay greater heed to the House of Kinsen. In Caspar's grand scheme, the happiness of his daughter Gia was not at all a concern. He decided that after the event, he must discuss this plan with his wife so that she will persuade their daughter to take action. Caspar wasn't the only person with this thought. While he was scheming, Wallace suddenly recalled of Andre's proposal. He realized just how important this proposal of Andre's could be to the future of the House of Saint. Wallace too couldn't help but turn to look at his daughter Carmelita. He saw that Carmelita was laughing and cheering with Erebus, chanting, "Brian." Wallace suddenly recalled how close Carmelita, Ayabashi, and Erebus were to Han Shuo and bunched his brows. He wanted to do as Andre proposed a moment ago. But now Wallace was unsure. He thought, they are growing too close. This isn't good. Slash-Eye Han Xiu stared straight into Ralph's eyes as he slowly pulled the Demon Slayer edge. He coldly announced, "You have lost." Ralph stared fixedly at Han Xiu, heavily panting but without a word. "I will not kill you today," said Han Xiu. He turned away and continued in an indifferent voice, "But if you dare play any kind of dirty tricks against me in secret, I promise, you will die very horribly." Han Xiu started leaving the arena upon finishing those words. Ralph stared at Han Xiu's back. All sorts of emotions were welling up in his heart. He would think about seeking revenge, while the other half of his brain was advising himself endure the humiliation. He seemed to be at a loss. "Brian, why were there mist in the arena just then?" asked Andre. He already knew how the battle would end. With no one else around, Han Xiu explained, "There are too many spectators. As I had to use my full strength, they might recognize that the weapons and martial arts I used were similar to those used in the Hushville City incident. There are just too many mouths, and I don't want to risk any of them spreading the news. Otherwise, it will be bad both for me and for the City of Shadows." Andre thought in silence for a moment and nodded understandably. He said, "I see. My elder brother has asked about it just then. I will explain it to him later." "Thanks," said Han Xiu, and he departed the arena. A moment later, Ralph too had come out from the arena. The usually bold and tough face was now pale and colorless. He was as though a terminally ill patient. Even walking seemed strenuous. After watching for a while, Andre finally couldn't help but ask, "Ralph, do you want me to carry you instead?"